Chapter 40. Zero lived up to his name as one of the 13 giants of quills. Even the knowledgeable Danny was amazed by the residence he had prepared for her. There was a large garden full of exotic flowers, a wide marble bath, a towering crystal divination tower, an observatory, and even a garden labyrinth. The palace was even larger than the bazaar she had seen before. It could fit twice as many people, let alone 200. In fact, Zero had prepared 200 servants for her. After the Colossus centaurs had settled down in the palace, Danny sat by the pool, enjoying the pleasure of the fish kissing her toes. She was amazed that the Quills people even had kissing fish. Suddenly, the sky above her darkened. She turned around and was surprised to see Kuei appear silently beside her. I'm leaving, she said. Oh, goodbye. Danny was shocked. She thought something had happened. Be careful. Kuei said without thinking. She was stunned for a moment before asking, be careful of what? Be careful of everyone. From now on, they would have to witness this miracle of rebirth day and night, and then greed would suddenly arise. Because a dragon's flesh is made of fire, and fire is power. Dragons are the source of all mysterious power. Although the red mask covered her expression, Danny could still hear the seriousness in her voice. After warning Danny, Kuei left as inconspicuously as she had come. Danny had lost interest in the luxurious life of the palace. She immediately called Korra and the Blood Brotherhood to the pool. She told them about Kuei's warning while letting them enjoy the gentle kissing of the kissing fish. I don't like her because I can't see through her. Korra spoke first. Every shadow binder deserves our vigilance, but she didn't threaten us this time. From the moment we entered this city, I felt a very unfriendly aura. It made it hard for me to feel at ease. I don't like the way the milk people look at us. Ricardo's expression was heavy. He gritted his teeth and said, it's like they're looking at a rare animal caught from a barbaric land. The skin of the Quills was unusually white, milky white. It was clearly whiter than that of other white people, so the Dothraki called them milkmen. Danny looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect her Blood Alliance guard to have such sharp senses. That's right, the people of Queers had warmly welcomed them today, but there were many different kinds of welcome. Welcoming VIPs to the city and welcoming pandas to the city was definitely different. Therefore, when Danny passed through the middle Wall Street, she would unconsciously put herself in the shoes of Arthas. Lordaeron welcomed Arthas's victorious return with the sound of bells, cheers, and petals that filled the sky. Arthas then unleashed the undead calamity in Lordaeron and massacred the entire city. They want to see the dragons. Danny turned to Kuei Luo. Arrange 2 groups of guards, one in the open and one in the dark, to guard the 3 dragons. As long as they're here, they can't let their guard down. Ag, Jogo, arrange for people, men and women, to find out the topography of our base, the structure of the houses, and the situation of the palace guards. Finally, she looked at Yora solemnly. Sir, I understand our current situation very well. So, I want you to go to the streets, the docks, the taverns, and even the brothels. Find out the attitude of the ordinary people of Quills towards us, as well as information about the upper class of Quills. After some thought, she added, since this is the center of trade between the Westerners and the Eastern world, there must be Westerners and merchants from other cities. While you're looking for information, you can also spread the news about me and my dragons. Sir Yora looked hesitant. You were worried that the usurper would send someone to assassinate you. Now that you've taken the initiative to announce to the merchants of the 7 kingdoms that you're returning to the Westeros with your dragons, then, even if the usurper is dead, there's still his son. Sigh, that was then and this is now. The matter of the dragon hatching has been exposed. If the King's Landing has been keeping an eye on me, they'll definitely know about it immediately. Why don't we make this the focus of attention? Not only will it protect us, but it would also distract everyone's attention and conceal her true goal. That night, Danny enjoyed the luxurious food that came with the luxurious palace, stir-fried peacock tongue. Damn it, using peacock tongue to cook, even the most gluttonous ancient people of the Celestial Empire wouldn't have thought of it, right? Early the next morning, just as Kashi had warned her, the powerful people of Quills arrived at Zero's palace in a palanquin surrounded by a large group of servants. Zero accompanied them to Danny's residence. They claimed that they were overwhelmed by her beauty and noble background, and sincerely presented her with gifts of silk, jewels, rare animals, dwarves with special skills, and so on. In the end, they praised the greatness of the dragon with tears streaming down their faces as they looked around with wide eyes. Well, the people of Quills loved to cry. They believed that crying was a symbol that made them appear more civilized. Danny understood what they meant and didn't refuse. She immediately took the chained dragon out, causing the nobles of Quills to cry even harder. The upper class of Quills was made up of three major organizations: the royal family, the merchants, and the wizards. In the era when the Megalosaurus disappeared and magic was extinct, the once powerful wizards lost their power and authority. The royal family controlled Quill's camel cavalry and the city's fleet, nominally ruling the city. The merchants formed the three most powerful guilds: the 13 Magnates, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Ancient Spice Guild. In a city of commerce, the real power was, of course, in the hands of the merchants. However, the internal struggle between the three guilds was very intense. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to keep the royal family in check, they would have already fought for control of the city. On the first day, it was the other 13 magnates who visited Danny. On the second day it was the Tourmaline Brotherhood. After the gem merchants saw the Dragon King, they specially spent a week to create a three-headed dragon crown for Danny. The magic dragon's curled body was gold, its wings were silver, and its three heads were carved from jade, ivory, and agate. On the third day the Ancient Spice Guild gave Danny 77 boxes of precious spices from all over the world. Well, when the Targaryens united the Seven Kingdoms in order to integrate into the Westeros as conquerors, they abandoned the ancient gods of Valeglia and converted to the Church of the Seven Gods. In theory, Danny should also believe in the Church of the Seven Gods. And to the followers of the Church of the Seven Gods, 7, 77, and 777 were all auspicious numbers. On the fourth day, Danny began to receive the middle and lower class people of Quill's power. Small merchants, government officials, fleet commanders, camel cavalry captains. When she asked if the Zero royal family would come, he said with disdain, "The royal family now, other than supreme dignity and ancient glory, what else is left? You should accommodate them and take the initiative to meet them." However, it was not that easy to meet the royal family. In order to be summoned by the royal family, one must have the qualifications, and this qualification was in the hands of a few powerful people. To put it simply, just like how Tang Sanzang needed to send people to Ananda Kasayapa to get the scriptures from Buddha, Danny had to get through all the checkpoints and send enough people to meet the royal family. Even if one wanted to get in through the back door, one had to have the connections. If one could not find the connections, sending gifts randomly would be a waste of manpower and money. Zero righteously said that he knew the ropes and could teach her who to look for, who to send gifts to, and how much to give to each person. Danny wanted to say, "Fuck you, I don't buy it." But Cora had found out the general situation of Quills in the past few days. The royal family had indeed lost the actual control of the city, but the camel cavalry and the moat fleet were under the royal family's control. Danny did not understand why the royal family, who had military power, had lost their ruling position. Perhaps this was the characteristic of a trading city-state? Or perhaps the merchants were richer and could hire more armed forces, such as mercenaries? Zero's persuasion of Danny to use connections to meet the royal family was not a secret among the higher-ups. The royal family had most likely already opened their pockets and was waiting for her to throw in gold coins. If she did not go, she would be disrespecting the royal family, and disrespecting the royal family would mean that they were not friends. Not friends, not guests, then I can make a move on you," Cora advised her. "This is the custom of Quills. Even in Westeros, you don't necessarily enjoy the rights of a guest just because you visit my house. The rights of a guest only come into effect when the guest is under the roof of the host and receives bread and salt provided by the host. If the host places an unsheathed sword on his knee, it means that he has no intention of establishing a guest relationship with the guest, and the guest's rights naturally do not exist. But isn't it too low to ask for bribes? Is it also popular in the Seven Kingdoms for hosts to ask for gifts from their guests?" Danny said angrily. Cough, cough, cough. Cora coughed as if he had been choked. Even his full beard could not hide the redness on his face. "No way." Danny opened her mouth wide in disbelief. "It's not as blatant as Quills." Sir Cora hurriedly explained, "The guest gives a guest gift to the host mainly to express his gratitude for the food and shelter provided by the host. And when the guest leaves, the host may also give a guest gift to the other party. This tradition usually happens when the guest is in a weaker position, because he is afraid that the host will deny the guest's rights." Danny did not pay attention to the details when she was watching the drama. What Cora said was especially obvious between the Night Watchers and the Savage Caste. The Savage Caste beyond the Great Wall, the first ghost father of the world of ice and fire. He married his own daughter, and continued to marry the daughters that his daughter gave birth to. In this way he continuously married dozens of daughters and granddaughters. He also had sons, but all of his sons were sacrificed to the deviant ghosts as soon as they were born. It could be said that other than the Night King, almost all of the deviant ghosts were his sons. Deviant ghosts were different from corpses. Deviant ghosts were transformed from living people, while corpses were dead people who were revived by deviant ghosts. Without caste providing a house and food, the Night Watchers who left the Great Wall and went north would almost double the mortality rate. Therefore the Night Watchers had to ask caste for help. Not only did they turn a blind eye to his incest, but they were also often blackmailed by caste for iron weapons, which were guest gifts. It was also because of the guest's rights that the Night Watchers Commander-in-Chief, Elder Xiong, could not harm caste even if he knew that he was related to the deviant ghosts. The guest's rights were two-sided. Not only could the host not harm the guest, but the guest would also not harm the host even if the host was making a deal with the devil. Cora saw that Danny was in deep thought and could not help but persuade her again. The ancestors have a tradition of guest rights, and the Undulls have a similar law. Perhaps the guest's rights are universal, but the specific forms of expression are different. Alright, I give gifts to the royal family. I hope that they can give me some guest gifts too. Danny sighed. Chapter 41. Although Danny had never thought of asking Zero to help her with the money, that guy kept saying that he loved her, but he never offered to help her. Danny had to pay for the help herself, and he was only responsible for telling her who to ask for help. For the first step, Danny brought a red mare, a gray bison hunted from the border of the Red Wastelands, and a large black dog bought from the market to the Temple of the Queers. The Milk people worshipped the god of memory that she had never heard of before, so she sacrificed herself to the god of memory's priests. The mare represented the centaur's sacrifice, and the bison was an ancient custom. It was said that before this trading city was built, the original Milk people hunted the creatures of the Red Wastelands for a living. The closer to the center of the Red Wastelands, the hotter the temperature, and the harsher the environment. The plains near the sea were rich in water, and there were many wild animals and plants. As for the black dog, it was very strange. The people of Queers, like the great celestial empire, loved the taste of dog meat. The priest was very satisfied with Danny's understanding of the situation. The old milk person with snow-white hair and skin told Danny that she could come to the god of memory to search for the memories of time. After asking again, Danny understood that this was also the library of the people of Queers. The priest of the god of memory was also the city's historian. For thousands of years, they had recorded every major event that happened in Queers. Mother of dragons, your dragon, your centaur warriors, your great feat of crossing the purgatory plains to Queers, and even your trip to the temple today, have already become a part of the god of memory's history. The old man said with a smile. If it was the original Danny, she might not be interested in books that recorded history, but the current Danny was screaming in her heart, "Worth it, it's so worth it, 2,000 Queers gold coins is completely worth it." On the surface she only gave 3 beasts, but last night, Ago and 4 centaurs carried 2 boxes of newly exchanged radiant coins into the old priest's backyard. Yes, he really went through the back door. From the back door in the alley, he entered the backyard of the old shaman's favorite 13-year-old mistress residence. Qualls used the radiant coin, which had been popular since ancient Valeglia. It was a round currency with a crown on the front and a hideous skull on the back. The radiant coin was relatively small. 1 radiant coin was only 1/3 of the weight of a gold royal. 2,000 coins would be about 2,000 times 4,000 is equal to 8 million yuan in purchasing power. This was equivalent to the Middle Ages, and their productivity was far inferior to the modern Celestial Empire. 2,000 radiant dollars was definitely a huge sum of money. It was easy to understand why the old shaman was so nice to Danny. After obtaining the library card from the Memory Temple, the second back door Danny went through was the keeper of the Register of Queers, who were also the city's administrative officials. Bags of gold coins were sent out, and Danny suddenly found that half of the Zhuoji's gold that she had stashed away had been used up. She told Zero bitterly, "I have no money left. I only have some antique jewelry that I excavated from the City of Bones." Zero's heart was as cold as ice in the face of a peerless beauty's request for help. He did not have the slightest intention of paying out of his own pocket. Instead, he gave her a bad idea. The news of the existence of a true dragon has spread throughout the East, and more dragon seekers have come to visit. Now there are countless people in Queers who want to see you and your dragon. Why don't you accept their requests? At the same time, everyone who meets you will receive a gift. Danny thought about it. This was beneficial to her. Not to mention how many zoo tickets she could receive as long as her reputation was spread, and she and her dragon were known in the East, some people would not dare to use the most direct and vicious methods against her. Wasn't this the reason why she asked Cora to spread the news of the dragon in the docks and the taverns on the streets? When no one knew that she had a dragon, she would rather hide in the White Cloud City for a long time and try her best not to let this news leak out. But as long as one outsider knew about her and her dragon, then the hidden plan would be completely destroyed. When no one knew about the birth of the dragon, she was the safest, and her threat index was 1 star. When a few people knew about the birth of a true dragon, she was the most dangerous, and her threat index was 4 stars. In the Far East, after everyone knew about her story, some people had scruples, and her threat index was lowered, and her threat index was 3 stars. When the news traveled tens of thousands of kilometers and reached the Westeros in the far west, her threat index rose again, and her threat index soared to the most dangerous 5 stars. But whether it was a few people or all of Queers who knew, the speed at which news of her dragon spread to the Westeros would not change. Given the distance between Queers and King's Landing, she had about 2 years of buffer time for the news to spread quickly. Either her dragon could grow up in the next 2 years, or Dany could establish perfect security measures in the next 2 years, which was commonly known as building up her own force. In that case, she needed money. Dany agreed to Xero's plan to build a megalosaurus zoo. That afternoon, Yora brought a captain to the living room of her palace. "Your Highness, I've brought you a sea merchant from the Midsummer Islands." It was a black uncle. His dark skin was like polished obsidian, dark and shiny. "Your Highness, my name is Kuhuluemo, the captain of the Laurel Wind. I come from High Tree Town in the Midsummer Islands." The black man with a yellow and green feather cape, dressed like a peacock, bowed and introduced himself. "He brings you news of King's Landing," Yora said. "You came from King's Landing?" Dany asked. "No, I set off from the old town half a year ago, and brought a ship full of wine from Qingting Island. You've been away from home for a long time, and you must miss the taste of home, just like how the people of the 7 Kingdoms miss you," Kuhulu said. He had given Dany 3 barrels of high-quality wine as a gift. If they were sold in Queer's Market, they could be exchanged for 4 radiant coins. How stingy. But she quickly remembered that this captain's business wasn't very big. 4 radiant coins was already quite a fortune for him. "Thank you for your gift." Dany sat on a sofa made of soft cushions and nodded to the Midsummer Islanders. "I'm looking forward to you bringing me news of the 7 Kingdoms. Sigh, it would be even better if you came from King's Landing. Your Highness, King's Landing is facing a war, and no foreign merchants dare to go there. It's useless even if they go. After the death of the usurper, King's Landing is in chaos. They can't even feed themselves, so where would they find the goods to sell to us?" The black captain sat on a small stool, and his words were full of disdain for the current ruler of King's Landing. "There's a city of knowledge in the old town, and news of the 7 Kingdoms gather there. After all, every noble has a scholar to serve them, and all the scholars come from the city of knowledge. When I stayed in the old town, I asked around about the current situation of the 7 Kingdoms. Dany felt that he was a little long-winded, so she asked directly, "How did the usurper die?" "He was killed by a demon-like beast." "I want to know who killed him." "You don't really believe that he died under the tusks of a wild boar, do you?" Dany said lightly. As if he sensed Dany's impatience, the captain of Laurel Wind quickly said, "There are indeed many conspiracy theories about the reason for the king's death. Now, the 14-year-old King Joffrey has ascended the throne, but everyone knows that the political affairs are controlled by the Lannister family. The scholar's apprentice in the tavern once swore that the queen betrayed the king and gave birth to a bastard child with her brother. Because her actions were exposed, she took the risk of murdering her husband. Thus, the throne completely fell into the hands of the Lannister family. It was not difficult to understand why Robert's 2 brothers fled King's Landing. Rumor has it that the brothers Bella and Theon intend to counterattack King's Landing and proclaim themselves king. When I left, there was a rumor that Duke Renly intended to rebel with the Tyrells of Highcourt. Highcourt and Stormlands, the little king's position is not secure. In addition to the rumor that the queen murdered the king, there are also rumors that the prime minister killed the king. The new king and queen immediately claimed that Ed Stark murdered his king. Some believed it, some doubted it, but it was said that most of the citizens of King's Landing believed it. Gods above, I remember that the prime minister was King Robert's best friend. How can anyone think that he betrayed the kingdom? Yes, the others don't believe that Ed Stark would betray the kingdom. Are the people of King's Landing crazy or stupid? Cora nodded in agreement. He said with certainty, "Even if the Eversummer comes, that guy will not tarnish his precious honor." Haha, Didn't Ned Stark betray the kingdom 15 years ago? To the people of King's Landing, he has long lost his honor. It doesn't matter if he loses it again. Dany giggled. Cora immediately shook his head and shouted, "That's not the same, Your Highness. Although it is disrespectful, you have to understand that King Aerys killed his father and brother in succession, and bluntly asked the people of the North to hand him over. His betrayal of your father is an honor, not a loss of honor." After spending a few months with Dany, he knew her character. If it was the original Dany Rise, Cora would never have said such a thing. After Stark was imprisoned, what was the reaction of the North? Cora asked the captain nervously. He was from the North and his family were all vassals of Stark. It is said that the moment father was arrested, the young master gathered his vassals and prepared an army. About 20,000 Northerners crossed the neck and headed south. Sigh. Cora sighed and muttered with his eyes lost, "I don't know how many of my cousins will die this time." It seemed that only a little lowly named Lyanna was left. Dany looked at her knight with pity and asked, "How many children does your aunt have?" "5. All 5 are daughters. The youngest is about 6 years old," Cora said. Sigh, so tragic. Only that 6-year-old child is left. Not long after, his father will also die tragically in Cast's mud castle because of the trampling of the guests' rights. Thinking of this, Dany almost wanted to tell him to restrain his grief. This was also because she had only watched the TV series. In order to simplify the characters, the director had removed many of the Mormont family's daughters. In the original book of Song of Ice and Fire, the Mormont family only had one person die in the Red Wedding. It was Cora's eldest cousin. Therefore she did not need to worry about him at all. "The young master is Robb Stark?" he asked the Black Captain. "Yes, Robb Stark is the commander." "He's only 14 years old, right?" Cora's expression was dim. "I've seen that kid before. He's half a year younger than the princess. He's as tender as a flower bud in summer. What should we do?" "This time, there's an 80% chance that the brat will drag the entire northern region down with him." It was really a prophecy. Maybe he was born handsome? Dany comforted him. Then I should be even more worried. Cora rubbed his face and said faintly, "If he loses the battle as soon as he leaves the neck, the people of the North will immediately retreat to the neck. Then they will never lose in this game of power. For more than 10,000 years, no army has defeated the defenders of the neck head-on. If that kid is lucky and wins 1 or 2 battles, his heart will become arrogant. Then the North will really be finished." Chapter 42. Dany's eyes twinkled as she asked, "Captain, how far will it take to travel from Queers to King's Landing? How much time will it take?" The Black Captain thought that she was planning to return to the Westeros on his laurel wind. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, you have to understand that we are businessmen and cannot return directly to King's Landing. We may stop at Slave Bay and Free Trade Castle many times along the way. We will sell the goods from the Far East at a high price and consume the local products at a low price. Then we will go to the next city and repeat the process. This way the profits of the businessmen will snowball. Therefore, returning to King's Landing from Queers may take up to a year and a half. Also, Queers is not my destination. My ship will pass through Queers Strait and follow the trade route around the Jade Sea. This way the delay will be even longer. The next time I go to the Sunset Sea will probably be 3 years later. Well, if I don't die at sea. If you don't do business and speed up all the way to King's Landing, how long will it take?" Dany asked. "Even if you don't do business and run empty, you will still need to replenish food and water along the way. You also need to let the sailors rest. It will take at least 3 to 4 months, and this is assuming that the sea doesn't lose its temper." Dany nodded and thanked him. "You have brought me valuable information. I wish you a safe journey and a prosperous business." "I should be the one thanking you. Your Highness has given me the most generous reward." The captain's eyes lit up. "Oh, what reward?" Dany asked. "Dragons." He looked straight at the dragons gnawing on bones beside Dany. "I saw a real dragon. This is the miracle of my life. I will repay you even more." Dany smiled and waved at him. "Come and touch them." "This?" Kuhulu was surprised and happy but also a little scared. He stood up and took 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. He was very nervous and hesitant. "Can I really? Will they bite me? Will they spit fire at me?" "They won't. I am the mother of dragons. They all listen to me." Dany comforted him. Then the Black Captain came over, sweating profusely, and looked at Dany with an inquiring gaze. "I'll give you the highest honor. You can touch the most powerful one. Yes, it's called Black Diamond. Danny pointed at Big Black in front of her. If he dared to touch the white dragon or the green dragon, there would be a tragedy that even Danny could not predict. But she would never admit to anyone that she could not control the dragon. On the contrary, Danny hoped that everyone would think that she was the real mother of dragons and that she could perfectly control her baby dragon. In this way, when people were in awe of dragons, they would also be in awe of her. At the same time, he also tried his best to prevent ambitious people from having the idea that they could obtain the dragon as long as they killed that woman. In fact, there was a high chance that the green dragon and the white dragon would be taken away. In the prophecy, the dragon had 3 heads. Danny was just one of them. More than 3 months, almost 4 months. Big Black's body was the strongest. Its torso was already the size of an adult police dog. When it spread its wings, it was enough to cover Danny's bed. When they came to queers, Danny did not dare to let them fly around. These days there were wrist-thick iron chains tied around their necks. In order to appease the 3 dragons, she had to provide them with an unlimited amount of food. At this time, Big Black was lying on the marble floor, sucking on a burnt bison thigh bone. Big Black, don't hurt him. He admires you and wants to touch you. Danny sent a message to Big Black while gesturing for Kuhulu to touch. That guy had a look of desire on his face, but he was so scared that he kept shrinking back. Finally, under Danny's encouragement, he shrank closer to the black dragon, reached out his trembling right hand and gently touched Big Black's wing. Then he retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Big Black ignored him and continued to suck on the bone marrow. So, the captain gathered some courage and reached out his hand again, gently stroking Big Black's back like a feather. Wow, it's just like the legends say. The scales of a true dragon are boiling hot. Only a true dragon can control a true dragon. Kuhulu was so excited that his black face turned red. You've heard of all the legends about true dragons? Danny asked with a smile. The black captain only stroked it for a while before retreating a few steps. He stood to the side with his hands down, his expression more respectful than when they first met. He said, I've heard the scholars mention dragons many times in the old town city of knowledge. They said that only the true dragon blood of House Targaryen could subdue the Megalosaurus. Others could not even withstand the high temperature emitted by the Megalosaurus. At that time I didn't believe it. What kind of animal could be so hot that its rider could not withstand it? At most, a saddle would be added. But today, I understand that if the Megalosaurus grew to the size of Balerion, even a saddle would not be able to withstand its furnace heat. Even if the scholars think that the Megalosaurus is a beast without much intelligence, it is still the most legendary creature in the world. The scholars even know how intelligent the Megalosaurus is. They've studied the Megalosaurus in depth. Danny was curious. If they don't even study the Megalosaurus, the miracle of the world, is there a need for the scholars to exist? Kuhulu's tone was complicated as he said a philosophical sentence. Did the scholars find out the extent of Balerion's intelligence? Danny asked. This time, before the captain could speak, Cora said, a child of 7 or 8 years old. My scholars told me. Yes, Balerion's intelligence is beyond that of other Megalosaurus. Kuhulu agreed. Hee. Danny chuckled and said to Big Black, Mr. Kuhulu gave me 3 barrels of wine. Draw a painting for him. Painting? Kuhulu was confused. Without Danny's order, Reese's maid immediately came over with a large wooden tray. On it was a roll of parchment paper and a small bowl of ink. The maid was not afraid of Big Black at all. She squatted beside him and spread out the 1 meter long and half-meter wide paper. She pressed paperweights on both sides. Then she placed the bowl of ink at the bottom left of the roll of paper. Big Black glanced at Kuhulu and extended its right claw. Dragons, like humans, had 5 fingers. Big Black's other 4 fingers were clenched into fists. After dizzying in the bowl, the pen moved like a dragon. Lines quickly appeared on the snow-white roll of paper. At first glance, the lines were messy as if a child was doodling. Kuhulu did not expect much at first, but he was not disappointed when he saw this. At least it did not use its dragon claws to make a handprint. But as time passed, he saw something different. The stripes of varying thickness and depth gradually outlined 1 or 2 figures, and one of them was, God bless me, I'm not seeing things. He opened his mouth so wide that one could stuff a goose egg into it. This is me talking to His Majesty. Even the gauze by the window of the palace makes me feel the breath of the breeze. Even the court painters of Bravos are not as good as this. Kuhulu swallowed hard. His gaze towards Big Black was no longer one of reverence, but of pure reverence. There was no fear. In his heart, the black dragon in front of him had already been sanctified. It had the will of a god and would not hurt people like a wild beast. Actually, he was thinking too much. Big Black's intelligence might be higher, but it was still far from that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, let alone a god. At this time, Big Black could also calculate. If Danny asked Kohalu to add and subtract within 100, Big Black could probably give the answer too. It used its claws to carve words on the floor. But that was it. It was not as shocking as drawing an audience with the queen on the spot. It was also during the cultural class that Danny was surprised and shocked to find that a dragon's spatial sense had such a huge effect on drawing. Those who had taken sketching classes knew that one of the most important skills was the three-dimensional analysis of the structure of objects. Why did Da Vinci keep drawing eggs from different angles? Wasn't it to cultivate body sense? And the black dragon's natural body sense talent was full points. Its perspective was more complete than a human's. Kohalu took a scroll of parchment and left in a daze. What he saw and heard today had changed his worldview. The visit of the captain of Laurel Wind set a precedent for normal visitors. Merchants from all over the world came like a trickle, gathering into a torrent at an unimaginable speed. The captains of the merchant ships brought lace from Mir, boxes of saffron from the barbarians, amber and dragon crystals from Asia. The poorer traveling merchants offered bags of silver coins. Other than merchants, there was also a large number of craftsmen, wandering poets, singers. The silversmiths brought rings and necklaces. The blacksmiths made an Iraq scimitar and two-handed sword for Danny based on her body size and arm length. The dyers and weavers gave her colorful cloth. The rich colors made her exclaim in surprise that the ancients had such great wisdom. Then, countless tailors rushed into the palace, volunteering to sew the world's most beautiful clothes for her. There were also flute players playing for her, actors performing acrobatics to make her laugh, and entertainers performing magic tricks. 2 dwarves rode on a sow and a large dog, learning from the Westeros knights, competing with each other in lances. There was a young Volantis man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He begged Danny to take him in as her attendant, promising that he would write poems with the queen as the main character in the future. In between his words, he even hinted that he was proficient in the 7 cries of spring from Kayuan City. Danny couldn't stand the man's lecherous gaze, so she had the blood guards throw him out. Later, even the Jijesnai people from the north of the barbarians came. They gave Danny a zebra with black and white stripes. The barbarians, it's the great celestial empire of the world of ice and fire. To make it easier to understand, it can be roughly understood like this. Westeros equals England, the city of Gith at Slaver's Bay equals ancient Egypt, the western continent of Ursus equals Europe, the Dothraki Sea equals Russia, the Dothraki people equals Cossacks, Kaz people equals Suez, the barbarians equals Great Celestial Empire, and the Jijesnai people equals nomads to the north of the Celestial Empire. Just like the works of all Westeros, as long as it involves the capital of the Great Celestial Empire. Ice and fire isn't too dark. It's just that the area of the barbarians is too small, and the Westeros are too big. Alright, I've digressed. Danny invited the 2 Jijesnai people to stay as guests, and they accepted, overwhelmed by the favor. During the banquet that night, Danny told them, "You are like the Dothraki people, warriors on horseback. I would like to ask the 2 of you for some wisdom in leading a tribe." Chapter 43. Like the Dothraki, the Jijesnai were a barbaric nomadic people. They also had no interest in the sea or ships, living as nomads, plundering the surrounding cities for ironware and other resources. They formed tribes similar to the Khalasar, led by leaders similar to Khal, and lived in tents similar to yurts. Their skin was also similar, with the Jijesnai having waxy yellow skin and the centaurs having bronze skin. However, the Jijesnai could not compare to the Dothraki in terms of appearance and physique. Their men and women were accustomed to binding their faces at the age of 2. Did Fat Martin imply binding their feet? Their heads were all pointed and their faces were small, making them very ugly. They were also short and fat, not as tall and strong as the centaurs, and had long limbs. However, the Jijesnai's mounts were stronger than the Dothrakis. The centaurs rode horses, while the Jijesnai rode ferocious zebras. One was a centaur, the other a zebra. However, compared to the Dothraki, the Jijesnai had several customs that Danny admired. Honored guests, please tell my people how the great Jijesnai maintain the integrity of their people? Danny asked the guests warmly, pointing to Aggo and a dozen other centaur warriors who were eating together in the living room. The Jijesnai were very pleased with Danny's subtle compliment, and were secretly delighted by her sincere attitude of asking for advice. I understand what Khaleesi means. Your Khalasar often splits, which eliminates most of the cowardly calls, but the bravery of one person is no match for the strength of an entire tribe. Of the two Jujesnai, one was middle-aged, the other had white hair and beard. The middle-aged man was silent, while the older man spoke frankly. At the end of the day, the Dothraki have not established a perfect marriage system. Ordinary centaurs have no wives, no children, and no blood ties to their Khalasar. You know, blood is the strongest bond in the world. Most of our tribes are held together by blood, and can last hundreds or even thousands of years without collapsing. Jaha, the leader in charge of war, is not a coward, and is often chosen from the sons of the previous Jaha. As long as Jaha has enough wives, he will have enough sons. With so many sons of good blood, it is enough to choose a powerful warrior. Dany nodded approvingly. This system is very good. We can learn from it. This was the purpose of this banquet. There were some things that she could say herself, but how could it be more impactful than a living example in front of her? Hearing the mother of dragons praise, the old man became more and more excited. He proudly said, Jaha is only the leader of the tribe. Above Jaha there is Jahada. All the Jahas in Jujesnai accept Jahada's command. Therefore, when facing a strong enemy, we Jujesnai people always work together. As if she had caught a glimpse of the centaur's disapproving expression, Dany immediately chimed in, this is also a very good system. I'm sure there must have been many epic hero-level Jahada in Jujesnai? Every nation had its own epic heroes, and Dany didn't expect the old man to name a truly earth-shattering hero. She was well aware of one thing, and that was that people who inherited their bloodline would all use magnificent poems to boast about their ancestors. Even the barbarians of the Stone Age who ate raw meat and drank blood would become immortals in the myths and legends of their descendants. So after asking, she took a sip of red wine and quietly waited for the pointy-headed old Jujesnai to brag. Old Jujesnai seemed to have never been so excited before. He danced and sang, Ah, the great mother of dragons, your eyes are like torches. Only the wise can see through the wisdom of another wise. There is no doubt that you are as wise as our Jujesnai ancestors. You flatter me, you flatter me. I'm far from it. The thickness of my face is really far from yours. Dany smiled humbly on the surface, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Our ancestors attacked the kingdom of Nigel until only one city remained. It was a city where many necromancers and interrogators gathered. If not for 90% of the city's space being hidden underground, it would have been broken through by us. As if to increase the greatness of this achievement, the old man lowered his voice and added, Don't underestimate necromancers and don't think that they are liars. Do you know the long night that shrouded the world thousands of years ago? Deviants? Cora exclaimed. Ehehe, I know about deviants. Those living dead people are the masterpieces of necromancers. It is said that the long night was summoned by the Bloodstone Emperor, the son of the barbarian land, using necromancy. But such a powerful kingdom of necromancers was still almost destroyed by us. The old man said proudly. Wow, that's really powerful. Dany began to flatter him again, but she was still skeptical. The barbarian land was a few continents and seas away from the Westeros. The deviants didn't go to the Easterners, but they went to the Westerners. Let's not talk about the reason. How did they get there? Did they take a shortcut through the Arctic Circle? The Westerners were connected to the barbarian land? This was too sci-fi. It was not fantasy at all. This was a fantasy world. We also destroyed the country of the descendants of Higher Cologne, the short old man continued. Forgive me for being ignorant, but why did they give it such a weird name like Higher Cologne? Dany asked curiously. They might as well call it Higher Brotherhood Country. Sigh, even as enemies, we Jujesnai people have to admit the greatness of Higher Cologne. The old man sighed and asked, Calixi, do you know the red sword of the hero? Dany thought for a while before she remembered the fairy tale of the red sword. You mean the light messenger? Cora said in horror, 8,000 years ago the long night came. The deviants brought the whole world into endless darkness and cold. The heavy snow almost wiped the 7 kingdoms off the map. At the moment when the survival of mankind was in danger, a hero appeared. He was Yazualahai. He held the red sword of the hero that was full of light and heat. He defeated the night and ice and brought light and warmth back to the world. That's it. The old man nodded and said emotionally, Yazualahai is Higher Cologne. About the Terminator of the Long Night, every race has the same story and a similar hero. But the names of the heroes are not the same. You people in the West call him Yazualahai. In the East, the descendants of Higher Cologne call him the hero Higher Cologne. The barbarians call him Etal. In the Nigerians he is called Nephron and the shadow hunter Adrik. Even though he died in the legendary era of heroes, the prophecy of his rebirth has been passed down in the East for 5,000 years. After the long summer, the stars will cry blood, and the cold darkness will cover the world. In this terrible moment, a warrior will pull out a burning sword from the fire. That sword is the light messenger, the red sword of the hero. The one who holds the sword is the reincarnation of Yazuul Ahai, and he will drive away the darkness. For such a great hero, his descendants named their country Higher Cologne. It's not a big deal. The old man said proudly, but we Jijesnai people destroyed the ancient Higher Cologne's descendants. Now there are only 3 fortress cities, Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Bayasabhad left. They are the last survivors of Higher Cologne's descendants. When I was young, I followed Jahada on the path of steel and waged a 3-year-long crusade against Kayakayanaya. I attacked the walls of Kayakayanaya twice. Now, Danny had a whole new level of respect for the centaurs next door. Compared to them, the Dothraki, who only knew how to steal the statues of other heroes, had nothing to boast about. 9 free trade cities and not a single one was destroyed. That was too low. But this was just an appetizer. The glorious history of the Jijesnai people continued. The Nigerians and Higher Cologne's descendants are just small countries in the east. The real overlord is the Golden Heaven of the barbarians. Golden Heaven? Danny felt her teeth ache. That was a good name. Sigh, that's not an exaggeration. The old man waved his hand. He thought that Danny doubted the quality of the barbarians and thought that they were not worthy of the 4 words Golden Heaven. He explained with a serious expression, the Golden Heaven is the land of thousands of gods and kings, and its ruler is the only Son of Heaven. At that time, the Valeglia people were still herding sheep in the wild. The Son of Heaven was definitely the strongest overlord in the known world at that time. The scale of his army was unimaginable, and his wealth was comparable to the ancient Valeglia Empire at its peak. His palace was bigger than the King's Landing of the Undulls, and the floor of his bedroom was also made of gold. Sir, have you been to the King's Landing? Knight Yora asked in a muffled voice. The King's Landing was the capital of the 7 kingdoms, but it was not as big as the palace of the barbarians. Fake Undulls, real ancestors. He was very unhappy. The old zebra man glanced at him and said calmly, I still can't forget the stench of feces and rotten fish in the King's Landing Fisherman's Square. Not simple. This old zebra man had actually been to the King's Landing that was tens of thousands of miles away. Danny immediately pulled the topic back. Could it be that the brave Jijesnai people had even destroyed the Golden Celestial Dynasty? That's not true. The old man shook his head and said helplessly and proudly, for thousands of years, we've repeatedly plundered the northern border of the barbarians, but all we did was force the Son of Heaven to keep moving the capital to the south. There was once a young and brave lord in the barbarians, Son of Heaven Luo Bao. He worked hard to govern the country, reformed the court, and almost restored the barbarians to the glory of the Golden Celestial Dynasty. During his time, even the rebellious Jijesnai people had no choice but to pay tribute and submit to him. Unfortunately, Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao thought that the Jijesnai people were afraid of power and not virtue. If we submit today, we'll definitely rebel in the future. Danny nodded. It seemed that Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao was a sensible person. The old man also admitted, he's right. The Golden Celestial Dynasty was powerful. We couldn't defeat it, so of course we had to submit. But when the Celestial Dynasty declined, we'd be stupid not to plunder it. This old Jijesnai person was so straightforward that Danny did not know what to say. But what's wrong with that? The old man downed a cup of wine and shouted, when the barbarians were weak, they still gave money and women to our Jahada in exchange for peace. But when they were strong, they massacred our people. It's natural for the strong to bully the weak. It's against the natural order for the weak to bully the strong. Did Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao bully you? Cora asked. No, he didn't bully us. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles and completely annihilate the Jijesnai race. The old man slapped his thigh and shouted angrily, he's such a bully. Danny sighed inwardly. She felt sorry for the ambitious emperor. Since the old Jijesnai person was cursing here, it meant that Luo Bao was neither Emperor Wu of Han nor Emperor Taizong of Tang. Chapter 44. Emperor Luo Bao gathered an army of 300,000 barbarians and marched into the Jijesnai plains in 13 different directions. They burned and killed along the way. They killed everyone they saw, regardless of gender or age. They didn't even want slaves. Every Jaha tribe they encountered was harvested as easily as wheat under a sickle. Our people were slaughtered, our livestock were plundered, and our tribes were burned to the ground. The once lush plains were turned into a scorched wasteland in the flames. The old zebra man stopped, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. After a while he sighed sorrowfully. 1,000,000 people. That time at least 1,000,000 of us died. On average, 9 out of 10 Jijesnai people died. The entire Jijesnai plains was crying. The blood of the zebra people that covered the ground was its tears. In the end, the great Jijesnai people won the final victory. Danny comforted him gently. To be honest, although the barbarians were known as the Golden Heavenly Empire, the barbarians had nothing to do with the Heavenly Empire. Their customs, culture, race, religion, political system, and so on were all different. Yes, even the world was different. She did not identify with the barbarians at all. Of course, she did not empathize with the zebra people either. Comforting the old zebra man was just a courtesy that a host should show to a guest. Also, she felt that Emperor Luo Bao was a little rash and not very bright. Why did he lead the entire army into the Jijesnai plains? Was it to kill? His ultimate goal was to stop the nomads from invading from the root. He could have pulled in batches and split the zebra people's perfect Jahu Jahada political structure. He could have cultivated a group of naturalized zebra people to be his horse spies. As long as the Jijesnai people could not be united, the nomads, whose productivity was worse than the barbarians, would not be a threat. Killing people was useless. The plains were there. Grass grew on the ground. The grass fed the horses and the horses fed the people. The more people there were, the more tribes there were. After the Xiongnu people died, there were still the Khitans. After the Khitans died, the Nuzanren filled the gap left by them. After that, there were still the Mongols. It was an endless cycle. That time we truly felt the threat of extinction. So, the Jijesnai people united like never before. All the tribes obeyed the great Zanya Jahada. The old man's voice became excited. The turning point of the story was about to come. Danny asked curiously, why did they only unite under Jahada when they were in such a desperate situation? More than 1,000,000 clansmen have already died. Your reaction arc is really long, she complained in her heart. Kali, it's my fault for messing up the story. The old man waved his hand nonchalantly and lamented, we didn't have the Jahada system back then. Like the Dothraki of today, the Jahas of each tribe did their own thing and fought with each other. Emperor Luo Bao also helped us. His merciless slaughter forced us to change our lax ethnic structure, and the first generation of Jahada came into being. Danny glanced at the horse people in the hall who were listening attentively. She wanted to shout at them, remember, this is the key point. Sai, I'm afraid none of you would have guessed that the first Jahada, Zanya, was a female warrior. She was born to be a warrior and had the temperament of a leader. She unified more than 1,000 hostile tribes in the shortest time possible. Danny was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect the first Jahada to be a woman. This, idiots, not only do you have to underline the key points but you also have to circle them with a red pen. When you go back, you have to write me a review of at least 800 words. Danny roared in her heart at her Ma Min underling. Amazing woman. She's really a role model for all the women in the world to learn from. Danny couldn't help but reveal part of her thoughts. Old Jijesnai didn't hear the wild ambition in her words. He only thought that she was sincerely praising his ancestor. His yellow, wrinkled old face smiled like a ball of chrysanthemum under the light of the fire. Emperor Luo Bao is already the hegemon of the barren land that is hard to come by since the beginning of time, but Yajahada is more valiant and more resourceful than him. Faced with the situation of being surrounded by multiple enemies, she came up with a strategy of, one scatter, one gather. Once they were scattered, the tribesmen would scatter and hide, cutting off the possibility of the barren land raiding them. At the same time, the tribesmen scattered all over the place would take on guerrilla missions. They would burn the pastures, kill the scouts and search for food, cut off the water source and starve the barren land. Calixi, you have to understand that the situation was too dangerous. Even if all the tribes united as one, we wouldn't be able to defeat one of Emperor Luo Bao's 13 armies. Maybe we could win 1, 2, or 3, but even if our tribesmen were exhausted, we would never be able to wipe out all 13 armies. Danny nodded and said, so you want the barren land's forces to scatter again? Yes, the guerrilla forces from all over the place forced them to scatter their forces. This way Yajahada's one gather plan could be put to good use. She gathered all the elite zebra warriors in one place. No matter how many armies the enemy came from, she would only focus on one army. She would defeat the enemy with an absolute advantage and she would suffer almost no losses. After using this method to wipe out 3 armies, Emperor Luo Bao finally started to change his strategy. Not long after, the news of the 4th army being harassed by the tribesmen reached the emperor's tent. It was exactly the same as the previous 3 times. Emperor Luo Bao deduced that the Jijesnai's main force was near the 4th army. Hence, he led his royal guards and approached the 4th army's encampment at top speed. They were practically rushing through the night. Emperor Luo Bao had no idea that this was Yaja's true objective. The barren land wanted to wipe out the Jijesnai, and Yajahata wanted to taste the sweetness of the wine of vengeance. She wanted to bury Luo Bao's empire. There were many natural traps in the Jijesnai wilderness. On the way to the 4th army's encampment, there was a perfect place to set up an ambush. In that battle, Emperor Luo Bao's entire army was wiped out. Even he himself died at the hands of the valiant Yajahata. After that, the tides of the battle turned. Without their emperor, the Barren Lands army was like a headless dragon. Every time the zebra cavalry carried Emperor Luo Bao's crowned head to the Barren Lands formation with their spears, they would lose their courage. Half of the army would collapse and flee before our cavalry could even charge. The other half of the army's formation was like an old grandmother's milk paper, slack and weak. After a single charge from the zebra cavalry, they would either run away in tears or throw down their weapons and beg to surrender. Danny sighed to herself. Those barren land were really, The old zebra cavalry man threw his head back and laughed maniacally. It was as if he had become one of the zebra warriors under Yaja's command after a few drinks. None of them were spared. Those who knelt and surrendered or those who ran away were all hunted down by the zebra cavalry. The great wilderness was huge and they weren't locals. Where could they run to? At first, they went deep into the Jijesnai plains and swore to kill every single herdsman. Now, the great wilderness thousands of miles away from the barren land became a graveyard for the 300,000-strong army. Killing the invading barren land was not the end. It was a new beginning. Yajahata led a few thousand zebra cavalry men to and fro the barren land. Nobody could stop them from breaking through the city. The barren land had no soldiers left. After a few years, the barren land repaid the blood debt of Luo Bao's massacre of 1 million Jijesnai people by tenfold. The Rashi family's Crimson Dynasty also came to an end. Yajahata, who was gradually exhausted from the killing and plundering, brought countless slaves and treasures back to the Great Plains. From then on, only the Jijesnai people robbed others. No other race dared to invade the Great Plains. Sir Yora pursed his lips. The entire barren land had less than 10 million people. How were they going to kill 10 times that number? Danny said directly to the centaurs, "You must remember the glorious deeds of Jijesnai and Yajahata." This was no longer a matter of highlighting the main points and circling them in red. It had to be singled out as a title and written in a magnificent chapter. It would be best if all the centaurs had the misconception that Danny Khaleesi equals Yajahata. Unfortunately, she had thought of this too early. The old Jijesnai man continued, "Our Jahata has a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation. That is a wine cup that Yajahata had people remove the muscles on Luo Bao's head and decorate it with gold. If Khaleesi can visit the Jijesnai plains one day, I believe Yajahata will definitely use it to entertain you. Thank you very much. Thank you for telling me this in advance. I will definitely not visit your place in the future." "Oh, I remember now." Yora suddenly had a look of realization. He looked at the old zebra man with a questioning gaze. "A few days ago, I met an Asian mother and son at the dock. Their ship was about to leave the harbor, but the little boy was lying on the side of the ship, clamoring to go down and watch the fire warlock's acrobatic performance. The mother used a low voice to threaten him and said, 'If you don't listen to me, I will send you to the zebra face after dark tonight.' When the child heard this, he immediately kept quiet out of fear. His little face turned pale and he didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Is that zebra face Yajahata the ancestor of Yajahata's family? Or do they have the same name?" "Ha ha ha." The old Jijesnai man laughed proudly and said, "That mother and son must be barbarians wearing silk robes, right?" Yora shook his head and said, "I have always lived in the Western continent and can't tell the Asians apart. However, their clothing is indeed different from ours. It is very unique and has a very aristocratic temperament. They must be merchants from the Golden Dynasty. After thousands of years, Yajahata is still remembered by the barbarians. The mothers whisper her name and use those distorted horror stories to scare the naughty children. Zebra Face Yaja is just one of the names. There is also Cruel Yaja, Brain-Eating Yaja, Devil's Bride Yaja. Because she has never given birth in her life, they also call her infertile Yaja. The old man's attitude was casual and he wasn't angry at all about those names. Danny even saw the hidden pride in his eyes. Just by listening to those names, any man would probably not be able to get hard in the face of infertile Yaja. If that was the case, she couldn't get pregnant even if she wanted to. Danny didn't want to be called infertile Danny, cruel Danny, zebra. Oh, it should be horse-faced Danny. This also had to be highlighted. However, it wasn't the horse people who did it. It was Danny who reminded herself and took it as a warning. She must create a historian profession in the future. Things like the world's most beautiful woman, the unattainable flower of the world's men, the loyal saintess, the wise as the sun, beautiful as the moon Danny, the merciful saintess, the mother of the free people, the torchbearer of the light of civilization, and so on could all be part of her titles. Cough cough, the kind with a title of a few hundred words. Oh right, the perfect old man, and the emperor of all ages could also be borrowed. Thinking of this, Danny couldn't help but have a strange smile on her face. Yaja was still not as good as her after all. Even if she was called Zebra Face, she was still not as thick-skinned as her. Chapter 45. After that, old Jijesnai boasted to Danny about how his ancestor, Jahata, destroyed the Jeguin kingdom. Danny was stunned. Even the giant kingdom was destroyed by you guys. This is going against the heavens. Especially when the zebra people told her that the Jeguin giants were 7 to 8 meters tall. I heard from the scholar that there may be giants north of the Great Wall, but their tallest is no more than 4 meters tall. Korra was no longer calm. You are snow giants and the Jeguin giants are stone giants. Just like you and me, we are both humans but of different races. You are almost half a body taller than me. Old Jijesnai's words were still so wise that Korra and Danny were convinced. When Danny asked in a respectful tone if they had captured any giants, the old man said, "There are only 3 in total and none of them can reproduce. Even if the giants surrendered, they would have died of old age after 1,000 years. 333, sir, what did you just say? Destroy the Jeguin giant kingdom." Danny's expression must have been very interesting. After boasting about the deeds of a few outstanding Jahata, Danny felt that she had more or less figured out the social system of the zebra people, so she asked about their religion. "We believe in the Moonsinger Church." The old man's first sentence shocked her. The Moonsinger was the Moonsinger, and the witch Millie's song of childbirth was learned from the Moonsinger. More importantly, Danny knew that the Moonsinger had a very high status in the Western continent. "I heard that the founding of Bravos came from the Moonsinger's prophecy," she asked. "That's right. When Valeglia controlled the world, countless races were enslaved. The Jijesnai Plains were also under the Dragon King's influence. The Dragon King is much scarier than the barbarian prince. They have dragons." After saying that, he widened his eyes and stared at the 3 dragons beside Danny's table for a long time. "Sai, that's not right. I hate slavery the most. Under the 7 gods we should all be equal." Danny did not seem to notice and began to package herself as a believer of the 7 gods. Old Jijesnai neither agreed nor disagreed, but his face did soften considerably. He said, "Those Valeglia people are simply crazy. They insist on mining under the 14 volcanoes. Those are active volcanoes that emit thick smoke and flow red lava. Every slave who enters the mines can't even live for more than a month. Therefore, slave ships from all over the world headed to Valeglia, like carps crossing the river in an endless stream. About 800 years ago, there was a slave rebellion in the Summer Sea. After the rebellion succeeded, the slaves became even more desperate. Everyone knew that no one could escape from the Megalosaurus. Fortunately, one of the ships had a group of Jijesnai female slaves. They were the moon chanters from the Jijesnai Plains. Through the prophecy, they found a place that could be used as a refuge for the slaves. Behind the pinewood-covered hills and reefs, there was a lagoon. It was foggy all year round and could block the Dragon King's eyes as he flew overhead. So the fleet took a detour to the north, heading towards the extreme northwest of Ursos, where Bravos was. The prophecy of the moon chanters came true, and the people of Bravos built the most magnificent temple in their honor as a token of their gratitude. "I see. The moon chanters' achievements are worthy of that temple. Well, I've been to Bravos before." At this time, Danny turned her attention to another aspect and casually praised him. She then asked, "Sir, do you know what the Valeglia people dig in the volcanoes?" "Red gold, silver and other minerals. Those Valeglia people were so greedy that they dug through hell. It was also retribution. The poisonous smoke and fire from hell destroyed all of Valeglia. Danny was a little disappointed. She thought it was some kind of magic material, but it turned out that it was just gold. She had to give up on the useless thought and return to the original topic. What role do the moon chanters play in your tribe? The old man said, prayer, healing, judgment, and anything else outside of battle. Because of the moon chanters' beliefs, we never kill our own people. Well, that should be the main point. We Dothraki should really learn from our predecessors, she said to the centaur. There weren't many people like Danny who were both noble and good at being the butt of jokes. The old zebra man had never met someone like her in his life. It wasn't until the moon was setting in the west and most of the night had passed that he smacked his lips and stopped boasting and bragging. The next morning, Danny asked Aggo to give the old man a date red foal as a gift. The foal was born in the city of White Cloud. It was only 2 months old, but it had managed to cross 1,000 miles of the red wasteland, which showed how talented it was. In the next few days, Danny received dozens of visitors. She found that in addition to receiving gifts, she also learned a lot. The different races of the world of ice and fire, the unique handicrafts of each city, the rich and colorful products of the world, people of all kinds of personalities, well, they were called weirdos. For example, there was a widow Queers who cried as she offered her husband's dried corpse. It was covered with a layer of silver leaves. It was said that such a corpse was extremely powerful, especially because the deceased was a wizard, so it was even more effective. Rejecting someone's gift was far more rude than complaining in one's heart, so Danny could only keep a stiff face and put the specially treated corpse into her treasure trove. After that, the great merchant Zero pulled her to a secluded place and discussed the purchase of the corpse with her. When Danny asked him about it out of curiosity, he told her without hesitation that the dead body of a wizard was far more magical than the lifeblood of a dwarf. Through special blood witchcraft, a wizard could transfer the magical power of the dead body to other places. For example, his own lifeblood. The fat merchant told her sadly that he had started from scratch. He had paid a great price to become the 13th magnate from a penniless waiter. He had a healthy body, strong physique, young and handsome face. When he had no money, he drooled at the sight of good food, but he could not afford it. Now that he had money, his teeth were not good, and he could not eat the delicacies in front of him. Cough cough. Merchant Queer's kidneys were not working. His slug-like lifeblood needed the support of magical power. This is actually good for you too. Seeing Danny's hesitation, he winked at her and said, You know that I've always been madly in love with you. Marrying me is also the best choice for you. I have a healthy body, so the best choice will only become the best choice. Alright, now Danny understood. He was not winking at her, he was flirting with her. She was instantly disgusted. I'm not interested in that wizard's corpse, but that poor widow. Danny hesitated. That's her husband after all. If she regrets it or suddenly misses her husband and comes back to me to ask for him, the corpse, what should I do? That won't happen. A gift given is like spilled water. You can't take it back. His fat head that was like a boiled egg shook left and right. Besides, you're the great mother of dragons, the queen of the 7 kingdoms, Queer's most distinguished guest, and the lover that I've been chasing. Why should I be afraid of an ordinary woman? I don't like to use my power to oppress others, Danny said calmly. This guy was treating her like a child. Then just tell her that I love you and I want to marry you. My thing is not working, and I need the support of her husband's magical power. This way you can make the best use of it. She should feel honored that she helped you. After all, this was the reason why she gave you the mummy in the first place. Zara was shameless. Treating that thing of his was considered helping her? Danny wanted to slap him. No, one slap was not enough. She had to kick him 10 more times and let Blackie, Little White, and the others burn him to ashes with their dragon flames. How much can you pay? She asked. Zara looked like they were on the same side. He said, according to the market price, about 200 radiance coins. I'll give you 100. How about that? We're all friends. Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Danny paused. When his fat face lit up, she said, let our housekeeper talk about it. Only Yora had the ability to take care of this. She secretly told him that he had to make a fortune out of that guy. Ever since she rejected Zaro's proposal many times, she had never eaten stir-fried peacock tongue again. After a few times, she went from reluctantly swallowing it to slightly appreciating it, and then from appreciation to love it. She had finally developed a luxurious hobby, but he had suddenly cut it off. Well, Danny could not afford that kind of thing with her own financial resources. Other than the food, there were also fewer servants than before. For example, the number of beautiful maids who danced and sang for her during meals was decreasing day by day. At first there were 24, but now there were only 4 left. It was actually very easy to conquer a woman who had never experienced prosperity. As long as you had money, you could use money to let her live like a princess for a while, and then make her understand that this kind of life could only continue if she was with him. That was why bossy CEOs were so popular. It didn't matter if they were bossy or not. The important thing was that they were CEOs. Without a doubt, Zero was also a CEO. He also wanted to use this method to conquer Danny. He definitely did not love her, but if he married her, he could have her dragon. Yura told her that the people of Keles had a strange wedding custom. On the day of the wedding, the wife could ask her husband for a token of love. No matter what she asked for in the world, as long as he had it and could do it, he had to agree. He also had the right to make the same request. Although he could only ask for one thing, he could not refuse it no matter what it was. Zero will definitely ask for your dragon. A megalosaurus is enough for his power to reach a higher level and become the only master of this city, Yura said to her with a cold smile. A few days later, Zero excitedly came to find her. He was holding a pair of blue leather slippers. Look at what this is. Slippers? Danny could not think of what else it could be. Your persimmon has been accepted by the door opener. The last checkpoint to the Hall of 1,000 Seats has been opened. He waved the blue slippers and proudly said, "This is the invitation from the royal family. Giving blue slippers is their tradition. Tomorrow you can wear them to meet the royal family." The Temple of Memory represented the clergy of Keles. The keeper of the register was the administrative official. The door opener was the minister of the inner palace. She had indeed given him a big yellow persimmon, but at the same time, she also had to carry 5,000 gold coins to the butler's backyard. Chapter 46. The royals were the descendants of the ancient Queer's king and queen. They were not one person but a group of direct descendants. Looking at Danny's dress, Zero fussed and warned her that she had to wear the traditional dress of Queers if she wanted to meet with the royal family and gain their favor. It was the bare-breasted dress worn by the Queers lady on the streets. Other than the exposed right side of her chest, it was no different from a normal dress. It's not that I don't respect the royals, but as a guest, if I wear the same dress as the Queers lady, wouldn't I be confusing my identity? Wouldn't that be even more disrespectful to the royals? Danny quibbled. She did not want to expose Mimi to a group of perverted onlookers, even though they were small. Actually, she was not quibbling. There had never been a custom where a guest had to wear the same dress as the host when meeting the host. Unless the guest had no dignity and was trying to curry favor with the host, hoping to get something from him. Then they would not be guests but beggars and almsgivers. How many dragon seekers had Danny received these days? They were mostly from different races and wore their own ethnic dress. None of them wore Dothraki's painted vest. From this incident, it could be seen that Zero had always looked down on her. Many civilized cities were afraid of centaurs, but they also looked down on them. Obviously, in the eyes of this Queers, Danny was also a barbaric centaur, and not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms or the Princess of Dragonstone Island. Originally, Danny Rise wanted to restore her country. She hoped to get help from the Queers, so she tried her best to accommodate them. But even when she wore Queers' traditional dress, the royals did not lend her a single soldier. Oh, speaking of which, Danny was still puzzled. The city in front of her was completely different from the Queers in the Game of Thrones. Zero was not black at all. On the contrary, he was milky white. He was also not crazy enough to collude with the male sorcerer and kill the other 12 magnates. This was because there were city guards, camel riders, and a huge fleet. Even the male sorcerer had to hide in his prime. Killing them was useless. The 13 magnates were businessmen. Even if they died, there would be countless other businessmen to replace them. In the end, Queers was rich. Thinking about it, he understood. How could Suez be poor? If Danny had really succeeded in robbing the city like in the TV series, she could have easily bought the entire slave bay. She wouldn't have had to resort to deception to obtain the Immaculate from Apasta. The royal family would never welcome someone wearing a Dothraki painted vest. Zero the milkman's words woke Danny from her thoughts. She thought for a moment and said, "Centaurs don't only have colorful vests. Now that we are bannermen, of course we have our own chipao." Then she told Eerie to find a long robe of peony red from the trunk. The dress was made of soft and silky Kohler silk with gold trim and short sleeves. A white rose was embroidered on both the collar and the hem of the dress. It was split down to the middle of the thigh. When Danny changed into the chipao that Queer's tailor had sewn according to her design and appeared in front of Zero, his mouth was wide open. His pair of pig eyes were bulging out of their sockets as if they were about to be pulled straight. This is really a centaur's uniform? He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked in disbelief. This is a qipao, the clothing of us bannermen, the centaur maid said proudly. How is it? Danny turned in a circle and looked at Zero. It's much better than the painted vest. Nodding his head, he looked at the Cheongsam with admiration and exclaimed, it's simple yet charming, sexy and solemn at the same time, completely revealing the curves and charm of a woman. Good Cheongsam. Khaleesi, you've raised the level of the Dothraki civilization by a large margin. These words made Danny look at the milkman in a new light. This fellow's sense of beauty and ability to accept new things far exceeded that of ordinary people. That afternoon, Danny wore a silver necklace around her neck and a white peony qipao with a red background. She wore blue slippers and was escorted by the Blood Riders and Korra in a carriage to the gate of the Hall of 1,000 Seats. Yes, one should never ride a horse while wearing a qipao. This was also the reason why she and the maid already had qipaos but had never worn them in front of others. Beautiful as it was very impractical for centaurs. As for the silver necklace that looked like a throat guard, it looked a little like the one worn by the red-robed priestess Melisandre. They were both gold and silver necklaces with a dazzling gem embedded in the center of the necklace. However, the red-robed priestess's was a ruby, while Danny's was an amethyst. Zero had given it to her for self-defense. He said that the royal family had always had a bad reputation and often gave poison wine to those they thought were a threat. The amethyst had the special effect of dispelling poisons and ensured that Danny was immune to all poisons. If this was another world, Danny would have laughed out loud. However, no matter how strange things were in this strange world, she had to at least maintain a skeptical attitude. To Danny's surprise, the royal family asked her not to bring a dragon to the audience. In response, Zero said sarcastically, "Your dragon can breathe fire. They are like a group of silkworms in a warm breeding room, unable to adapt to the outside world. Even the smallest possible injury will make them cry in fear." Danny glanced at him and thought to herself, if it weren't for the fact that you merchants with evil intentions did some terrible things to the royal family, would they be so frightened? However, the royal family still wanted to see the dragon. She took the Blood Alliance guards and the dragon and followed a round black eunuch through the palace gate. They entered the martial arts field on the side of the main hall from the left corridor. Usually, the royal family would stand on the steeple tower in front of them to watch the soldiers practice martial arts. At this time, the square paved with colorful cobblestones was empty. However, on the balcony of the top floor of the tower, there was a group of people standing there. Mother of Dragons, you can remove the shackles of the true dragon and fly freely in the Thousand Throne Hall. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons as he smiled. Danny sighed. When you are under someone else's roof, you will always do things that make you unhappy. She removed the iron hoops around the necks of the 3 dragons one by one. She said to Blackie in her heart, others are treating us like pets for people to admire. Take the 2 brothers and fly around the city. Remember, you have to avoid humans. Don't land on the ground before I call for you. Hiss. Blackie jumped. It wanted to jump into the sky without gliding like before. However, when it exerted its strength, its left leg gave way and it staggered and fell onto the cobblestone ground. Haha, Blackie, you've eaten too much these days. You're fat all over. Danny laughed heartlessly. They had been in Queers for more than half a month, and the 3 dragons had never flown before. Every day they were provided with an unlimited supply of fresh meat. Everyone could see that their bodies had gotten fatter. They even looked a little chubby and cute. However, they were dragons after all. Dragons were born to the vast sky. Soon the 3 dragons ran a dozen steps on the ground, jumped, and glided into the air. They then flew around the square a few times and gradually climbed to a height of more than 1,000 meters. The old eunuch put his right hand in front of his forehead. He watched the 3 dragons turn into a black dot and disappear. Only then did he smack his lips. His expression was gluttonous, but he still wanted more. He said, "True dragons, that's true dragons? Khaleesi, can't you let them fly a few more rounds? They can't hear me even if I open my mouth and shout." Danny shrugged helplessly. All right. Then he brought Danny and the others back to the main hall on the high platform. They climbed up the 99 stone steps and stood in front of the door for a full half an hour. The hardwood door with gold nails, wider than the city gate, creaked open with a heavy historical aura. A white fatty wearing a loose silk shirt with colorful stripes walked out slowly. He glanced at Danny and the others indifferently. He spoke to Danny in the ancient Valeglia language with the Queers dialect. The royal family is already waiting for you. Calixi, please leave your subordinates outside the door. The fatty's tone was calm, without a trace of personal emotion. He was like a robot delivering messages. However, the cadence of his voice was very pleasant to the ears. Danny nodded to Cora and the Blood Alliance guards, and followed the milk fatty into the main hall of the palace. The hall was 1,000 square meters, about 30 meters x 40 meters square. There were windows on all 4 walls and the lighting design was good. Danny saw the queers people in luxurious clothes on the other side of the hall as soon as she entered. Starting from the middle of the hall, there was a marble staircase that went up gradually. There was a high stone platform between the circular ceiling and the staircase. There were 24 huge wooden chairs placed in an arc on the platform. Not only were the chairs huge, but the carvings were also strange. The gold-plated surface was bright and brilliant. The armrests and backs of the chairs were inlaid with amber, agate, jade, and emerald. Every chair was different, like competing flowers. Every chair was occupied by a queers royal family member with milky white skin. They were dressed in gorgeous queers robes. There were old and young, strong and muscular men, weak and sick men, and some were staring at Danny with bright eyes. There were even more people whose eyes were drifting, completely absent-minded, as if they had achieved their goal today by seeing the dragon. I am Targaryen, born of the storm, the legal heir of the 7 kingdoms, Danny Rise. Danny introduced herself to them naturally and gracefully, and bowed with her hands on her chest and knees. I am honored to be summoned by the glorious and ancient queers royal family. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man on the left said, Mother of Dragons, your Chong Sam is very eye-catching. His name was Windrow. He was one of the people Zaro had recommended for her to bribe. Other than him, there were 2 other royals who accepted her radiant coins. Zaro advised her that she needed a few people to speak up for her. She did not think much of it before, but now Danny felt that the money was not worth it, but it was not a waste. Well, the others looked at her silently as if they were watching a puppet show. Would the audience talk to the puppet on the stage? The royals did not take the initiative to greet her. After waiting for a long time, only Windrow praised her Chong Sam. However, Danny quickly remembered her goal today, to eliminate the queers royal family's worries about the possible appearance of a new dragon king. So, according to the script she had prepared, she began to state her request. I am the only descendant of the Targaryens, and have the right to inherit the throne of the 7 kings. The people of the 7 kingdoms are secretly sewing the true dragon flag at home, waiting for me to return. The governor of trade in Pentos, the sea king of Bravos, they all support me in restoring the kingdom. She was like a naive young girl who loved to fantasize, blabbering about her yearning for her hometown in the Westeros, her optimism about regaining the throne, and her expectations for the nobles and kind people of the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 47. A few days ago, Danny went to the memory temple to read the history of quills. From the thick parchment book, she obtained 3 important pieces of information. First, a map of the world with quills at the center. Second, her speculation about White Cloud City was confirmed. Before Valeglia was destroyed, Slavers Bay had the Valeglia Avenue that connected all the major cities of Valeglia. Valeglia Avenue was a stone road made of magma and magma. It was wider and sturdier than modern highways. It connected almost all the cities to the Norn River Basin in the western continent. If you want to be rich, you have to build a road first. There was no safer and faster road than Valeglia Avenue. At that time, merchants mostly took routes like Far East Jade Sea Quills White Cloud City Slavers Bay Valeglia Avenue all over the world. That was why White Cloud City was such a desert miracle. Danny guessed one thing wrong. The dried river bed she saw was not natural but a man-made river. Valeglia drove slaves to dig a man-made river from the source of the Leza River. It was nearly 1,000 kilometers long, passing through 2 white cities and ending at the third. 300 years ago, Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm. The entire land of Long Summer was shrouded in a strange curse. Valeglia Avenue from Slavers Bay to Valentes became a demonic avenue that everyone feared. Thus, the 1,000-year Silk Road between the east and the west came to an end. Merchants could only use ships to avoid the road from Valentes to Quills. White cities lost their value. The river that required large amounts of manpower every few years gradually dried up. In less than 100 years, white cities, which had been weakened to the extreme, were destroyed by passing horse people. Back to the topic. The third piece of information Danny obtained from the memory temple had something to do with Valeglia. The Dragon King of Valeglia had captured slaves all the way to the Jugesnai Plains in the Far East. How could he let go of Quills? On the day when the Megalosaurus arrived at the city, the ancient royal family of Quills perished, leaving behind a princess who became the wife of a Dragon King of Valeglia. The two of them were the ancestors of the royal family in front of Danny. Danny guessed that the royal family must have coveted her Megalosaurus but were also extremely afraid of it. As the mother of dragons, she had the ability to become the next ancestor of the Quills royal family, just like what the Dragon King had done in the past. And so, Danny turned to the royal family and requested, "Great ruler of the immortal city of Quills, I ask you to lend me a fleet, so that I can return to the homeland that I miss day and night. The people of the Westeros will be grateful to you for bringing back their queen." At the end of her speech, she wiped her tears and wept sorrowfully. Queer's onions were awesome. It was a little awkward. In such a large hall, her soft sobs actually produced echoes. It was too empty and too quiet. No one gave her a response. Whoa. Perhaps the royal family also felt that the silence was too awkward. Sobbing sounds came from the platform. It was still that chill. Wendelo, who had received 777 gold radiance coins from Danny. "Danny, your words are so touching. Your emotions have deeply touched me," he said as he wiped his tears. Danny widened her eyes, waiting for him to continue. It would be great if he could give her dozens of warships. But I'm obsessed with music and have no interest in business. I'm not like the 13 magnates who all have huge fleets. Although I'm as rich as a country, I don't have the big ships you need. Danny's heart sank. You bastard, you said you're as rich as a country but you're still so stingy. Calixi, your attire, your etiquette, and the way you speak have moved me. Another member of the royal family who accepted the bribe, known as Aiging the Elegant, declined politely with a sobbing tone, "I'm a member of the royal family but I'm also a poet. I'm willing to compose a poem about what happened to you." As she finished, she began to recite a poem in Valyrian with tears in her eyes. The poem roughly described how the last princess of an ancient kingdom went through countless difficulties and dangers, but in the end she was extremely lucky and received the support of many of her subjects. She defeated the usurper and successfully married the handsome prince, growing up to become a queen. Although they couldn't send a fleet to send Danny back to restore her kingdom, they could use this method to fulfill her dreams. Ooh, it's so touching. I also wish you success, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Many people spoke for the first time, or they rejected her. Some copied Aegon and the others and rejected her tactfully. Some remained silent and rejected her silently. At some point, the fat manager who had been standing quietly at the bottom left corner of the stairs suddenly moved a few steps to the center. He didn't disturb the royal family members on the 5-meter-tall platform, but he also happened to attract Danny's attention. Danny caught a glimpse of him gesturing discreetly to her that the day's petition was over. What? It's over? Even if they didn't give her a few warships, they should at least give her something in return, right? She had bribed more than 10,000 radiance coins from start to finish. In order to raise money, she even sold most of the gifts given by the visitors. The royal family of Kuglers was really a bunch of idiots. They didn't care about the etiquette of the guests at all. They were completely stingy. Danny cursed the royal family's ancestors in her heart, but she still looked sad. She wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude to the royal family, then politely asked to leave. After leaving the palace, she waited for another hour at the training field in the side hall. When the sky gradually darkened, the 3 dragons landed beside her. She put the chains back on, and the group followed the path they came from and left the hall of 1,000 seats. When she came here in the afternoon on the ox cart, the sun was high in the sky and the weather was too hot. There were very few people on the streets. Now that it was almost dusk, the spacious road was also blocked by the crowd. Jianghu had no choice but to crack his whip in the air and shout from the horseback, "Get out of the way, you milkmen, get out of the way. Make way for the mother of dragons." But his shaky Valeglia language only attracted the curious gazes of countless people. It didn't have any effect on the traffic at all. The ox cart could only move forward step by step. The great merchant Zero seemed to be used to this. He leisurely reclined on the back of the cool mahjong mat, poured ruby-like wine into a pair of matching emerald and gold goblets, and steadily handed it to Danny opposite him. "My light of love, I see that your red and swollen eyes are filled with deep disappointment. They rejected you?" Danny took the goblet and drank more than half of it. "Your eyes are like torches, seeing the truth of the matter. Yes, the royal family rejected me mercilessly. Or rather, they didn't even want to help me. They called me purely because of their curiosity about dragons and their boredom. Zero didn't look surprised at all. While pouring wine for himself, he asked casually, "What did they say?" "Wendro said that he didn't have a boat and couldn't help me. Elegant Aegon cried and recited a poem for me. Massos, who took 500 radiant coins from me, didn't even bother to reject me." Danny sighed and asked, "Can I ask Sir Yora to ask him for the money back?" "Sigh, these people from Queers are really untrustworthy. People without trust can't survive in the business world. Queers is the largest trading capital, so the royal family's power is getting lower and lower, and their reputation is getting worse and worse." Zero mocked with disdain, then looked at Danny seriously and warned her, "Don't mention the matter of asking for the gift back if you don't want the regretful guest to sneak into my palace one night and murder you while you're asleep." Regretful guest. Danny nodded and didn't mention the matter of asking Massos for the money. Other than the fact that the people of Queers shed tears as a sign of civilization, they also had another characteristic. They were polite. When the assassins of Queers killed, they would also politely say, "I'm sorry," to the victims. Therefore, the long-established assassin group was known as the regretful guest. Well, self-righteous politeness. The encounter in the Hall of 1,000 Seats this afternoon didn't make Danny think that the people of Queers were polite. "Oh my love, don't be too sad. You're not the only one who suffered today." Zero spread his arms wide and rested them on the back of the soft couch. The wine cup hooked between two fingers on his right hand swayed gently. There's a saying in Queers that it's harder to get money from the royal family than to milk Pharos's stone cows. Do you know Pharos? It's an island in the Jade Sea. The people there worship stone cows. Isn't it strange? If you're willing to marry me, my luxurious yacht can take you there to see the local scenery. In fact, my caravans are all over the Jade Sea. You can go anywhere you want. We can travel to the barren lands and look for the city of dreams that poets speak of. We can go to the Jijesnai plains and drink the wine of wisdom with the heads of the dead. I want to sail to the Westeros and drink the wine of vengeance with the heads of usurpers. Why don't you come with me to the King's Landing? The scenery of the Sunset Continent is more beautiful and mysterious than the Jade Sea." Danny blinked at him and smiled. "Other than the shocking Great Wall beyond the Great Wall, I've heard that there are deviant ghosts in the far north. Do you know about deviant ghosts? They're terrifying monsters that can bring eternal night to the world. They're much more interesting than those stone cows. Let the deviant ghosts come. Eternal night isn't as disappointing as being rejected by you again." The fatty wiped his face and squeezed out a few more tears. As expected, every person of Queers could cry under any circumstances. "I've told you many times. I'm a merchant. All merchants are pacifists. War is the killer of stable trade. We may expect others to fight, but we never participate in it ourselves. Also, I don't understand what's so good about that iron chair in the King's Landing. I've heard that it was forged by your ancestors using thousands of swords. It's cold, hard, and sharp. It's a metal monster. Aren't you afraid of those jagged spikes cutting into your toned buttocks?" The merchant rejected Danny once again. Boom. On the street outside the carriage, countless citizens suddenly shouted together. The loud sound waves seemed to be about to overturn the carriage that Danny was sitting on. Creak. The carriage came to a sudden stop. "What happened?" Danny asked loudly through the curtain. Chapter 48. Calixi, there's a fire mage up ahead. He's performing right in the middle of the street. There are so many healers that they've completely blocked the street. Go lowered his head and stuck it to the window of the carriage, shouting loudly. He had no choice but to shout loudly. The street was as noisy as boiling porridge. There were people everywhere and there were voices everywhere. It was even more exaggerated than the train stations during the spring festival in modern society. It's just a fire mage. You can see those guys on the streets and in the taverns at the docks every day. There's nothing strange about it. Zero's face was full of disapproval. He was probably used to the traffic jams in Queers. He was still calm in such an environment. He took out a bottle of red wine from a compartment under the chair and shook it in front of Danny. He said, "Don't you miss your hometown? This is the best golden wine from Qingting Island. Let's have another drink." "No. Fire mages aren't that common in the Western continent. I'll go out and take a look." Danny shook her head. In fact, fire mages were often seen on the streets of Bravos and Pentos. Even the King's Landing under the Seven Gods sect had a fire warlock guild. The fire mages that Danny and Rise had met before were more like handymen or magicians than mages. However, Danny did not want to continue this nonsense with Zero. She was mentally tired. "Get me a horse," She stuck her head out of the curtain and shouted to the Blood Brotherhood guards. "Calixi, your qipao isn't suitable for riding," Yura said as he took a few steps forward. There were 3 Blood Brotherhood guards. One was on the left, one was on the right, and one was leading the way. Sir Yura was guarding the back. He and Shui Luo were guarding the dragon cage on the carriage behind them. Sigh, this is troublesome. Danny looked around and realized that she was not tall enough to see through the dense crowd. Suddenly she had an idea. She smiled. "I'll stand on the back of the bull. Go support me from the side." This carriage was one of the gifts that Zero had given Danny. The body of the carriage was made of ebony and gold. The bulls pulling the carriage were also divine bulls that were 1 in 1,000. One was as white as ivory while the other was as black as jade. They were very handsome and very docile. The horns were inlaid with jewels. As she spoke, she jumped off the ox cart and squeezed to the side of the white ox pulling the cart. Like an agile monkey, she lightly stood on the broad back of the ox and did not need Aji's support at all. It was fine if she didn't look, but with just a glance, Danny was shocked. The fire mage was a short man wearing a tight red robe. His face was dark and thin and his body was like a monkey. At this moment he was also like the most magical devil monkey. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a burning staircase 2 meters above the ground. He jumped and landed on the swaying red fire stairs. He didn't fall. Danny didn't see any hidden support. In fact, this was just the beginning. He stood on the empty fire stairs and waved his hands. Orange-red fire stairs appeared in an orderly manner, extending all the way to the high lattice-like ceiling. Then he climbed up the fire stairs like an agile monkey. Every time he stepped on a fire staircase, the staircase disappeared behind his feet, leaving only a wisp of silver smoke. As he climbed higher and higher, he reached the height of 4 floors. At the top, he waved at the wildly cheering audience below and suddenly fell backward. His entire body, together with the last step of the fiery staircase, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Danny widened her eyes and looked at the empty yellow sky. She shouted in her heart, "This is impossible. If the fire mage on the street is so awesome, how can I survive? Agu, Sir Yura, what do you think?" She couldn't help but ask the 2 people beside the white ox. They were riding on the backs of tall horses and together with Danny, they had witnessed the miracle just now. "It's a very good trick. Many palace magicians are not as good as him," Yura praised loudly. "Do you understand? Where did he go? Why can he stand on the fire out of thin air? Could there really be magic?" Danny asked in a low voice. "Haha, Your Highness, you think too much. It's just a trick of the Jianghu magicians. They rely on this for a living. If they can't fool us, they won't be qualified," Yura laughed. "This is not a trick," a woman said in the common language. Hearing the voice, Danny noticed that Kueishi was standing beside the white ox. She was still wearing a gray linen hooded mage robe and a red lacquered wooden mask. She didn't know how long she had been there, but the few of them had ignored her. She was obviously a wizard, but she had maxed out her stealth skills. Danny complained in her heart as she turned around and rode on the back of the ox. She smiled and greeted, "Master Mage, long time no see. How have you been?" After greeting, she hurriedly asked, "Do you know the trick of the magic just now? Or is that really magic? But how is that possible? If it was half a year ago, I would agree with you even without seeing it with my own eyes. But it's different now, Danny Rise. You have brought back the power of magic to this world." Kueishi's eyes reflected a watery luster behind the mask. Danny blinked her eyes hard, but she couldn't see the color of her eyes. "Isn't that too exaggerated? If I had that kind of ability, I wouldn't know nothing about magic." She laughed. Kueishi pointed at the fire mage who had appeared out of nowhere in the crowd and said seriously, "I know him. Half a year ago at the same place, he couldn't even use the dragon crystal to start a fire. He could only rely on gunpowder and wildfire to fool ignorant fools. Daenerys, take a closer look. That fatty queers in the colorful robe is a priest of the memory shrine. That girl in the felt hat behind him, take a look." Danny looked in the direction where Kueishi was pointing. 7 or 8 meters away, there was a girl wearing a felt hat and a magenta dress, dressed like a rich lady. She leaned against the fat priest's waist and squeezed in another direction as if nothing had happened. "That girl is a pickpocket. I saw her use a blade to cut open the cloth bag on the priest's waist." Ago exclaimed. "Do you understand now?" Kueishi looked at Danny and said lightly, "That fire mage used magic to attract the audience's attention, and then the pickpockets under him took the opportunity to do their work." "But, what does this mean?" Danny murmured. "He's not a proper fire mage. You saw the flaming stairs with your own eyes. But half a year ago he could only perform barefoot steps on burning coals or make burning roses bloom in the air. I don't need to explain. You should be able to guess the key point. Compared to the performance now, it's like heaven and earth. Finally, she said to Danny, the reason is simple. The tide of magic is surging, and his own magic power is increasing. The power of every occultist in this world is increasing rapidly. You don't want to teach me magic. What's the use of telling me this? Danny said non-committally. Even if the dragon brought magic to this world, she didn't even know the most basic incantation. After listening to Kueishi's words today, she even gave up the idea of going to Asha to study. If she really went to the wizard city, would she learn witchcraft from the wizards, or would the wizards develop witchcraft from her body? I want to warn you, Danny Targaryen. Kueishi suddenly stepped forward and held Danny's right hand that was supporting her on the cow's back. You must leave this city quickly, or you won't be able to leave. Son of Shadow, don't touch the mother of dragons. Jorgo's eyes were sharp, and he nimbly knocked the whip handle on Kueishi's finger. Her finger hurt and she immediately withdrew her hands. Danny frowned and raised her right hand to look carefully in front of her eyes. Her skin was white and soft, without even a trace of red. Was it an illusion? The moment Kueishi had touched her right wrist, she had felt a sharp pain at the spot where she had touched it. It came suddenly and went quickly. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not. What's the danger? She asked. Kueishi looked calm. She was not angry even after being hit by Jorgo. The royal family has seen your dragon. You rejected Zero many times, and you will continue to reject him in the future. The wizard has always coveted your dragon. You should know this yourself. None of the major forces and queers are your friends. Isn't it dangerous enough? Danny glanced at the ox cart behind her and said non-committally, Where do you think I should go? Well, I won't go to Asha. Kueishi said indifferently, To go north you must go south. To reach the west you must go east. To go forward you must go back. To see the light you must go through the shadows. This is your destiny. Alas, why do you want me to go to Asha? Even a lousy witch could easily ruin my life, but there are countless wizards who study mysterious powers there. Danny said helplessly. There is the truth of the world that you must know. Kueishi said. She did not wait for Danny to ask again. She bowed and disappeared into the crowd. Ago looked at Kueishi's back and snorted. No one in their right mind would believe in the children of Shadow. Haha, your barbarians have wisdom that they don't know. Zero was in the carriage and heard the whole conversation. He opened the curtain and invited Danny back to the carriage. Even if you keep rejecting me, I will still be your most loyal friend and your most passionate admirer. You can treat my palace as your home and stay as long as you want. Thank you. You are my most trusted friend, Gentleman Zero, Danny said with a smile. I don't believe you. It's time to leave. When the sun set, they returned to Zero's mansion. After dealing with Zero, Danny immediately called Jorgo to the study and asked him about Kueishi's words. Although I don't trust her, Kueishi is right about one thing. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. Even from the perspective of a guest's rights, a short visit counts as a guest, but if we stay here for too long, we will become a sojourn and can no longer be considered a guest. Cora talked about the tradition of the northern region again. Where do you think we should go next? She asked. The east. The far east is not just Asha. There are many trading cities in the Jade Sea, Jorgo said. Going east means giving up the chance to return to the Westeros, Danny said calmly. Illyrio is not trustworthy. Illyrio is not trustworthy. He is fat, which means that he is gluttonous. As the saying goes, a glutton is greedy. At the same time, he is a powerful person. There is another saying, a person in power is cunning. How can you trust someone who is both greedy and cunning? Cora said solemnly. Chapter 49. As for the Westeros. Yora's expression was gloomy as he said helplessly, I don't know if you should give up that dangerous Iron Throne, but I know very well that the longer you stay in one place, the easier it is for the enemy to find you. The Targaryen name is a name that makes traitors fear, especially after they know that you have a dragon. Sir, thank you for being so considerate. Danny thanked him sincerely, then looked him in the eye and asked, The Westeros are just a dream to me, but what does it mean to you? I am no longer the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Can I still have the Queen's Iron Guard that I can trust? Danny had never thought of fighting for the Iron Throne. All the ambition she had shown for the Westeros was to confuse people. To confuse Zero, the people of Quills, Ka-11, and even Yura Mormont was an important target. The Westeros were nothing to Dany, but to the Great Bear, they were his home that he could not part with. Yura Mormont himself could not deny that his loyalty to Dany was partly because she had great hopes of restoring the Targaryen dynasty. If Dany became the queen, as the Queen's Iron Guard, he could wash away all the stains on his body and return home with great glory. Dany Rise, you can trust the loyalty of an admirer. He called her by her name. That's the problem. Dany sighed. If I can never return your love, and I can't let you return home with glory, what is the point of your loyalty? Your Highness, why are you so cruel? Yura smiled bitterly. Keeping you as a spare tire is the real cruelty, Dany thought. You are a reliable brother, a trustworthy friend. I don't want to lie to you, so please don't lie to me, she said. Yura's face was red at first, and he was very emotional. When he heard the last sentence, his face suddenly turned pale and he blurted out, I didn't lie to you and I won't lie to you. You're lying to me right now. Today was such a good opportunity to confess. As long as you took advantage of the situation and revealed your identity as a spy from King's Landing, I would have forgiven you and ended your torturous life in the Infernal Bureau. But why couldn't you seize the opportunity? Dany could entrust her safety to the Queen's Iron Guard, but she would never completely trust her. At least not for now. Sir, take Aggo to the Blacksmith Guild tomorrow and order a batch of leather armor. Dany originally wanted to say iron armor, but when she thought of Ma Min's situation, she immediately changed it to leather armor. Firstly, the traditional view had not changed. The Ma Min warriors rejected metal armor and thought that hiding in metal was a cowardly act. Secondly, light cavalry warriors didn't have the combat experience and awareness of heavy cavalry. Simply put, Ma Min hadn't added any points to the heavy cavalry's skill yet. Thirdly, Dany remembered the bronze armor of the camel cavalry. The fact that the city guards did not have any iron armor made her doubt the Quilisians' iron armor technology. She told the Xiong the 3 reasons above. With your knighthood, choose a light leather armor that can block arrows. You can add a breastplate to your chest and back. This. Cora hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness, you haven't participated in a battle, so I'm afraid you don't understand. None of the leather armor can meet your requirements. Dany was immediately displeased when he called her a war newbie. It was true that she hadn't been on the battlefield, but she had read a lot of anti-Japanese dramas and historical novels. Who didn't know that iron pots could block bullets and leather and cotton armor could block arrows? My requirements are very low, Dany said with a straight face. I just wanted to be able to block arrows. A large number of archers? De Xiong shook his head, his face bitter. Iron arrowheads can pierce through iron armor, let alone leather armor. That should be very rare, right? Li Guang could shoot through boulders, but how many men could do that? Sai, let's put it this way. Other than the double-string dragon bone bow, the Midsummer Island's golden wood bow is the most famous. An elite red archer uses a golden wood bow and can shoot through thin leather armor 400 meters away, P.S. But I understand your requirements. You want the horse people to charge in the rain of arrows. That distance really can't block arrows. Dany asked with a straight face, Are you sure it's 400 meters? Not just one person but a group of people can do it? Cora nodded and said, If you don't believe me, you can go to the dock area and take a look. There are many merchant ships from the Midsummer Islands docked there. Every ship has at least one elite archer. By the way, Kuhulu of Laurel Wind is from the Midsummer Islands. Unfortunately, he should have left the port for many days. The sea is full of pirates. Even if you can win the boarding battle, the destroyed goods are not few, so a strong archer is necessary. So I see. Dany sighed dejectedly and waved her hand. It's better to get a set of leather armor. Put an iron plate on the chest. It's better to have a layer of protection than nothing. Early the next morning, Cora and Aggo went to the Blacksmith Guild. It was an alliance formed by weapon merchants and a large number of blacksmiths. They had swords, spears, swords, halberds, kitchen knives, hoes and sickles. They also had leather armor, saddles and horseshoes. Little Kalesa only had a little more than 100 soldiers who could fight. For the Blacksmith Guild, it was just a small business. They could complete Dany's order in a few days. During this period there was a small episode. Cora and Aggo quarreled over the helmet. The Westeros knight understood Dany's intention to protect her warriors, so he chose an extra full-body iron helmet. Yes, it was a helmet with a face guard, throat guard and a skirt guard. Wearing that kind of helmet, the thick braid at the back of the head would be a huge burden, and the centaurs didn't like it. The two quarreled in the blacksmith shop and finally reached Dany. She thought about it and asked the blacksmith to open a hole at the back of the helmet to let the braid out. It's too ugly, and an extra hole is another hidden danger. Cora muttered. Sigh, that leather armor is full of flaws, this one won't make a difference. Danny sighed. In addition to the leather armor, Danny also ordered a large number of crossbows. Single-handed crossbows with hand strings and heavy two-handed crossbows with foot strings. Almost every centaur had a bow and arrow, but crossbows were rare. Other than Drogo, who had a blackwood single-handed crossbow inlaid with gold, none of the other centaurs had one. Danny equipped every warrior with 2 crossbows and hung them on both sides of the saddle. The women, children, and the elderly also had one each, increasing the team's attack power by more than double. In addition to the weapons, Danny also ordered a batch of camels. Her actions immediately attracted Zero's attention. Buying weapons could be said to strengthen the guards, but buying camels? That meant she wanted to leave. Starlight, what did I not do well enough? You're leaving so soon. The merchant wiped his tears and said sadly. You're a hospitable host. Danny's eyes reddened when she heard this, and she said helplessly, but I want to go back to the Westeros. My people are waiting for me. The usurper is dead, and this is the best chance for me. But I can't get any help here. Sigh, this is so sad. Zero cried for a while, then asked casually, My Star of Heaven, do you plan to ride the camels back to White Cloud City and then return to the Dothraki Sea of Grass? Perhaps. If you're willing to give me 2 large ships, I'll take the sea route. If there aren't any ships, I'll have to ride the camels. Zero thought for a while, then wiped the tears off his face with a handkerchief that smelled strongly of perfume. My Star of Heaven, you don't have to be so anxious. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better. What turn for the better? The royal family has clearly rejected me, and the 13 magnates represented by you have always disappointed me. Did the Tourmaline Brotherhood or the Spice Guild change their minds? Danny asked curiously. No. Zero shook his head and said with disdain, they won't give you anything other than flattery and lies. The Spice Guild is a group of hypocrites and braggart. Another name for them in the Brotherhood is pirates. Other than these few forces, who else can help me in Queers? Do you still remember the wizard's corpse I bought from you? Zero asked instead of answering. Danny's pretty face was a little twisted. She had been paying attention to Zero's magical bird, so she told Cora and the Blood Riders about it and asked them to keep an eye out for Zero's condition. Cora did not disappoint, and soon found out about Zero's condition through the servants in the mansion. Cora said to her, the one who helped Zero cast the spell was a rather famous wizard in Queers, Urizen, nicknamed Night Walker. After the ritual, the servants heard the little boy's cries and the merchant's curses coming from Zero's room. I guess it worked a little, but it was far from what I expected. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the spell improved his condition or not, since he doesn't need it most of the time anyway. At this point, his face was full of disdain. All the words he said to you about his love were lies. He doesn't like women at all. I've noticed that his palace has a bunch of boys from all races in beautiful silk clothes, including centaurs and people from the Summer Islands. They all put on makeup and wore thin clothes. Just, according to the teachings of the 7 gods, Zero will definitely go to the 7th level of hell in the future. Waking up from her memories, Danny carefully looked at the short and fat Zero in front of her. His milky white face was like freshly baked bread, and his nose was decorated with jade, gold, and gemstones. Together with his colorful silk robes, he looked like a bald fat bird with colorful feathers. You can't judge a book by its cover. Is the wizard's spell abnormal? She asked. Zero didn't notice Danny's strange expression, mainly because his situation was nothing in Queers. It was like some men in modern society wearing women's clothes. Everyone was used to it and wouldn't treat you differently. It works, but it has to be combined with the wizard's potion, he said generously. Danny's teeth ached. Was this the effect of the potion, or was the spell really working? So? She asked. The wizard's power is recovering. They are likely to regain their former power, Zero said with a serious expression. Danny understood what he meant. As time passed, the wizard's power would grow stronger and stronger. They would naturally become one of the most powerful people in Queers. If the wizard was willing to help her, then maybe the wizard lied to you. Even if it's true, why would they help me? Danny said. Let's give it a try if we have the chance. The situation can't get any worse, Zero suggested. The wizard's Hall of Dust is very dangerous. Let's not make contact with the great wizard, Hayabli. I know a more secular wizard, Urizen the Night Walker. He has a desire for money. Anyone who loves money can be trusted because I have money. Chapter 50. Danny did not immediately agree to meet Urizen. When she asked Yura for his advice that night, the knight advised her not to deal with the mysterious people. Sir, this is not the magic desert of Westeros. I also want to stay away from wizards, but you often go out on the street. There are fire mages, wizards, and priests everywhere. You can't avoid them. She sighed. Even in the far west, Westeros, under the doctrine of the seven gods, were experiencing waves of unprecedented magic events. Earl Barry, who had been killed many times, was resurrected again and again. The red-robed woman killed people with the Shadow Child. The leech curse revived Caitlyn, who was almost rotten in the water. There was also prophecy. The skill of prophecy was terrifyingly easy to learn. It seemed that in this world, every sorcerer could prophesy. Almost all the major events that were about to happen in the future had been successfully predicted. In such a fantasy world, it was impossible to avoid the ghosts and gods. It was impossible to avoid them. So Danny asked him directly about Urizen's personality and whether he could trust him. Zero didn't lie. Urizen would rather enjoy a comfortable life than explore the truth of the world. He's much less threatening than ya. If he allows us to go with you, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, the best choice is not to go. Don't talk to any wizards. Without contact, blood and hair, the wizards can't hurt anyone. In the end, Sir Yura tried to persuade her again. Danny did not accept his advice. The reason was simple: there was no way to avoid it. Did Renly take the initiative to talk to the wizards? His throat was cut by the ghost child. The Westeros tried their best to suppress the mysterious people. People of the Seven Kingdoms had never seen fire mages and red-robed priests, who were almost normal in the continent of Essos. However, the crisis of the deviant ghosts broke out in the north. Old Mormont led a group of night watchers out of the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts. Sam was the only one who knew that the dragon crystal could be used to deal with deviant ghosts. Even Sam had only just found the information in the library of the Night Watchers. Danny, who had the Megalosaurus as her ultimate weapon, did not need to force herself to master the power of magic and witchcraft, but she at least had a certain understanding of those mysterious powers. According to the agreed time, around 8 o'clock at night, Danny and Zero sat in the bullock cart. Under the escort of Cora and the others, they passed through 4 streets and 2 brightly lit night markets before arriving at the small merchant gathering area in the west of the city. Although Urizen is much more normal than the male wizards, he's still a strange guy to us. Zero moved his fat body and stepped down from the carriage. As he walked, he chuckled and said, "Almost no one has seen him during the day, but after midnight, people often see him wrapped in a gray sorcerer's robe on the streets, squares, fountains, and docks. That's why they call me Night Walker." Danny rubbed her eyes. The purple wood door inlaid with red copper that was originally tightly shut was now wide open. A middle-aged man with long black hair stood at the door. Typical of queers, he had milky white skin, a long horse-like face, blue lips, and a black pearl pierced through the left side of his nose, which was very conspicuous against his pale face. "When did you come out?" Danny opened her mouth wide in shock. She was the first one to jump off the carriage. Her eyes never left the door a few steps away. The wooden door was tightly shut a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, the owner had come out to greet the guests. "Aha, Mother of Dragons, you are the source of miracles. You shouldn't be surprised by these little tricks." Urizen laughed. "Little tricks of wizards, no big deal." Zero shook his head and looked indifferent. Compared to Kashi, the son of Shadow, he is not even an apprentice. The merchant was not polite, but Night Walker was not angry. In the whole queers, except for the immortals who may exist in the Holy Palace, who can say that they are stronger than Kashi. "Welcome, Mother of Dragons. It is the greatest honor of my life that you have graced my humble house with your presence." Urizen bowed like a gentleman and said loudly, "To express my gratitude, I will do my best to show you the power of magic tonight." After that, he clapped his hands 3 times in a row. Danny and the others were puzzled. He extended his right hand and made an inviting gesture. "Please follow me." With doubts, Danny stepped on the stairs and crossed the threshold. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful!" She could not help but exclaim. Behind the door was a red stone path. On both sides of the 2-meter-wide stone path, there was a flower bed. It was full of plants that looked like sorghum. They were thin and long, more than 2 meters tall. Their stems were like white opaque glass, and the brown leaves at the top were glowing with a faint blue light. Walking in the middle of the path, Danny felt like she had come to a magical world. She was intoxicated by the strange beauty and could not help but slow down her steps. Ghost grass. Sir Yora's expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "Clang, clang, clang." The blood guards were stunned at first, but they immediately pulled out their scimitars and stepped forward to protect Danny. "Don't get too excited. This is the house of the sorcerer. The ghost grass is just a kind of landscape plant." Nightwalker smiled faintly. "Calixi, this is a cursed land. We have to leave quickly. Only cursed souls can make the ghost grass glow." "Everyone knows that," Ago said loudly. "Everyone knows," Ricaro replied. "The ghost grass is an inauspicious thing. The moment it covers the world, all other lives will end completely." "Everyone knows that," Jogo shouted. "Calm down. If the ghost grass is so scary, would the people of Quills allow it to exist?" Danny pushed Ago and Ricaro away and continued walking forward. "Mother of Dragons, you have wisdom that is beyond the reach of ordinary people." After a compliment, Urizen explained, "The reason the centaurs are afraid of the ghost grass is because this plant is very invasive. No other plants can survive where it exists, and cows and horses can't eat the ghost grass as food. Your barbarians call seawater poisonous. Any water that horses can't drink is poisonous water, and any grass that horses can't eat is cursed grass." Although Urizen's words made sense, Danny didn't like the way he belittled the centaurs. If the ghost grass is just a normal plant, why did the sorcerer plant it in his own garden? Urizen looked at her deeply and nodded. "That's right. The ghost grass is not normal at all. It's a natural magic tide, water level indicator. When the magic tide comes, the ghost grass starts to grow. When the magic tide of the world recedes, the ghost grass withers and can't germinate anymore. The growth of the ghost grass is determined by the magic tide of the world. The centaurs don't have to worry about it covering the world." Danny touched the white glass-like stalk in surprise. She didn't feel anything strange. "What did you do when you clapped your hands before you entered?" she asked. "Put a curse on them." Urizen smiled weirdly. The souls of the newly dead made it glow. Urizen didn't waste any time on pleasantries. He led Danny and the others directly to his laboratory. Cora and the centaurs were in awe of the bottles and jars, but Danny had a strange look on her face. She felt like she was in a chemistry laboratory. Glass beakers, measuring cylinders, measuring bottles, brown reagent bottles, iron distillation racks, and strange heating lamps? "What kind of lamp is this?" She pointed at the heating device that looked like a small liquefied gas tank and asked curiously. "Secondary wildfire reagent." "Wildfire?" Cora yelled and quickly pulled Danny back a few steps. He yelled, "7 layers of hell. Are you crazy? You put wildfire on the table so casually? Look at the hot temperature in Queers," Urizen interrupted him. "With the heat of Queers, it should have exploded a long time ago. But as you can see, my magic potion lab is still intact." "Have you found a more stable formula for wildfire?" Cora was horrified. What the hell was a wildfire? Wildfire was a low-level version of Amaterasu. Except for the need for oxygen, it had the property of Amaterasu that could burn and burn anything. If it were not so easy to burn and extremely unstable when moving, the world of ice and fire would have changed a long time ago. Well, it was the era of hot weapons. If Urizen could develop a wildfire that would not explode in the hot summer, then Queers would dominate the world. "I put ice in the jar," Danny said as she touched the gray iron jar. "Yes. Every time you use it, take out a part of it and put it in the burning pot," Urizen said casually. He pointed at the milky white glass rod on the marble base and said, "The production of wildfire is related to the magic tide, but it's just a trick. The glass candle is the embodiment of the mage's supernatural power." Glass candle? It was a twisted glass rod more than 1 meter long. It was milky white and opaque. It was inserted on the square stone base 1/2 meter high. There was nothing special about it. Danny was confused. "What's it for?" "Watch carefully." Urizen walked to the glass rod with a solemn expression and began to murmur in a high-pitched voice in a language that Danny could not understand. It was the language of the male wizards. The dim lab was like a 200-watt light switch being turned on. The glass candle splashed light as bright as snow into the sky. The light was in the form of strands, like falling catkins or goose feathers dancing under the hot sun at noon. It was like a dream. It was as if time had shifted and they had arrived in a strange world of light. "Try to enter the void state." Urizen's voice came faintly. Danny's absent-minded mind was awakened by him. If you didn't tell me, I would have entered the void state, she complained in her mind. Suddenly, Danny felt something. Her soul ignored the distance of several streets and found the black dragon in the mansion. Swoosh. She entered the dragon spirit mode. The black dragon's soul merged with her. But she once again turned her eyes to the shining glass candle. Her brain shook violently. The white light in front of her blurred and then became clear again. A clear picture was shown. She was falling rapidly from the boundless starry sky. When she reached a height of 10 meters from the ground, she suddenly stopped. She had arrived. Below her was a vast grassland. Yurts were densely packed on the grassland like mushrooms after a rain. Most of the campfires had dimmed, and only a few of them were lit with orange light. "Dick, my baby son, you can really eat." The voice sounded in her ears. The scene in her field of vision changed again. She suddenly entered a spacious palace with grass curtains. The familiar palace, the familiar voice, the familiar silver-haired woman, the familiar white fat baby. Squeak. The silver-haired baby boy suddenly opened his eyes and met Danny's eyes. Someone pushed her shoulder. Danny was startled. She turned around and saw Cora looking at her worriedly. Chapter 51. Your Highness, are you okay? Yura asked with concern. Entering the dragon dream again, Danny was still in the white light. She said angrily, "Yes. I can't see anything now." "See what?" Yura was confused. "What did you see?" Yurazan asked anxiously. Danny looked around and asked, "How long has it been?" "You've been staring at the candle for a quarter of an hour." "I'm worried." Yurazan pulled Sir Yura away and approached Danny. "I told him not to worry, but he woke you up from your meditation. Mother of Dragons, tell me, did you see something different?" After calming herself down, Danny roughly understood the situation. "I saw the starry sky and the Dothraki Sea in the white light of the candle. Then I felt someone punch me in the shoulder and I woke up," she said blankly. "I didn't use any force. I just touched her lightly," Yura argued. "Then it was a punch to her." Yurazan glared at him and said angrily, "The Mother of Dragons is an extraordinary person. She can see through the glass candle, through the mountains, the sea, and the grassland. She can see tens of thousands of miles away. She can even see through time, into the future, into other people's brains, and into other people's thoughts and dreams." The corner of Danny's mouth twitched slightly. She deliberately said in a suspicious tone, "Isn't that too exaggerated? I think it's more like an illusion." "It's true. In the ancient Valeglia Empire, there were only about 20 Dragon King families. How could they rule such a vast world? They relied on the glass candle. Through it, their wizards could communicate across half the world," Yurazan said seriously. "If they could see the future, why did the Valeglia Dragon King all die out in the cataclysm?" Yura sneered. "Who is she?" Yurazan pointed at Danny and asked, "Why did the Targaryens sell all their properties and leave with all their people on the eve of the Great Calamity?" Danny carefully recalled the fairy tale that Viserys had told his ex and said, "It said that the Virgin Danny was a dreamwalker. She received enlightenment in her dreams and didn't see the future through glass candles." "The principle is similar." Yurazan waved his hand and sighed. "The glass candle is just a tool. You can eat with a spoon, and without a spoon you can still stuff food into your mouth with your hands. What is the fuel for the glass candle? The light it emits is very strange." Danny asked. "It's a solid object made of obsidian. Look carefully, there are no pipes connected to the fuel." Yurazan pulled the twisted glass rod out of the stone table and shook it from side to side. No oil dripped from it. Shit, perpetual motion machine? The laws of thermodynamics were broken? A series of question marks flashed through Danny's head. It should be drawing magic power from the world's origin, right? The dragon is back. Zero, who had been silent all this time, smacked his lips and said indifferently, "I'm not ignorant. The glass candle hasn't been lit for more than 100 years. That time was right after the Targaryen wastrels created the Dance of the Blood Dragon. A bunch of lunatics, they broke the cornerstone of their rule. The Dance of the Blood Dragon was the bloodiest and cruelest civil war in the middle of the Targaryen dynasty. The Targaryen siblings fought each other for the right to inherit the Iron Throne. Both sides rode dragons and fought each other for more than 10 years. Almost all the Targaryens and their dragons died in the civil war. Within a few years, the Megalosaurus was completely extinct." Danny did not comment on the Dance of the Blood Dragon. She asked the wizard, "Can you see the future through the glass candle?" "No, I'm not talented enough. I can't do anything but let it burn," Urizen said sadly. It was because he knew the upper limit of his talent that he was not so obsessed with the mysterious power. Then what other magic do you know? Danny asked again. Curse. Urizen's voice was cold. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees when he said the word. Do you know Katie of the Marraven family? He asked. No, Danny said, shaking her head. Katie? The wife of Magistrate Massos of the western part of the city? Cora looked at the blue-lipped wizard in horror, his vigilance raised to the maximum. She's now the laughingstock of Queer City. A few days ago, in the middle of a crowded street, she took off all her clothes like crazy. It's said that the softest eastern silk can make her feel like she's being cut by a knife or bitten by an insect. Yes, I put a curse on her, Urizen admitted. It's just a small punishment. She only needs to take off her clothes and it'll be fine. Katie mocked his wizard robes for being old-fashioned, ugly, and not elegant enough, Zero explained to Danny. How to avoid being hurt by the mysterious power? Danny asked the main purpose of their visit tonight. Mother of Dragons, what price can you pay? Urizen smiled like a businessman. Every time a wizard gains wisdom, he has to pay a huge price. Zero winked at Danny, motioning for her to hand over the gold and silver as promised. Ago, she ordered the Blood Brotherhood guard. Ago untied a soft leather pouch from his waist. It was as big as a full hot water bottle. It was bulging and heavy. But he put it on the stone table where the glass candles had been placed. Urizen glanced at the pouch and estimated the amount. He smiled with satisfaction. Blood is the most important medium for casting spells. Demons in the shadows are the most powerful means of attack. Blood and shadows. If you pay attention to these two things, you can avoid more than 80% of the spells. I'm not sure about the most powerful wizards, but under normal circumstances, the spells of the mysterious people are not as effective as swords and knives. Warrior swords and knives are more direct and effective. A wizard can hide in the shadows for a long time and may not hurt a hair of an ordinary person. At the end of the day, witchcraft, magic, and sacrifice are all about the use of wisdom. It's no different from the forging skills of a blacksmith or the weaving skills of a weaver. Hurting people is just an unorthodox method. That's it? Danny was a little dissatisfied. She had paid 200 gold radiance as a consultant. This expert was too stupid, wasn't he? I've heard that Lalo's sacrifice can give birth to children of shadows and kill people with shadows, she said. Well? Urizen hesitated. I've heard of similar blood witchcraft, but it's only in ancient legends. It's said that people without hundreds of years of magic skills can't perform such witchcraft at all. But how can humans live for hundreds of years? Unless what? Danny asked quickly. It's just a rumor? Urizen said reluctantly. He was doubtful and frightened. It said that the ancient wizards could freeze time. They hid in the Immortal Hall, and could live forever. The legend of the Immortals? Zero shook his head and sneered. Even the Immortal Hall has been reduced to the Hall of Dust. How can there be immortals? The so-called immortal legend is just a trick used by the wizards to make people think that they have the power of immortality and fear them. Are you doubting the power of the wizards? Urizen said coldly. No, don't misunderstand. Zero waved his hand quickly and said respectfully, I'm here now and I've brought the most distinguished guest here. This has proved my respect for the wizards. But the immortals? Urizen, as a wizard, have you ever seen them? Urizen lowered his eyes and murmured, only the great wizard Haya. None of the people who entered the Hall of Dust came back. Except for Haya, no one can prove the existence of the immortals. Zero shook his head. Except for the immortals in the legends, are there any other wizards who can live for hundreds of years? Danny returned to the previous topic. No, Urizen said with certainty. The power of magic has been cut off for more than a century. It's only been restored recently. If there's someone who can live forever when magic is exhausted, then he must be a god. That made sense, but what was going on with Melisandre? It seemed that this guy who was paid to answer questions was a wizard with two swords. What's a god? Danny asked again. A god is a god. What else can it be? Urizen was stunned. Danny rolled her eyes. She was completely disappointed in him. Urizen's wisdom was far from being able to answer her doubts about the world. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wizard. It's getting late. We won't disturb your rest. Danny said to the wizard and asked Yora and the others to leave. It was late at night. Under the yellow lantern, the street was particularly quiet and peaceful. Except for the clatter of the horses' hooves and the rumbling of the wheels, there was only the vague noise from the night market in the distance. Leaving the high-end residential area in the west of the city, tall wooden and stone buildings with closed doors and windows gradually rose on both sides of the street. They were close to each other like lovers, and the space was getting darker and darker. The moon was like a naughty child, following them all the way. From time to time, it peeked through the gaps of the chimneys to peek at the carriages in the hazy night. "Hey, what's that?" Suddenly, Ricardo, who was in front of them, pulled out his curved sword and pointed to the alley on the left side that was soaked in the thick darkness of the night. Danny peeked her head out and exclaimed, "That's a turtle? A turtle that can shine and fly? Is it a turtle demon?" A turtle the size of a rice cooker was floating 2 meters above the ground. Its whole body seemed to be emitting an illusory dark blue light. It was running through the dark alley as fast as a galloping horse. It was very conspicuous and strange. Don't be surprised. It's a phantom turtle, a wizard's pet. Like Raven, it's used for communication. Zero got up and glanced at it. Then he lay back down with a calm expression. Danny craned her neck and waited for the phantom turtle to pass through a stone wall as if it was nothing. Then she said in disbelief, "Pet? It doesn't have wings. How can it fly? And it can pass through walls." Zero shrugged and said indifferently, "A spirit summoned by witchcraft? I don't really understand. Because of the magic tide, the wizards have begun to recover their legendary powers. Recently, people often see phantom turtles passing messages between the windowless houses on Wizard Avenue. It's not strange anymore. The next street was Wizard Avenue. Not every wizard could afford to live in a big house like Urizen. So I grew up listening to stories about phantom turtles. I didn't expect to see one day." "Don't exaggerate." Danny didn't know what to say. "How far can a phantom turtle run? Can it go to the Westeros?" Chola asked curiously. As a native of a fantasy world, although he had been taught by scholars who had no gods and no magic, he easily accepted these magic things after seeing it with his own eyes. It can only send messages over short distances. Otherwise, why would the wizards keep Raven? Chapter 52. After meeting Urizen, Danny was even more determined to leave immediately. There might be wizards in other places, but Queers was the home of the wizards. Damn it, there was a street full of wizards, Wizard Avenue. This place is too creepy. Let's go to a non-magic city where there are only swords and spears. Zero was very upset about this. He took Danny to Urizen's house to see magic, mainly to let her keep her last hope she could wait for the wizards to come and ask for their help. Just as the centaurs began to equip the camel brigade with supplies, the great wizard Haya, who had not been seen for a long time, found Danny. In fact, he had been waiting for her, waiting for Danny to come to him and ask for help, because he knew that the royal family and the big merchants would not help her sincerely. The little girl who longed for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms would definitely put her last hope on the wizards with mysterious powers after being rejected everywhere. Haya waited, and finally the news that Danny was ready to leave Queers turned the fishing table into a hot iron chopping board. He could not sit still. "Mother of Dragons, don't you want to learn the spells of the ancient Valeglia?" Haya handed a thin handbook to Danny. "This is some notes of the ancient wizards on the spell language of Valeglia." Sir Yura took the book before Danny could. He glanced at the blue-beaked wizard expressionlessly and lowered his head to read. After a while, he did not feel the curse, and saw that the pages were indeed describing the analysis of the ancient spells in the language of Valeglia. Only then did he pass the book to Danny. Well, spells and the common language of civilization were two different systems. The writing, pronunciation, and expression were completely different. Haya did not mind Yora's vigilance at all. He smiled and explained, "Calixi, you have been to the royal family's Hall of Thousand Seats and have been a guest in the House of the 13 Giants, but you have never visited the Hall of Immortality of the Wizards. Here, I solemnly extend you an invitation. I promise that I will introduce you to the great immortals, who will bring you endless wisdom and the eternal truth of the world." "But I've heard that many male wizards have never seen an immortal before," Danny said doubtfully. "Haha, many officials will never have the chance to meet the king in their entire lives. Can they deny the existence of the king?" Haya laughed proudly. "Made sense. But I didn't dare to go there anymore. Is it true that the Hall of Immortality can allow undying beings to live forever?" she asked again. This time, Kaya remained silent for a long while before solemnly replying, "The Hall of Immortality had taken a portion of the River of Time. It can freeze time and see the future. This is a legend that not even I can confirm. I don't want to lie to you. In front of an immortal, even a great wizard is insignificant. I'm very grateful for your invitation, Lord Wizard, but... Danny's face was filled with sincerity and regret. The wisdom of mysticism can't help me restore my country. I have the naive fantasies of a little girl when it comes to magic, but as a Targaryen, Westeros are the reality. Going to the Hall of Immortality to meet an immortal won't take long. Haya's face seemed to be frozen with a layer of frost. Aha, Lord Wizard, you should go back first. I'll bring Calixi to the Hall of Immortality in a few days. The merchant Zero came over to smooth things over. Haya looked at him deeply and bowed to Danny, saying, I look forward to your arrival. She turned and left after saying that. You want me to go to the Hall of Immortality? Danny glanced at the merchant and said calmly, You said before, the house of a wizard, bones and lies. Ah, you misunderstood me. The white fatty waved his hand and said with a smile, What I meant was, we'll leave Queers tomorrow and go to the Jade Sea. We'll sail around the Jade Sea and forget about the wizard and his broken house. You're not afraid of the wizard's sorcery? Danny asked suspiciously. If sorcery is so invincible, the wizards will be the ones to rule the world. Zero's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. I'll leave but not to the Jade Sea with you. Danny refused. Think about it again. Maybe you'll change your mind. Zero looked at her deeply and left with his servant. Ah, sir, sell all the gifts the visitors gave me. We really should leave. Danny sighed and said to Yora, Yes, your highness. Yora also left. The maids were playing in the fountain outside the house. Danny was alone in the empty hall, sitting on the soft couch and thinking. You should go to the Hall of Immortality. A female voice suddenly appeared in her ears. Kueishi. Danny turned her head and saw Kueishi wearing a wooden mask standing by the window. Oh my god, when did you come? Why didn't anyone tell me? Where's Doria, where's Jichi? Danny looked left and right. There were no maids, but the sound of their laughter came from outside the house. Danny, Liz, you should go to the Hall of Immortality. Kueishi continued as if nothing had happened. You're a special person. You'll see a prophecy that will change your fate there. Didn't you realize that you said something wrong? Danny's mouth twitched. I've already changed my fate. Is the prophecy still a prophecy? You don't know the prophecy, so you can't change your fate. If fate is fixed, why should we pursue the secrets of the prophecy? Kueishi said calmly. Well, that made sense. Just tell me the prophecy, Danny said shamelessly. Okay. Kueishi agreed. You rejected Haya, rejected Zero, and left Queers with your Khalasar. Then a group of mercenaries chased after you. You defeated the enemy, but you suffered heavy casualties. Are you sure this is a prophecy? This is a prophecy that doesn't require magic, Kueishi said. A prophecy that doesn't require magic? Is that a wild guess? Danny was prepared for the worst, but she was not worried. The Red Wasteland was right next to Queers and she had a dragon. However, she did not want her Khalasar to suffer heavy losses. She asked, Can I avoid your prophecy if I go to the Hall of Immortality? I don't know. Kueishi said something that almost made her vomit blood. Didn't you just say that I can change the future after seeing the prophecy? You can only change your own decision. You can't change human nature and people's hearts. Danny nodded thoughtfully. She said seriously, How can I guarantee my safety in the Hall of Immortality? Bring a dragon with you. When a dragon is by your side, no magician can hurt you with witchcraft, Kueishi said with a complicated tone. Danny's eyes lit up. Yes, because there was a dragon, there was magic in the world. Anything? Including you? She asked. I never meant you harm, Danny, Kueishi said faintly. Calixi, who are you talking to? Jichi walked into the hall with a basket of washed melons, looking left and right with a puzzled expression. Shit, where did you go? Danny was only attracted by the maid at the door for a moment. When she looked back, the woman with the wooden mask was gone. Did you see Kueishi? She left the couch and stuck her head out of the window. She only saw a few centaurs under the shade of the trees. Kueishi? When did she come? Jichi was confused. I was talking to her just now. Did you hear her voice? Danny turned around and asked solemnly. The centaur girl shook her head. No, I only heard your voice. You seemed to be talking to yourself. Then I asked you who you were talking to. This? Danny shivered in the hot afternoon. Tell Sir Yora to send a message to the Great Wizard. Tomorrow morning we will go to the Hall of Immortality. The Hall of Immortality was a building with black roof and gray walls. The main hall was long and low. There were no towers or windows. It looked like a huge stone snake coiled in the dark forest. Looking closer, many of the roofs had collapsed. The tiles were broken and the stone walls were covered with mottled gray paint. No wonder Zero always called it the Hall of Dust. This was indeed a hall that was about to turn into dust. This is the Forest of Shadows. Haya pointed to the surrounding black-skinned and blue-leafed woods and introduced, the magic drink that we wizards often drink, the Night Shadow Water, is made from these leaves. I'll send you a few barrels later. I promise you'll love it. Danny glanced at his blue lips and complained in her heart. If it was red, then the Water of Shadows could replace lipstick and become the lady's favorite. Blue lips were too ugly. She did not want to become one. The Forest of Shadows was located between a few streets. The streets were bustling with noise while the Black Forest was dark and silent. The streets were sunny but the heat was unbearable. The light in the forest was dim and the cold wind was blowing. Blood of my blood. Jogo glanced at Haya and advised in Dothraki, this is an evil place. Ghosts and witches appear here. It has sucked away the bright morning sun. Leave before it sucks away our souls. Yora also frowned and advised, this is clearly a ruin. There is nothing to see. I think they said very wise words. Zero was a little worried about Haya and spoke carefully. Since I am already here, I will not back down, Danny said firmly. The great wizard Haya smiled faintly. You are a brave child. Come, take my hand and let me lead the way for you. Danny held his hand and shook her head. I want to be a simple and happy child, but I am not. Ago took her other hand and said solemnly, we are blood of your blood. We swear to live and die with you. We will fight side by side and protect you from danger. Since you want to go in, please let us accompany you into this dark place. I will go too, Sir Yora said quickly. The queen must go in alone, Haya said sternly. Where do you think this is? How can the immortal hall be opened for mortals? What you said before wasn't wrong. Many people entered the immortal palace but only a few came out. If you were not the servants of the Mother of Dragons, I would not have advised you at all. Your lives mean nothing to me. Danny glanced at the male wizard with a condemning gaze. She turned to Yora and the blood guards and said softly, don't worry, I will be fine. Trust me. As she spoke, she secretly pointed at Blackie. The black dragon would enter the immortal hall with her. Chapter 53. Blackie was now bigger than a police dog. It weighed 40 pounds and had to eat 2 big fat lambs every day. Danny could only make a big basket for it. It was a bit like the round-framed bamboo baskets used to cut pigweed in the countryside, but it was not so deep. Otherwise, it would not be easy to get out after it was stuffed in, and it would make Blackie very uncomfortable. The black dragon's 2 legs and half of its body squatted in the basket. Its wide wings hung outside and covered the bamboo basket. Its long neck rubbed against Danny's left and right shoulders. Its body squatted in the basket and could move freely. Your Majesty, I can only send you here. After walking through a fork, Haya stopped. They came to an oval-shaped wooden door. The wooden door was embedded in a wall in the shape of a human face. It was a big mouth of a human face statue. Danny felt like she was the prey sacrificed to this monster with a big mouth. Sorcerers seemed to be particularly fond of raising dwarfs. There was a dwarf standing in front of the round-beaked door. The dwarf was dressed in luxurious purple and blue clothing, and its pink little hand held a silver tray. On the tray was a slender crystal cup filled with thick blue liquid. Danny never thought that there would be such a delicate person. He was more than 20 centimeters tall. Even if he was wearing flat leather sandals, he was not as tall as her knees. It was difficult for anyone with a deformed body to be handsome. His palm-sized face was wrinkled and squeezed into a ball, like a bun with wrinkles. Compared to his small face, his nose was surprisingly high. It seemed that his inferiority in height was compensated by his tall nose. Give the Mother of Dragons the Spring of Wisdom, Haya ordered. The dwarf walked a few steps quickly and came to Danny. He held the tray high above his head. Danny bent down and picked up the crystal cup with 2 fingers. She looked at the sky and said, "This is the Night Shadow Water? Drink." The wizard nodded and extended his hand to invite her. Will my lips turn blue? She hesitated. This cup is only to help you gain the perspective of a wizard. You will hear the truth of the world and see the ancient wisdom. Haya said softly and slowly. There was an indescribable pride in her expression. Danny raised the crystal cup to her lips and tried to lick it. She almost died of disgust. It was as if she had taken a bite of rotten, sick pig meat covered in feces. All the unpleasant and disgusting tastes in her life exploded in her taste buds. Danny almost couldn't bear it and fainted. But in the next moment, the blue liquid seemed to have suddenly become alive. It drilled from her throat to all parts of her chest. Her heart felt as if it was wrapped in a ball of fire. It was so hot that it made her moan in comfort. How great would it be if I could feel this comfortable every time I roasted myself over the fire? She thought to herself. Then all the disgusting taste from before disappeared. The tip of his tongue exploded with the wonderful feeling of eating cotton candy, sugar-coated Haws, KFC, and other foods for the first time. At that moment, all of Danny's wonderful tastes from the first half of her life appeared in her mouth one after another. She lost herself in them, trying to hold on to them, and then the cup was empty. Danny smacked her lips. She was very hesitant in her heart. She wanted the dwarf to pour her another cup, but she was also afraid that she had ingested some magical drugs from the other world, and her ugly blue lips. Haya nimbly took the empty cup from her hand and quickly said, "Pay attention. What I'm saying now is related to whether you can safely come out of the Immortal Palace." Okay. Danny immediately threw away all distracting thoughts and listened attentively. This door can only be entered but not exited. Unless you see an immortal, you won't be able to return even if you retreat. I'll remember it. After you enter, you will find that there are 4 doors in the room. Other than the entrance, there are 3 other doors. Please go to the right. Always choose the first door on the right. If you see a staircase, climb up. Never go down. Also, never take any other door other than the first one on the right. There are stairs? This room is very short? Danny was confused. Haya said seriously, "You'll understand after you enter. Remember my words. The Immortal Palace goes in the same direction. The way forward is the way back. Always go up. Always take the first door on the right. The other doors may open automatically. You will see many strange scenes, but don't let your thoughts be disturbed. Some of those scenes are beautiful, some are what you look forward to the most, some are what you fear the most. As long as it's not the first door, don't go in." "Can I watch?" Danny asked. "As long as you don't enter the room, you can do whatever you want." Haya sighed and said with a complicated expression, "The images you see, the sounds you hear, they either exist in the past or have yet to come or will never happen. At that moment, the river of time you are in will be disturbed." "I understand. Keep going up. The first door on the right." Danny nodded seriously. "Is there anything else?" "When you finally enter the Immortal's room, please be patient. Don't be impatient. We have a different concept of time from the Immortal. All you need to do is listen carefully and remember every word." Haya finally warned. "I'll remember. I'll definitely maintain the highest respect for the great Immortal." Danny promised. "Then you can go in." Danny nodded and stepped out. She came to a gray stone hall. It was square, about 40 square meters. There was a door on each of the 4 walls. She remembered Haya's teachings. She should enter the door on the right. However, due to her strong curiosity about the Immortal Palace, she didn't act immediately. Instead, she stood in the center of the hall and looked at the other 3 doors for a while. She was disappointed. It was dark. She couldn't see anything. So, she pushed open the door on the right with the dragon on her back and came to another stone room. It was exactly the same as the first room. When she entered the square stone room with 4 doors for the 3rd time, Danny couldn't help but wonder if she had entered a maze. However, her mind was firm. She pushed open the door of the 4th room. This time it was different. It was an oval-shaped wooden house. There were obvious signs of insect damage on the wooden walls. There were a total of 6 doors. Danny pushed open the first wooden door on the right. She entered. It was no longer a room but a dark corridor. The ceiling was very high. There were torches on the right wall. Danny put her hand into the orange flames. She felt a burning pain. "It's a real torch, not an illusion," she murmured. Hiss, Blackie hissed in her ear. She came back to her senses and continued to move forward. The long hallway was carpeted with moldy rugs, and the gold stripes of the fabric gleamed in the dim torchlight. It seemed to tell Danny that time was cruel. It had once been so precious and now it was so broken. It's strange. All the doors are on the left. Danny walked for dozens of meters, but she still didn't see any door on the right wall. However, she was not anxious. Even if there was no door on the right wall of the corridor, the last door on the left wall was the first door on the right. She just had to walk to the end of the corridor. Bang, bang, hiss, hiss. The carpet under her feet absorbed the sound of Danny's footsteps. However, strange sounds came from behind the wooden door on the left from time to time. There was the sound of hitting the wooden door, the rapid whisper of a mouse scratching the wood, the faint sound of a human talking, and the sound of a musical instrument, but when the moans of a man and a woman came from the wooden door next to her, Danny couldn't hold it anymore. As long as I don't enter the door, I can do anything, she said to herself. Then with a bang, she took 2 steps back and made a running posture. Dahe used its tail to smash the wooden door into pieces of rotten wood. No terrifying monsters rushed out. A warm and soft yellow curtain of light splashed from inside onto the gray-green carpet. Dahe is great. Danny was not stingy with her praise. Even if there was a curse, Dahe was resistant. He was a megalosaurus and was naturally immune to magic. Hiss! Dahe rubbed against her neck intimately. Danny patted him on the head and peeked into the house. Yes, it was a restricted scene. A tall and voluptuous blonde beauty lay naked on the ground with her limbs spread out. A 7-pointed star flag covered her face, and 4 little people covered her body. They were the same as the dwarf who offered Danny the water of night shadow. They were short, had small pink hands and a sharp and long nose. They looked like a wretched mouse. The 4 dwarves didn't notice Danny at all. They were focused on violating the woman. What the hell is this? Danny was only endlessly confused. She wasn't embarrassed at all. She tilted her head and looked for the details for a long time, but she still couldn't find anything. Dahe Dragon Dream. In an instant, Danny switched to the black dragon's perspective. The woman's body suddenly fell into the endless abyss. She also fell down without any support. Then a brilliant light surged from the bottom. Danny found herself floating in the sky above an unfamiliar continent. It was a long continent. She could see the scenery on the ground clearly, but she could see the entire continent. Shouts, cries, clashing sounds of swords, and proud laughter all reached Danny's ears from the continent below. Suddenly she had a flash of inspiration and recalled a scene. It was in White Cloud City. She and Cora were talking about Cora's story on the tower at the city gate. In order to let Danny understand better, Cora used a stone to draw a map of the Westeros on the balcony. Bear Island, Northern Territory, Tywin Bay, Lannister Harbor, Old Town, Dorne, King's Landing, Bravos on the other side of the strait. This is the Westeros. The unfamiliar continent below matched Cora's sloppy drawing. Danny gradually understood the true meaning of the scene just now. The beauty represents the Westeros. The 7-pointed star on her face. The Church of the 7 Gods. The teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods are ignored. 4 ugly fellows are recklessly tormenting the 7 kingdoms. Who do the 4 dwarves represent? Her understanding of the 7 kingdoms came from the TV series. However, her real-life experience told her that the plot could be used as a reference, but she couldn't believe it completely. Forget it. I'll go back and ask Cora. Danny left the dragon spirit state. The room returned to the 5p scene from before. Bang. After knowing that the scene in the room had a special meaning, Danny's interest in the Immortal Palace increased greatly. She took a few steps forward and a door was opened by Dahe. Shit. She was shocked. Chapter 54. It was a spacious hall that seemed to be holding a feast. First, it was a feast of celebration, then it turned into a feast of corpses. There was no living person in the room. It seemed that the people at the feast had been brutally slaughtered. Corpses were sprawled on toppled chairs and broken high tables. Blood had solidified into black puddles on the table and floor. Someone's limbs had been chopped off. On the black oak table, ownerless hands were clutching bloody cups, wooden spoons, roast duck, and bread. Someone had lost his head. His body was slanted to one side, and his head rolled on the ground like a rubber ball. There was a wooden throne at the end of the hall, and on it sat a horrible wolf-headed corpse. It wore an iron crown, and on the oak table in front of it were slices of bread, plates, wine cups, wine jugs, knives and forks, candlesticks. Strangely, it was holding a leg of lamb in its right hand, like a king holding a scepter. What was creepy was that unlike the dwarf who ignored her, the werewolf's eyes followed Danny closely. Its expression was complicated, as if it was silently complaining. The blood wedding. Danny instantly understood what this scene meant. Danny was very excited. For the first time she was sure that she saw the future. The blood wedding would take place in a year or 2, and she could see the ending now. "Serves you right," she shouted at Robb, then turned and walked to the next room. What Danny did not know was that early the next morning Robb Stark, who had just completed the great victory in the Forest of Ravens, was awakened by a nightmare. "Mother, I dreamed of someone last night," he said to Caitlin with a puzzled expression during breakfast. Her son had just captured Jaime Lannister, so the Duchess was in a good mood. She asked softly, "Who did you dream of?" "A strange girl." "Strange?" She was wearing a very beautiful strange dress, Cheongsam, and carrying a bamboo basket. There was a black dragon in the basket, the young wolf master said, puzzled. "Dragons have gone extinct more than 100 years ago," Caitlin said. "That woman was not much older than me. She had silver hair and violet eyes. She looked like a—" Robb himself was very uncertain. "Targaryen. A Targaryen girl of this age does exist. The Mad King's daughter, Dany Lys Targaryen, was said to have married the Dothraki Horse King a year ago. Did you see her face clearly? What did she look like?" "Beautiful. More beautiful than Sansa. More delicate than Cersei Lannister. More lively," he said. "Then it really could be her. Every member of the Targaryen family is extremely beautiful." Caitlin nodded and asked, "Why did you dream of her?" "Could it be? That's not right. Even if you're old and start to have feelings for girls, you've never seen her before." "I don't know, but the dream last night made me feel like I was in the 7th level of hell." Robb's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, "If I defeat Lannister and Theon Baela does not allow the North and Hedgian lands to become independent after all, the two combined make up more than half of the Westeros. I might fight Theon Baela again, and if I win again, if Aunt Lisa of the Arryn Vale sends troops to help me. She fears Lannister the most but not Theon Baela, so it's very likely. With the help of the vassals of the North Hedgian lands and the Arryn Vale, you defeat Theon Baela. Then you take the Iron Throne and eventually replace the dead Robert. You will become Dany Lys Targaryen's greatest enemy." Caitlin followed her son's train of thought. "If she really has a dragon or something similar to a dragon, such as 100,000 roaring Dothraki warriors, you are probably no match for her. And she is the Mad King's daughter, so it's not surprising that she inherited his mad genes. To be defeated by such a mad and vengeful Targaryen, you are finished, and so is the North. Such an ending is worse than going to the 7th level of hell." "Did she say anything to you?" Caitlin became nervous. "You deserve it," she said to me coldly. "You deserve it." Robb's face turned pale. "That must be it," Caitlin exclaimed. "It must be your recently deceased father who gave you a hint through the dream, warning you to be careful of the last Targaryen princess. Robb, do you want the Iron Throne?" She looked into her son's eyes and asked nervously. "I only want to avenge my father and then make the North independent," Robb said immediately. "But your dream, your future?" Caitlin said worriedly. "Sai, I really don't want to rule the world, and I have no desire for the Iron Throne of the King's Landing. Why do you have to force me? I don't want to be the king of the 7 kingdoms." Robb cried sadly. Time returned to the present and Dany returned. When Blackie used his tail to open the 3rd door, Dany saw a scene that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was a house with a red door and lifelike animal faces were carved on the huge wooden beams. There was a lemon tree outside the window. That was Dany's home in Braavos before she was 5 years old. The night before Dany Alice was born, the dynasty had changed from Targaryen to Theon Baera. Only Dragonstone Island, which was located overseas, was still occupied by the Targaryen fleet. But on the night Dany Alice was born, not only did her mother, Queen Rhaera, die in childbirth, but a terrible storm appeared in the waters near Dragonstone Island. The warships anchored in the bay were not defeated by the enemy, but were destroyed in the storm. That was why Dany was called the Stormborn. The queen's death caused the Targaryen regime to collapse, and Viserys was only a child left. The storm destroyed all the warships that supported the Targaryen dynasty and made Dragonstone Island unsafe. Fortunately, not only did the storm destroy their own fleet, but Theon Baera's warships that were besieging Dragonstone Island were also destroyed, giving them a chance to escape. While the acting castellan of Dragonstone Island was hesitating whether to sacrifice the 2 children of the Targaryen family to the rebels, Sir William Darry and his 4 men brought Viserys and Dany Alice safely to Braavos. Sir William was the royal instructor, an old man with white hair and half-blind eyes. Under his care little Dany had the happiest 5 years of her childhood. Then the old knight died, and Dany and Viserys were tricked by the servants into leaving the house, and began a life of wandering for hundreds of thousands of miles. In Dany Alice's memories, the house with the red door became the most beautiful place and she could not forget it for a long time. At this moment, the scene in the depths of her memory reappeared before her eyes, and even the old Sir William walked out with heavy steps, leaning on his crutch. "Little princess, you're back. His voice was hoarse and affectionate. Come to me, my lady. You're home and you're safe. His wrinkled hand reached out to her, soft as old leather. This illusion is too real. Dani clicked her tongue as she looked around. Come here, my little princess. What are you talking about? What illusion? The old man was still beckoning her. They can even talk to each other? This seems to have entered the uncanny stage. Dani was frightened and turned to run. The corridor stretched on and on, endless doors on the left and torches on the right. Dani ran past countless doors. Some were closed, some were open, some were wooden, some were iron, some were intricately carved, some were plain, some had handles, some had locks. At least they were still doors, until she caught a glimpse of a door that could barely be considered a door. Dani came to an abrupt halt. It was a simple cowhide curtain. She had a strong impulse, as if the main purpose of entering the imperishable hall was not to find the immortals, but to enter this door. Blackie's tail was like a hook, and it lifted the curtain. Then Dani saw a boundless grassland, the Dothraki Sea. A river meandered through the grassland, and a tall white horse carried two children along the river. The horse's back was facing Dani, and she could not see the horse's head or the faces on the saddle. She could only vaguely see the child in front lying on the horse's neck, and the little girl in the back, with silver hair and a painted vest, was crying non-stop, her cries weak and full of pain. It was not until the horse had gone further and completely disappeared from Dani's sight that she came back to her senses. Is this in the past? Dani, Liz and Viserys? They didn't when they were young. That girl was wearing a painted Dothraki vest. She was puzzled. Subconsciously she felt that this was important, but she could not guess what it meant. Screech! Blackie put down the cowhide curtain and screeched, reminding Dani to continue moving forward. So she memorized what she had just seen and walked to the next room. A pair of huge bronze doors opened automatically as Dani walked over. Behind the doors was a magnificent stone hall, and on the high walls on both sides hung the heads of many dead dragons, looking down coldly. Right in front, an old man in fine clothes sat on a tall and thorny throne. His eyes were dim and his hair was silver. Let me be the charred bones and roasted flesh of the King's Landing, he said to a man below. Let me be the King of Ashes. The King's Landing, the Red Keep, the Iron Throne, the Mad King Aerys? Dani suddenly understood, so she stopped and continued to watch. Your Majesty, have you really made your decision? The man below the throne in a fire warlock's robe looked fervent. I am the true dragon. I will be reborn in the fire. The Mad King on the Iron Throne waved his arms excitedly. Immediately bury the wildfire everywhere in the King's Landing. Don't miss a single spot. I will be crowned king again in the ashes and bones. Oh my God! This madman. Hearing the Mad King and the Fire Warlock Prime Minister discussing how to burn 500,000 people in the King's Landing to death, Dani felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps appeared on her bare arms. Leaving the bronze door, Dani encountered another door that opened automatically because of her arrival. Inside the gorgeous wooden door with red copper nails was a bedroom. The prince, who looked almost exactly like Viserys, said to the woman who was breastfeeding a newborn baby on the big wooden bed, "Let's call him Aegon. Isn't this the best name for a king?" Dani immediately understood. She once again saw the scene that had happened in the Red Keep. Prince Liga and Princess Elia were husband and wife. The newborn in the crown princess' arms, Aegon, was the little prince who had been smashed to death against the wall like a cantaloupe. Princess Elia asked her husband, "Will you write a song for him?" "He already has a song," Liga said solemnly. "He is the prince in the prophecy. His song is the song of ice and fire." He looked up as he spoke and his gaze met Dani's. It was as if time and space had shifted, and the two of them had arrived at the same time. "There's one more," he said. Dani felt her blood run cold. She felt that this cheap brother was talking to her. Dragons have 3 heads. There's one more. Motherfuck. Dani's little face was pale. She cursed and turned to run. She was completely sure that Liga, who had been dead for 15 years, was talking to her. He told her that 3 dragons needed 3 riders. Other than herself and Aegon there was another. Targaryen? But Aegon had died a long time ago, and she was the only one left of the Targaryen family. Oh, and the male lead, Jon Snow, was also a Targaryen. Chapter 55. When Dani was about to open the next wooden door, Dahe stretched out his snake-like neck and screamed. Smoke rose from between his teeth. She understood that he was urging her not to enter the dragon spirit state. What's wrong? She turned her head and asked him. But as soon as she turned her head, Danny was shocked to find that the torches behind her were extinguished one by one. The long corridor was like a noodle being sucked into the mouth of a monster in the dark. Shit. After cursing, Danny broke into a run. After running for more than an hour, she finally came to the end of the corridor. In front of her was not a wall, but a dark, bottomless abyss. There was no door on the right wall, so Danny could only enter the last door on the left wall. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly froze. Is my physical strength so good that I can run at high speed for hours while carrying a dragon? Impossible. Even a marathon runner couldn't run at full speed for half an hour, let alone dozens of kilograms. Was it the power of magic? Or was she trapped in an illusion all the time? But Dahe behind her was real, and the dragon spirit didn't see anything unusual. Danny was confused. Dong dong dong. Suddenly heavy footsteps came from the depths of the dark corridor where the torches were extinguished. It seemed that something was dragging along the faded carpet slowly. Hiss, Dahe urged her to move quickly again. With a sigh, she entered the last door. After that, there was a series of square stone rooms with 4 doors. She went to the right. This time Danny finally felt tired. She was physically and mentally exhausted and she felt dizzy. 4 square stone room, 4 square stone room, 4 square stone room. Right. No matter who it was, if they kept repeating the same scene in the same action, they would be dazzled and exhausted. Just as Danny decided to sit down in the next stone room to recover her strength, she came to a damp stone room. There was an oval door on the opposite side, shaped like an open mouth. The great wizard Haya was standing on the grass under the shade of a tree outside the door. Finished talking with the immortal so soon? He saw her and asked in disbelief. Nonsense, I didn't even see him. Danny gasped. You must have gone the wrong way. Forget it, I'll lead the way for you. As he spoke, he stepped into the stone room and extended his right hand towards Danny. Danny took a step back and asked strangely, What are you? Almost exactly the same. I'm Kaya Puli. Are you confused? His blue lips parted, a look of confusion on his face. It's probably getting dark outside. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with a demon like you. Danny entered the dragon dream state to rest for a few minutes before walking towards the door on the right. No. Haya screamed. No, come here. Come to me. Come to me. Inside and outside. His face had caved in and his cracked skin was crawling with fat, pale maggots. This time the room changed again. Danny came to a stairwell that was so high that the ceiling could not be seen. Once again she began to wonder if she was under an illusion. The immortal palace didn't even have a tower, and the houses were especially short, so where did the stairwell come from? But now that she had entered the immortal palace, she could only move forward. She couldn't ask Kaya and she couldn't retreat either. So she climbed, and when her back and legs were sore, she entered the dragon spirit to rest for a while. After some time, Danny finally came to a corridor. On the right, there was a row of wide wooden doors that were half open. The wooden doors were made of ebony and weirwood. The black and white veins twisted and spiraled, forming a strange vortex pattern. It had a strange sense of beauty, but after looking at it for a long time, one would feel that it had a cruel and evil aura. Danny suddenly woke up from her daze. A few scenes from American dramas flashed in her mind. Wasn't this reverse spiral pattern a magic symbol made by the deviant ghosts? Could it be the runes used by the mystics? She gently touched the engravings of the veins and thought. Behind the door was a hall, and there was a group of sorcerers in luxurious clothes. Some of them wore luxurious robes made of white sable, ruby red velvet, and gold cloth. Some wore exquisite armor inlaid with gems. Some wore tall pointed hats studded with stars. There were also female sorcerers among them, and their clothes were even more luxurious. Beams of sunlight slanted into the stained glass windows, and the most beautiful music in the world played in the hall. Even the air seemed to be lively because of it. A man in a luxurious robe who looked like a king stood up and smiled at Danny. Danny, Rise of the Targaryen family, welcome, welcome. Please come to the Feast of Eternity. We are the immortals of Queers. We have been waiting for you for a long time, said the woman beside him. She wore rose red and silver clothes, and according to Queers customs, her exposed breasts were flawless. The king of sorcerers said, We knew you would come. We have known since 1,000 years ago and we have been waiting until now. The comet is the guide we sent. A warrior in shining emerald armor said, We will share our knowledge with you and teach you how to use magical weapons. Come quickly. You have passed all the tests. You only need to feast with us and all your questions will be answered. A handsome young man smiled. Do you want me to teach you the mysterious ancient Veleglia spells? Come quickly. Danny ignored them. After entering the door made of ebony and weirwood, she looked around and finally found a small door behind the wooden door. It was to her right. The tall wooden door completely blocked it. Most people would not be able to find it and would eventually fall for it. After finding the small door, Danny calmly turned around and looked at the room of sorcerers in luxurious robes. All right, teach me the spells. Come here, I will teach you. The handsome male sorcerer from before waved his hand. Sai, please paint your mouths blue and make your skin paler. Then you can pretend to be an immortal. Danny said as she pushed the small door open and walked in without looking back. It was a narrow room with dim light and cramped space, but there was no door in the four walls. Although she was surprised, Danny guessed that she had probably arrived at her final destination. She cast her gaze at the long stone table in the room. It almost took up the entire space, and there were illusory blue figures surrounding the table. In the middle of the table, a human heart floated in the air. It was rotten and swollen, bruised, but it was still beating. With every beat, it made a deep trill and scattered a wave of dark blue light. I am Danny Liz of the Targaryen family. Are you immortals? Danny asked the figure. In her mind, she was complaining that these fellows were so rotten that only their souls were left, and they still had the nerve to call themselves immortals. Perhaps the journey ahead had trained her courage, but Danny did not feel a trace of fear when meeting with a group of ghosts in a haunted house. At first, the figure did not move, did not speak, and did not turn to look at the intruder. But just as Danny finished speaking, a voice sounded intermittently in the room. Mother of dragons. Daughter of death. Mother of dragons. Killer of lies. Mother of dragons. Bride of flames. It sounded like a whisper, but it also sounded like a groan. A series of echoes appeared in the darkness. Mother of dragons. There were male, female, elderly, and children's voices. It was as if a group of people were greeting Danny through the slit of hell. The floating heart continued to beat. Sometimes it would emit a faint light, sometimes it would be dark. The rhythm was slightly faster. It's me, I am the mother of dragons. The scene in the room changed. The originally light blue figure had other colors. Well, it was as if the group of people from before had been printed out in 3D. With the help of the dim blue light from the decaying heart, Danny could clearly see the two people on the outermost side of the long stone table. On the right was an extremely old man. That was all a person could do, even if they were the oldest. His face was full of wrinkles and patches of age spots. He had no hair. His bluish-purple skin was stuck tightly to his head. Even the whites of his eyes were blue. His lips and nails were so dark blue that they were almost black. On the left was an old woman. She was as old as the old man. Her pale silk robe was rotted together with her body. She looked like a dried corpse that had been dug out from a grave. One side of her shrunken chest was still exposed according to the queer's custom. It showed a sharp, dark blue protrusion that was as hard as rawhide. Danny had an epiphany. She was facing a group of dead people. Their physical bodies had been dead for decades, even centuries. That strange heart had preserved their broken souls. Her thoughts seemed to be sensed by the undying. A thin voice said, "We are not dead, we have always been alive, alive, alive. We are waiting, we know everything. What are you waiting for?" Danny was alert and asked. "Waiting for you, we know everything, don't know. Mother of dragons, what do you want from the undying?" The deep voice said, "What can you give me?" Danny asked back. "We know everything, the past, the future, they are all in front of us. We have the wisdom to conquer death." Danny had an epiphany. Queers hoped that she could get a prophecy of the future from the undying. But she had seen the ending of Game of Thrones. What was the value of a prophecy? Unless the ending had changed because of her appearance. But compared to a big watermelon, Danny was more interested in the watermelon planting technology. She was more interested in magic skills. "I want to learn a spell that suits me. I want to learn the dragon-seeking spell of ancient Veleglia," she said. She wants to learn ancient Veleglia witchcraft. The deep voice was mocking. "Tell her. Danny was alarmed. But just as the voice finished, a cloud of indigo rose in the darkness. Then countless images flashed before her eyes. Chapter 56. 14 pillars of smoke billowed out from the crater of the volcano. The blue sky was also covered by the black smoke, as if there were 14 black clouds that would never dissipate. Surrounded by the 14 volcanic peaks, there was a huge city. There were no walls and tall buildings were wantonly spread out in all directions. This was a city that only heavenly deities were worthy of owning. Roar, the tall black towers were like the fingers of the gods, piercing straight into the sky. There were 70 to 80 megalosaurus leisurely circling the towering towers. Red dragon, white dragon, gold dragon, green dragon, black dragon, purple dragon. The colorful megalosaurus could fill up all the colors in the world. They were as beautiful as the elves under the command of the gods. Below the clouds, one could see that the city was filled with a layer of scorching dark red light even on a sunny day. That was the lava river that meandered down from the mountainside of the 14 volcanic peaks. Looking carefully, this city was somewhat like the water city of Venice. However, it was not seawater that flowed between the streets and the buildings, but the lava river that glowed and emitted black smoke. The windows of the black stone towers that were integrated into one also had a red light that was the same color as the lava. They seemed to be absorbing the light, heat, and magic power in the lava river. There were no pedestrians on the streets above ground, and there were no residents in the low buildings above ground. In fact, the low altitude was filled with grayish-black smoke, and it was difficult for life to survive in it. Only at the highest level of the Tower of Babel, in the sky garden that was decorated with mythical stone sculptures such as griffins, megalosaurus, gargoyles, and so on, there were silver-haired handsome men and women sitting quietly in the garden, reading books on their knees, participating in lively banquets, reminiscing about the scene, stroking the head of the megalosaurus by the fence, whispering to their companions. They were the Dragon King of ancient Valeglia who lived in the city in the sky. They used dragons to conquer the world, used magic to control the volcanoes, and extracted magic power from the lava. They enjoyed power and wealth that even the gods were jealous of. The Tower of Babel had different uses. There were houses covered with domes, gardens with open ceilings, and wizard towers that flashed with huge blue magic power balls. They were all extremely tall and indestructible. In the center of the Tower of Babel stood a 300-meter-tall Magus Tower. On the plaza on the top floor, a tall old man in luxurious clothes with a dignified face covered the surface of the magic ball with his hands. Countless images flashed through his eyes. On this high tower he read real-time information from all the major cities in the world. Every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the wizards stationed all over the world would report to the capital of Valeglia via glass candles about the major events of the day. DC, at this moment, a golden dragon flew over from the other side of the city. A young knight in a silver silk robe nimbly jumped down from the dragon's back and quickly walked to the side of the dignified old man. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Excellency, great wizard, Inar Targaryen is selling his family property." The old man didn't even turn his head. He continued to extract useful information from the magic balls and replied to some of the requests. "All of my belongings? Everything, including the Tower of Babel." It is said that his daughter Dany Targaryen dreamed that Valeglia would be destroyed in the near future, the dragon rider whispered. "The Targaryen family has fallen." The great wizard wasn't angry. He said with a mocking tone, "The city court has declared Inar guilty. His several appeals have ended in failure, and the deadline for the appeal is about to pass. As a loser in the game of power, if he doesn't choose to exile himself, he can only pay the price of blood and life to wash away his folly. I've always thought that he was a brave man. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly and shamelessly use his daughter's sleep talk as a shield. Do you know where he's going?" "Westeros." "Westeros?" The old man frowned for the first time. As the saying goes, the world is infinitely big, but it is still under the shadow of the megalosaurus. But that land in the far west is our Dragon King's. Sigh, it's not considered a forbidden area, but it's not worth it to make an enemy of those ancient gods for such a broken place. We've even sealed Lalo. Are we still afraid of the ancient gods who are about to die?" The young man was puzzled. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "You're the heir of the fifth peak and you've subdued your own megalosaurus at a young age. You're qualified to know the secrets that only the 14th peak master knows." The old man retracted his thin hands that had been placed on the magic ball and walked slowly to the balcony. Looking at the magnificent city below, he sighed. The people of Valeglia wantonly absorbed the magic power of the ley lines and built the city in the sky. To other races they're as honorable as gods. But we're not gods after all. For thousands of years, the Wizard Alliance has been working tirelessly, hoping to cultivate our own gods. Not that trashy qualls, but a true god like the ancient gods in Lalo. Unfortunately, Beleriand, Vargal, Mirasis. Even if they're stronger than Blue Lips, they're still not true gods. All things in the world, including the Megalosaurus and the demigods, have life and death. Only the gods are eternal. The old gods that you look down on are indeed decaying, but as long as there are people who remember them, they'll never truly die. But even true gods can't interfere with the mortal world. A group of ancient gods isn't as useful as a dragon. The Fifth Peak's young Dragon King argued, unconvinced. Although he was young, he had been groomed as the next peak master in his family. He was also an apprentice of the Great Wizard, so he knew far more secrets than the marginal nobles like Targaryen. The old man nodded and said, yes, the gods can't directly interfere with the mortal world. Lalo is known as the god of fire, but he can't make a withered leaf burn out of thin air. But the gods don't have to do it directly. They can change the entire world through their believers. Just like me, the Great Wizard of Valeglia's Freedom Fortress. I haven't left the Wizard Tower for 30 years, but the world has always been under my rule. The heavens and earth change color because of my anger. Normal people can't imagine my methods, but we can't look down on the gods' power. Great Wizard, I'm enlightened. The young man was sincere and respectful. In the end, he said, Targaryen didn't directly enter the Westeros. He plans to settle down in Dragonstone Island. That's the fortress on the western border of Valeglia. They can be considered to be guarding the border for the Empire. The old man nodded indifferently. The Great Wizard, who inadvertently glanced at the sky, suddenly changed his expression. He hurried a few steps and came to the front of the blue magic sphere the size of a celestial instrument. His hands covered it again. Who is it? Who dares to peep at Valeglia? Whose child are you? The old man scolded sternly at first, but his expression softened after a while. But he was still a little surprised and doubtful. What happened? The young man asked hurriedly. Someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation. The old man's voice was faint, and his face was full of doubt. Who has the guts? The young man was shocked and angry. It's not an outsider. It's a little dragon king with extraordinary talent. It's just that. The old man was surprised and doubtful. It's just that she doesn't even know the basic spells. She can't communicate with me. Even the great nobles of Valeglia can't peep at the Wizard Tower. Didn't her parents and teachers tell her? The young man said angrily. I sensed the breath of the Bellerus family, the old man said uncertainly. The first peak? Bellerus? The young man's expression changed and his voice was full of surprise. The old man's magic resonated with the magic sphere of the Wizard Tower. Strange runes flashed in his eyes and he still had the energy to say, maybe. Go to the first peak later and ask. I gave her a set of 108-letter standard pronunciation table. If you guessed wrong, you can ask her directly the next time you see her. Little girl, your life force is greatly decreasing. What happened? Forget it, you can hear me, right? You're most likely being haunted by evil spirits. Where's your dragon? If your dragon isn't with you, immediately enter the dragon spirit state. The old man shouted to the sky. His voice was anxious, full of worry and anger. Which blood magician is so bold to have designs on the true dragon bloodline of Valeglia? Great Wizard, you said she can achieve the legendary dragon spirit? Compared to someone daring to attack the true dragon bloodline, the dragon spirit shocked him more. Noticing that the consciousness had retreated, and there was still the breath of her dragon, the old man sighed in relief. He then turned to the young man and said, I just said that this little girl is quite talented. But Beleriand Vargal? Dany couldn't hear the rest of the words. Her consciousness had been pulled away from the river of time. When she asked the immortal for knowledge suitable for her, a blue light screen rose in the darkness, and then countless images appeared in front of her. Under the guidance of a mysterious force, Dany saw Valeglia before the end of the world. Just like watching a TV change the channel, she easily adjusted the view to the Wizard Tower, which might not be the tallest, but was definitely the most mysterious. Dany was amazed by the huge magic ball. Later, she saw the Blackstone Tower extracting power from the lava river, saw the old wizard use the magic ball to manage the entire world, and heard about the secrets of the gods. For the first time, she truly felt the power and advancement of Valeglia's civilization. But what shocked Dany even more was that the people in the TV image could see the audience on the sofa in front of the TV, and could even communicate with the audience. They could even sense the danger that Dany herself didn't notice. Did I see the past, or did my consciousness travel to that point in time? With this thought in mind, Danny entered the dragon spirit state. The soul of the true dragon was with her. She felt the essence of life, essence and divine aura flowing out like a flood breaking through a dam. She opened her eyes. The immortals who had been standing still all this time had left their seats by the stone table. They surrounded her like a fishing net. Icy blue figures were chanting sharp spells while tearing strands of golden essence of life from her body. This was the Megalosaurus's perspective. Danny opened her eyes. The scenery around her changed once again. It became extremely horrifying. A group of zombie-like blue zombies with bright blue eyes emitted endless greedy light. They crowded around Danny, using their cold and shriveled hands to pull, caress, and drag her clothes, touch her body, and entangle their fingers in her hair. Danny felt like a ghost was pressing down on her bed. The strength in her limbs disappeared together. She couldn't move, and even her heart stopped beating. She felt a hand digging out a purple eyeball from her eye socket and stuffing it into her mouth. She saw sharp teeth pressing against her soft throat. Danny roared angrily. "You are asking for death." Chapter 57. The Immortal has fulfilled your wish, helped you learn ancient Valeglia. Incantation. You should also fulfill our needs. Countless deep voices echoed, mocking. In the end, all the voices merged into one, mixed with the powerful thumping of the decaying heart. "I need your body. After 1,000 years of waiting, I finally met Complacent murmurs turned into sharp screams. The dark red dragon flames surging with black smoke were like a high-pressure water column spurting out from a fire engine, instantly extinguishing the flames of ambition of the undying. Bathing in the raging fire and feeling the heat washing over her skin, Danny's heart started to beat again. It was thumping wildly, and the hands and feet of the ghostly shadow that was grabbing her disappeared in an instant. The zombies crackled and burned in the dragon flames. Their blue withered skin burned like paper soaked in oil, and their bones melted like candles under the high temperature. They stumbled, tumbled, and twisted. They shouted in a language that had long since disappeared, and their shrill voices were as weak as cow hair. Danny ignored the illusory scene in front of her and quickly walked to the middle of the long stone table. She passed through them. They were as light as gas, as illusory as an illusion, dispersing upon contact. Approaching the black heart dripping with blue blood, Danny shouted, "Dahe!" Hiss! The black dragon's long neck stretched out like lightning and bit the rotten meat on the stone table. Seeing that he was about to tear it up and throw it away, Danny raised her voice and said, "Eat it! This is a god, the collective consciousness of countless immortals over thousands of years, the god of sorcery, queers." Hiss! Dahe held the beating heart in its mouth and looked back at her in confusion. "I know you can't digest it, but I can help you." Danny's eyes shone with a determined light as she urged him, "Swallow it, then burn it with dragon flames." Dahe raised its head and swallowed the rotten meat into its throat. Then, boom, intense dragon flames shot out of his mouth like a rocket launcher, blowing off the ceiling and revealing the daylight outside. Bloodline talent, dragon incubation. Bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg, thereby allowing the dragon egg that retains its soul origin to become fossilized, dead dragon eggs and healthy dragon eggs to hatch into a baby dragon. Danny was immortal. She used her 5 senses to observe the room, but everything she saw was an illusion. For example, she saw countless corpses crowding around her and gnawing on her flesh. However, after entering the dragon spirit state and seeing the world with the eyes of a black dragon, she saw something even more fundamental. Blue tentacles extended from the black heart, and each tentacle was an undying whose body was infinitely elongated. They roared at her and tied her up like an octopus, sucking her essence, energy, and soul from her body. In the end, even her soul was taken away. It was also in the form of a dragon spirit that Danny saw that the black heart was filled with a large amount of spiritual essence. Even if it was not a true god and was called trash by the great wizard Valeglia, it was still a spirit of faith. Well, Danny still did not understand what a spirit of faith was. Maybe it was because of the treasure in Danny's mind, or maybe it was because she often roasted herself with fire, but she did not know when she could take the initiative to guide the spiritual essence in nature to the dragon egg. Until today, she also found that if the spiritual essence density was high enough, even a living megalosaurus could be infused with spiritual essence. The spiritual essence density of the black heart was extremely high. It would be a waste to throw it away. It would be better to upgrade Blackie. The rotten heart was burning in the dragon flames, and a large number of colorful fluorescent dots scattered from the damaged heart, as if they were going to return to nature. However, as Danny opened her mouth and sucked hard, the scattered fireflies formed a funnel-shaped whirlpool below, like a swimming pool without a drain valve. At the bottom of the whirlpool was Blackie's mouth. In the form of a dragon spirit, Danny and the black dragon shared the same soul, the same body, the dragon body. In reality, Danny seemed to be deep in thought with her eyes closed. She did not care about the collapsed rubble and the flames spreading in all directions. Blackie also looked up blankly. The dragon flame burned in its mouth, like a dragon-shaped stone torch. After more than 10 minutes, the thin colorful dots ignored Danny's, sucking and scattered in all directions. The density was too low and it could not be absorbed anymore. Danny came back to her senses and woke up from the strange state. She took off the burned basket on her back and removed the tattered cloth, leaving only a palm-sized metal plate hanging in front of her chest. The identity plate of Valeglia's Dragon King, which she found in the Red Wasteland, was specially taken by her and inserted into the inner pocket of her chest to act as a breastplate. With her medical skills, she might be able to save herself if she was stabbed in other places, but with her heart pierced, even the gods could not save her. In this world, nothing could be harder than Valeglia's steel. Let's go, Blackie. Danny waved to the black dragon standing on the stone table. Leaving the immortal's room, a dark passage stretched out in front of her. The only light source was the hissing fire snakes behind her. Danny looked around and saw many corpses sprawled all over the place. Some of them were dressed extravagantly, some looked like slaves, some wore the special robes of the people of Choir, and some wore the clothes of the outsiders. They seemed to be struggling to escape, but in the end their souls were sucked dry and they fell to the ground powerlessly. Danny remembered the terrible legend of the Immortal Hall. Many people had entered the Hall of Dust, but no one had ever come out. She also remembered the attitude of the great wizard Haya towards the wizard temple. He was in awe and did not dare to enter with Danny. Finally, Danny recalled the words of the great wizard and murmured, "The bloodline of the true dragon of ancient Valeglia is not only revered, but also coveted by ambitious wizards." The corpses were all skin and bones, their souls and vitality sucked dry. The rest of the dried corpses did not rot, except for the brittle dust of time. A few pieces of clothes remained. Danny chose a robe embroidered with golden thread and wrapped herself up. Then, with Blackie in front and her behind, they ran along the corridor. Different from the several hours it took to get here, Danny only ran for 30 minutes and saw a door in front of her. Sunlight shone in from the outside. Stepping out, she was once again bathed in the warm sunlight and the breeze with the fragrance of flowers. "You destroyed the Immortal Hall." The great wizard Haya shouted angrily at Danny. "It's not me, it's the choice of the immortals." Almost without thinking, she blurted out a lie. "The immortals said that they had been waiting for me for 1,000 years and were tired of the boring mortal world. After seeing me, they burned themselves and ascended to the astral world." The situation was a bit special now. Perhaps it was because the immortals had lost the support of their magic power, but the decaying and dangerous house was now like dominoes, with the room of black as the center, collapsing in all directions. The stone walls collapsed, the wooden beams and the wooden floor burned like gasoline, and the fire spread very quickly. Because the Immortal Hall was originally in the city, there were many residents living in the nearby streets. At this moment, a large number of people from Quills had been attracted by the black smoke, and a small group of camel riders was maintaining order near the Black Forest. If the great wizard was alone, Danny would have ordered the blood guards to cut off his head in front of Zero. But in public, not only could Danny not take revenge on the great wizard, but she also had to put the blame on the immortals for burning down the Immortal Hall. "You're lying, it was your dragon that burned down the sacred hall." The wizard lunged at Danny, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, but he was immediately restrained by two big black men. They were the servants of the merchant Zero, and they only went to stop him after receiving Zero's signal. Yep, the centaur beside Danny had already pulled out his gleaming Iraq scimitar. Zero had to fulfill his responsibility as the host to protect the guest, and he didn't want the great wizard to be killed on the spot by Danny's self-defense. "Let me go, I'm going to kill that bitch." Haya's body was suspended in mid-air, her two short legs kicking around like a bicycle. Danny's lips curled into a smile, and her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, because she saw Haya pulling out a dagger from her waist even though she was yelling at her to kill. Yep, she really wanted to kill Danny. But she didn't use any magic to attack but held the dagger, intending to stab her to death. I'm not lying. Danny gave herself the wronged girl of the movie Queen buff. If it was a dragon, how could the fire spread so quickly? In fact, you saw it too. The dragon was flying in the passage and I was running behind it. The fire was still far away from us. Only the power of magic could cause such a fire. I don't understand magic, everyone knows that. Calixie isn't a witch, everyone knows that. Ago nodded, his expression unusually serious. If the dragon's flame ignited the house, then the fire would spread in the form of a line, which is the direction of the dragon's flight. This goes against the facts. Cora analyzed reasonably. His words were reasonable, and the balance of trust in the hearts of Zero and the camel cavalry gradually tilted towards Danny. You. Haya glared at Danny fiercely. He could no longer feel the aura of the immortal. Danny came out alive and the immortal disappeared. Then it was obvious that the immortal's plan had failed, but how did they fail? Danny Rise didn't even know magic spells. Haya was shocked, suspicious and shocked. What did you do? Why did the immortal burn the immortal hall? He asked loudly. You still don't know what I did? Seek wisdom from the immortal. Danny vowed solemnly, pointing at the collapsed houses in the thick smoke. Isn't it obvious? The people of Queers called it the Hall of Dust. Now that the immortal has ascended to the astral world, of course this place will be demolished. Even if we don't build a new true immortal hall, we can still use it for real estate development. It's such a waste to leave such a large piece of land unused. Real estate development? His Excellency Wizard was about to die from her disgust. Holding back his anger, he asked again, what is the astral world? A look of disdain flashed across Danny's face and she said proudly, remember, this is the great wisdom from the immortal. Gods and humans live in different spaces. We are in the mortal world, the gods are in the higher dimension of the spirit space, which is the astral world. Mortals can only look up at the astral world, but to communicate with the gods in the astral world, they can only do so through devout faith. Great Wizard Haya, the time to test your faith has come. If you worship the immortal as gods, you will probably be able to communicate with them soon. If you can't communicate with them, it means that you are not devout. Since you have no faith in the immortal, don't bother me in the name of avenging them. What made Danny both surprised and proud was that after hearing her words, most of the people around her had an I see expression. Even the cunning Zero and Cora, who didn't believe in evil gods, looked hesitant. Everyone knew that Danny was a noob in occultism. For her to be able to say such logical secrets of the gods, someone must have taught her. Who taught her? The immortal. Let's go. Danny waved to her followers. Of course they had to run after showing off. Chapter 58. As expected, the burning of the immortal palace had caused a huge uproar in Queers. Even though Danny had used a lie that no one could refute to temporarily cover up the matter, but after the incident, unfavorable comments about the dragon and herself were still quickly spreading in the city. Even though I don't like the male sorcerers at all, it was still a holy palace that had existed for thousands of years. Now it was burned down by your dragons. Today it may be the Palace of Dust, tomorrow it may just be the market. But who can be sure that the day after tomorrow it won't be the great palace of 1,000 seats? Dragons are too dangerous and too uncontrollable. They should be killed while they are still young. Someone with ulterior motives said. But I heard that it was the immortal ones who burned down their own rundown houses. I think the Mother of Dragons has a point. Building a few streets to collect rent is better than leaving them empty. Maybe the immortal ones have thought it through? Someone else retorted. Whether it's the dragons burning or the immortal one's magic, they are both dangerous things to us. We should at least let the dragons leave Queers. The next afternoon, Zero worriedly told Danny that Kaya was gathering the male sorcerers to harm her. Danny immediately replied, I'll leave Queers in the morning the day after tomorrow. Zero lowered his head and forcefully held her small hand, kissing her fingers and saying affectionately, you should leave. Leave immediately, sooner rather than later. But my queen, you won't be alone. You saw a dark scene in the Palace of Dust, but my dream was bright. I dreamed of the warm and peaceful surface of the Jade Sea, a cruise ship sailing slowly in the breeze. You were happily lying on a soft couch, bathing in the sunlight, tasting delicious coconut milk, smiling as you watched our children play with the seagulls on the deck. Ugh, you shameless bastard, you really know how to fantasize. Sigh, it's a pity that we'll be parting ways. You'll head east to the Jade Sea and I'll ride my camel to the west. We may never meet again. Danny teased, rubbing her hands on the blanket under her as she spoke. Come with me to the Jade Sea. Give me a son and let my dreams come true, my lovely star of heaven. The merchant, who looked like a steamed bun, used the tone of a Casanova to say lines from a romantic drama. This was even more disgusting than saliva. Saliva could be wiped away quietly, but the words that entered one's ears could not be forgotten immediately. Not only could it not be forgotten, it might even become a memory, a nightmare. I'm sorry, Zero. You're a good person, but my target is in the west, Danny said sadly. This time, Zero's expression changed when he received the good guy card. He said in a low voice, then you should leave. Hurry up and leave. Danny was stunned for a moment before she reacted to his sudden change in attitude. She said, I'm already packing my things. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. You repeatedly went back on your word and played with my feelings. The merchant looked at Danny coldly. Give me back my things. Play with your feelings, my ass. I didn't even raise you as a spare tire. When have I not directly rejected you? Danny was very unhappy, but she suppressed her anger and said in a muffled voice, What is it? I didn't take any of your belongings. She swore in her heart, Don't ever say that your heart of love is with me. Otherwise I'll kick you twice before I die of disgust. Fortunately, the merchant was colder and more shameless than she thought. The magic amethyst I gave you, the ox cart, 1,000 toy soldiers carved from jade, the earth-raising silk. Zero spoke for a full 3 minutes without missing a single detail. There were many things that Danny had forgotten, but he remembered them clearly. Danny's mouth was wide open for a long time before she realized that she had met a scumbag of the highest quality. Even if a boyfriend and girlfriend had a falling out and wanted to split the family property, there was no need to be so harsh. The two of them were not even boyfriend and girlfriend. The host gave the guest a gift, but after realizing that the guest had no value, he immediately turned hostile and asked for the gift back. You shouldn't be called Zero. Change it to Zero. Zero should go to modern society. There were many scumbags in modern society who liked to raise spare tires. When the two of them met, there would definitely be sparks of happiness. Moreover, even the most powerful scumbags were not as high as him. After all the scumbags were defeated, the remaining men would be happy. Everything else is fine, but the silk has already been made into clothes. How can I return it? Danny said with difficulty. Don't you have money? Use radiant coins to pay. Zero said coldly, From tonight onwards, prepare the food for your barbarians. The house will only be open for 2 days. Fortunately, he did not ask her for food and lodging for the past 10 days. In the afternoon, Yura brought the centaurs to the market to buy supplies. Danny was free. She placed a chair in the fountain under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard and lay down comfortably on it. She chewed on a sweet and crispy persimmon while enjoying the kissfish's gentle massage between her legs and toes. Sigh, these days of corruption are getting less and less. From now on, just as she was letting her imagination run wild, the sound of armor colliding came closer. It was Yura Mormont. To prevent any accidents from happening in the few days before leaving, he had changed into the armor again. Your Highness, Illyrio has sent someone to pick you up. His face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. The unexpected guest did not make him more worried than happy. Illyrio? Pentos is an entire continent of Ursos away from Queer's Landing. How did he know I was here? Danny was surprised. I don't know. They are waiting at the entrance of the mansion. You can ask them yourself later. Yura shook his head. Danny did not immediately let the guests in. Instead, she was concerned about the knight's mood. You don't seem to welcome them? They said they came for the dragon. If even Illyrio of Pentos knows you have a dragon, then... After a moment's hesitation, Yura said worriedly, Pentos and King's Landing are separated by the sea. The narrow sea is not as vast as other seas. It is only about 500 kilometers wide. If the people of Pentos can reach Queers, then so can the assassins of King's Landing. That makes sense. Danny nodded, but her expression was not as heavy as Yura thought. She slowly said, Our original plan was to take the land route, heading west to Astapor to buy a batch of immaculate ones and then head north. When everyone thought that we would turn around Slave Bay and continue west, we did the opposite, heading east and returning to the ancient trade path. In a battle to defend the city, 1,000 immaculate are enough to stop 10,000 troops, and the environment around White Cloud City cannot support 10,000 troops. We are the only ones in White Cloud City. As long as we seal the city gates, 100 faceless can't hurt me. They can't enter at all. At this time, Danny did not directly feel the miserable situation of the slaves. She did not intend to take the risk of making a big news. She also did not think of deceiving the slave owner of Apasta like Danny Rise did in the original plot. Attacking the city of Slave Bay and killing the benevolent lord was not a problem, but deceit could not be used. Otherwise, no matter how noble the purpose was, the name Danny Rise Targaryen would be completely ruined in this world. Jera, that bastard, was so eager to get the dragons that he did not think of going back on his words and using coercion on Danny. He was obviously gay, but he had wronged himself to flatter Danny. Thinking about it from another perspective, a straight man trying to curry favor with another strong man. Who could stand it? The royal family of queers was the same. They only asked for gold and silver according to tradition, but they did not send camel knights to kill Danny and her party and take the dragons. The royal family of queers was so greedy for gold and silver, how could 3 young dragons not be worth a few thousand radiance coins? Obviously not. The great sorcerer Haya hated Danny to death, but he was also fervently hoping to get the dragons, but his little tricks were still within the rules. When the 3 dragon seekers, Haya, Zhao and Kuei Shi, extended their invitations to Danny, they had automatically established a universal relationship of trust. In Westerosi terms, they had established a relationship of guests, and each of them enjoyed the rights of a guest. Even people like that could keep their promises. How could Danny be worse than them? So, Danny's current plan was very conservative. She only wanted to stall for time and wait for the 3 dragons to grow up. Korra was definitely not the first confidant. He was not as loyal as the Blood Brotherhood, but he was definitely the first think tank. Danny told him the outline of the plan, and he was in charge of the details of the plan. He was far more experienced than Danny in war. It was quite pitiful. Korra Mormont was at most a Zhang Fei, but in the end she used him as Zhuge Liang. Your Highness, Illyrio sent 3 large ocean-going ships. Korra's voice floated into her ears. He did find out all the details on our side, Danny said with a hint of sarcasm. He can easily fit my little Khalasar. Korra said faintly, not just your Khalasar. He is a merchant, and merchants never do business at a loss. When the 3 ships came, they were filled with the specialties of the western continent, and when they returned, they were filled with enough goods to cover the cost. This time, Danny understood that there was a hidden meaning in his words. So, in theory you will be the temporary master of the 3 ships. Korra's eyes flashed. We still have to go to Apasta, take a ship, and buy about 3,000 unsullied. No one can easily hurt you. The persimmon in her hand had not been eaten for a long time, and the part that had broken through the skin slowly turned brown in the air. Danny threw it far away at the foot of the wall and muttered, "Let's make a decision after we meet the person in charge." She did not return to the stuffy hall. Instead, she had Doria put 2 lounge chairs in the fountain, and also equipped them with wine and fruits. After the 2 guests followed Agu into the courtyard, they saw a young girl with her hair tied up at the back of her head. She wore a painted vest and loose silk shorts, similar to beach shorts. Her bare feet were white as she stood by the water and smiled as she extended her hand in invitation. Most of the heat in the air seemed to have dissipated because of her. The leader was a burly fat man, 9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, with dark brown skin. Sweat made his bald head shine with a greasy sheen. He was only wearing a tight-fitting leather vest, and his sweaty yellow trousers were stained with obvious stains. An extremely long Arak scimitar was sheathed at his waist. Although he was fat, he was not fat. His arms were like thick oak trunks and his belly was bulging but full of thickness. Chapter 59. There were 2 things about the fat brown man that caught Danny's attention. First, his cheeks were smooth and delicate, very similar to the eunuchs of queers. Second, his exposed skin, such as his arms, chest, and the lower half of his abdomen, were covered with old scars. Compared to his tan skin, the pale scars were as conspicuous as a business card. The other old man was wearing an undyed woolen traveling cloak. The hood was lifted and his long white hair fell to his shoulders. A silky silver beard covered the lower half of his face. He leaned his body weight on a hardwood walking stick that was as tall as him. He was half a step behind the fat man and seemed to be his servant. However, the old man's temperament was far better than the bald fatty's. He was tall and burly like an experienced old warrior. "Welcome, I am Danny Lys Targaryen." Danny introduced herself with a smile. The fat man bowed casually and said with a smile, "Greetings, your majesty. I am Beworth, known as Beworth the Brawny." Hearing his sharp voice and thinking about his title, Brawny. Only people who don't have that kind of thing would care more about this kind of evaluation. The old man performed a standard etiquette that seemed to have been done thousands of times. He knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, my real name is Aston. Beworth has given me a nickname, Whitebeard." Whitebeard. This name was far more intimidating than Brawny. At least it amused Danny. "My two guests, please sit here." Danny gestured for them to take off their shoes and enter the fountain to cool off. Fatty Beworth did not stand on ceremony. He took a few steps forward, kicked off his leather sandals, and stepped into the fountain with his feet full of mud. With a creak, the rattan chair sank half an inch, and he picked up the wine jug and poured it directly into his mouth. Fortunately, the fountain was running water, and there was clear water spurting out from the megalosaurus statue's mouth. Otherwise, the kissing fish in the pond would have all died. On the other hand, Whitebeard's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of shock. He stood there for a long time without any reaction. Danny asked him in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "I'm sorry, sitting with the queen and soaking my feet in the same pool as two." The old man looked embarrassed. He walked forward but did not enter the pool. He just sat by the side of the pool and sighed. "You are different from the queen I imagined. I thought you would be more?" He stuttered and couldn't say the offending word. Danny laughed and said, "Queen's demeanor? Wong family etiquette?" "I'm really sorry," Whitebeard apologized again. "Actually, it's good that you're like this. I'm just a wild girl who grew up on the streets. I haven't even read many books, so how would I know about the etiquette of the Wong family?" Speaking of this, Danny's big purple eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. "Big Black, come out and meet the guests." The black dragon had been lying on the roof basking in the sun. Even if someone accidentally caught a glimpse of him, they would most likely mistake him for a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. At this time, hearing Danny's mother's call, he stood up and jumped down. Flap, flap. His wings broke a large number of leaves and branches. In the horrified eyes of Whitebeard and Beavos, Big Black stepped on the water and landed beside Danny. "Do you have a little bit of the Wong family style now?" Danny stroked the black dragon's head and asked with a smile. The ferocious black dragon and the beautiful silver-haired girl leaned together, combining a strange sense of majesty. "You are the true dragon, the real Targaryen, the only queen of the 7 kingdoms." Whitebeard's eyes were wet, and his voice was trembling with excitement. Since a few days ago, with Danny's help, Big Black seemed to have evolved a lot after devouring the demigod wizard. Not only did his appetite and growth speed increase, but his intelligence also increased to about the level of a 6 or 7-year-old child. The key was that his temperament had become more stable and not as irritable as before. After being taught by Danny, he could also resist his desire for the sky and not fly around. Therefore, the other 2 dragons were still chained, but Big Black had broken free of the shackles. "It's only been 4 months, how did he grow to the size of a pony?" Beavos came back to his senses and asked with interest. "Is it very big? You don't know his appetite." Danny shook her head and asked, "Beavos, what is your purpose in coming to Queers?" He put down the empty wine pot and picked up a green-skinned crisp melon. He took a bite and muttered, "Beavos was originally a gladiator in Meereen. Because he was invincible and had a great reputation, he was bought by a merchant from Coer. Later, he was sold at a higher price to that fat man in Pentos whose hair also has the smell of spices." "Governor Illyrio?" "Yes, that's him." Eunuch Beavos nodded. "That fat man sent Brawny Beavos across the sea to be the little queen's bodyguard. As for Whitebeard, he is the bodyguard that the fat man arranged for Beavos. I'm his attendant." Whitebeard raised his cane high, as if he was holding up a long spear with a fluttering flag. "Your Majesty, I was born in the Dorne borderlands. When I was young, I was the attendant of a knight in the Sven family." "Sir, you're 60 years old, right? You're still a bodyguard and an attendant?" She complained in her heart but asked, "Sir, you're also a Westeros. No wonder you speak the common language so fluently." Then she pointed to the armored knight standing at the side. "My Queen's Iron Guard is also a Westeros knight. Do you know him?" Hearing the words Queen's Iron Guard, Whitebeard's expression changed. He looked at Cora with a scrutinizing gaze for a while and said lightly, "Lord Mormont is considered famous in the 7 kingdoms. What kind of famous reputation could the Great Bear have? Violating the ban and selling slaves? Giving up honor and avoiding the trial of the Lord? His head was green, his wife ran away with someone else?" Cora heard the unfriendliness in Whitebeard's words. He frowned and said, "You didn't say you knew me at the dock. When did we meet?" "Earl Mormont on Pike Island, you fought bravely and were made a knight. On Lannisport, you almost knocked the Kingslayer off his horse. For this, you won the heart of a beauty. I didn't say it before because it was unnecessary. Now that your majesty asks, I'll tell you the truth," Whitebeard said calmly. "You look familiar." Cora pulled up his mask and stared at Whitebeard in confusion for a while. He shook his head and said, "Hundreds of people participated in the tournament at Lannisport, and thousands of knights were deployed to attack Pike Island. I can't remember who you are." "But let me remind you, I'm no longer an earl. The Earl of Bear Island is Mage Mormont. I'm just a wandering knight." "You're my queen's iron guard," Dany reminded him. "Yes, your majesty." The bitterness on Cora's face dissipated, and a happy smile bloomed. "Knight Cora has rich combat experience and has saved my life many times. He's my most loyal friend and outstanding think tank." Dany said such words against her will in an incomparably solemn and natural manner. The smile on Cora's face became brighter. She also didn't forget to help the horse guards gain face in front of the guests. She pointed at Aggo and introduced him. "This is Aggo, my Blood Alliance guard. He's also a bandit. His martial arts are excellent and he's brave and fearless." "Calixie, it's enough to have us protect her." Aggo glanced at the fat eunuch Beworth and said. "A horse boy." Beavis threw away half of the melon and grinned. "Beavis, the strong man, can't even remember how many horse boys I've killed in the fighting arena. All of them have longer braids than you and more bells than you." Without waiting for Aggo to reply, he patted his thick belly full of scars with his right hand, which was sticky with green melon juice. "Look at this. Before Beworth kills someone, he'll give the other party a chance to cut himself first. Can you calculate how many people brawny man Beworth has killed?" "Haha, countless." Aggo angrily pulled out his knife and pointed at the fat eunuch. "I haven't killed a brown fatty yet. Beworth is barely qualified to add a bell for me. Put away your weapon, blood of my blood." Dany reached out and pressed down Arak's scimitar. She said gently, "This person came from afar to serve me. He shouldn't point a sword at him." Then she said solemnly to Beworth, "If you're truly loyal to me, you must respect my people, my companions and my brothers. If you can't do it, you might as well return to Illyrio's side and wait for the next person to serve." The grinning smile disappeared from the giant's broad brown face. He looked at the petite but dignified girl, then looked at the black dragon beside her who was spewing white smoke from its nose. He muttered, "Beworth hasn't completed his mission. He can't go back." Dany smiled at the boar and asked, "What other mission do you have?" "That fatty wants a dragon and he also wants you, the girl who gave birth to a dragon," Beworth said casually. "Damn it, I know that everyone is greedy for a young dragon, but isn't this too direct? Isn't it better to start with some tricks?" "I'm not used to it." Dany's smile froze. She was stunned. Whitebeard explained, "Beworth is telling the truth. However, Magister Illyrio asked us to bring you back to help House Targaryen restore the kingdom. Now that the usurper is dead and the kingdom is in turmoil, there are actually 4 kings at the same time. They're killing each other until rivers of blood flow and corpses lie on the ground. Your Majesty, the 7 kingdoms need you. The people of the 7 kingdoms need you. The justice of the 7 kingdoms also needs you to uphold." "All right, you've covered it up." Dany frowned. "4 kings? Which 4? The usurper's son Joffrey Byra. The usurper's 3rd brother, Duke Renly Byra of Phoenix's Rest. The usurper's 2nd brother, Duke Theon of Dragonstone Island. The usurper's good friend Ide Stark's son, and the current king of the north, Theon Byra. It's said that Balon Greyjoy of Tywin Bay also has plans to restore the throne," Whitebeard said worriedly. "The prophecy really came true," Dany muttered. "You know that I've been to the wizard's immortal hall, right? I've heard that your dragon burned to death those wizards who only knew how to swindle others." Whitebeard complimented. His tone was full of disdain for the male adept. "Knight, tell this old gentleman about the prophecy I saw about the Westeros," Dany said to Yora. "When you came back, you told me that you saw a beauty being violated by 4 ugly dwarves. The beauty represented the Westeros and the 4 dwarves. You asked me who they represented, and I guessed that it was Queen Cersei, Grand Preceptor Pycelle, Eunuch Varys and King Joffrey." This. Whitebeard was in disbelief. Could it be that those blue lips could really prophesy? Not everyone could see the prophecy when they entered the immortal hall. Most of them were directly immersed in the environment, and only those with certain characteristics could peek into the river of time to a limited extent. I don't understand magic at all. I don't know if it was an illusion or some other method. Danny shook her head and said seriously, but that day I did see a lot of things. For example, my brother Liga, my sister-in-law Princess Elia, and my nephew Aegon. Liga has blue eyes and not purple eyes, right? I've never seen him before. Right, he was holding his son and told me that dragons have 3 heads and are still missing one. Chapter 60. It's true that I have 3 dragons, but I'm the only Targaryen left. Little Aegon is long dead. At this point, Danny looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Do you know the Song of Ice and Fire?" Rhaegar also said that Aegon is the child of the prophecy, and the Song of Ice and Fire was naturally composed for him. With the background music of the Song of Ice and Fire, it sounded like a protagonist. Whitebeard fell into deep thought. After a while he said, "The Targaryen emblem is indeed a 3-headed dragon, which means Aegon and his 2 sisters, 3 dragons, 3 dragon knights. The dragon has 3 heads should mean that, but I don't know who else is missing. The Prince of the Prophecy has been circulating among the Targaryen royalty for decades." The Prince of the Prophecy? Does the Targaryens have such a saying? Danny looked at Yora in confusion, hoping to get confirmation from him. "Sorry, I don't know either." Yora frowned and shook his head, looking at the old man suspiciously. "Aston, how do you know this?" "Haha, that was decades ago. You Northerners are the ones who are ignorant." Whitebeard chuckled for a while and continued the previous topic. "Legend has it that the Targaryens will give birth to a prince. He is the reincarnation of Aesir Ahai and will, wait, Aesir Ahai." Danny interrupted him and asked strangely, "Is it, after the long summer, the stars weep blood, and the reincarnation of Aesir Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt?" That's about it. I also know about this ancient Aesir prophecy circulating in the continent of Ursos. But in us Westeros, a prophet clearly said that the reborn Aesir Ahai will be a Targaryen prince, and he will be born in the last few decades. Whitebeard nodded. That damned Aesir Ahai was so rare that people from all over the world were looking forward to his reincarnation? Whether or not he saved the world from the other ghosts, killing his wife as a sacrifice to his sword was a sure thing. The old zebra man had told him the story of the descendants of Hel Cologne. After saving the world, Hel Cologne gave birth to many little Hel Cologne. Then who did he have a child with? Scumbag. As if seeing Danny's indifference, Whitebeard said seriously, "Even if Sir Mormont doesn't know about this prophecy, he must have heard of Jenny of the city of Barren Stone. Not to mention Yora, even Danny, who had never been to Westeros, knew about Jenny from the city of Barren Stone. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the first Mary Sue White Lotus. At the wedding of Danny Rise and the Horse King Drogo, all the guests gave gifts. Even Mormont, who was so poor that his wife had run away, gave 2 old books. It was a handwritten parchment without a name. Danny had read it many times in order to understand this world. It could probably be considered as Westeros fairy tales. It was filled with the legends of the 7 kingdoms. The writing was very simple and superficial. It was written specifically to help children learn how to read. Among them was the story of Jenny from the city of Barren Stone. It was said that she came from the city of Barren Stone, the ruins of a 6,000-year-old ancient city in the wilderness. She had no clear parents and only claimed to be a descendant of the ancient king. The city of Barren Stone was the capital of an ancient king and was destroyed by the Undul's invasion 6,000 years ago. However, the people in the nearby villages did not believe her and mocked her as a crazy peasant girl, or even a witch. But one thing was certain, she was a great beauty, mysterious and charming. So much so that Crown Prince Duncan, who had been engaged, would rather give up the throne and marry Jenny after meeting her in the wild with flowers in her hair. Speaking of which, Jenny was also Danny's aunt. Her husband was the elder brother of Danny's grandfather. Well, Danny's grandfather got a big bargain and got the throne as the second son. Jenny of the city of Barren Stone is related to the child of prophecy? Danny was surprised. Her Highness Jenny did not enter the palace alone. She had a good friend who grew up with her, a female prophet. Whitebeard's blue eyes flashed with reminiscence. His voice was low and powerful as it slowly entered everyone's ears. Her Highness Jenny called her friend the child of the forest, but everyone thought she was just a strange-looking dwarf. The witch once said to your grandfather that the prince in the prophecy would come to the descendants of Prince Aerys and Princess Layla. So, your parents may not have loved each other but they still got married. Alas, if King Eris ever had love, it must have happened to Joanna of Casterly Rock. Joanna of Casterly Rock? Mormont was inexplicably shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Are you talking about Joanna Lannister?" Whitebeard took a deep look at the knight and said, "She is the wife of Duke Tywin." As Princess Layla's companion, Joanna grew up in the Red Castle and King Eris. Alas, I digress. Now that I see Her Highness Dany rise, I feel that the prophet's prophecy has come true. He shook his head and said to Dany, "Aha, you think I'm the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Yeser and Ahai?" Dany shook her head and chuckled. "In the prophecy I saw, Liga almost passed through time and told me that the baby in his arms was the real child of prophecy. Little Prince Aegon is dead and the prophecy is broken." Cora said in a deep voice, "No matter what, you are the real queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Please return to Pentos with us," Whitebeard said to Dany. Dany could see that Whitebeard was only Beavis' attendant in name, but the real master was still him. "When did you come to Quarles?" she asked. 4 or 5 days ago." "Why did you come to me only today?" Whitebeard explained. "The leader of the merchant ship, Grollet, is the captain and also a proper Pentos merchant. Merchants believe that the ship will not run empty. We brought Mir's exquisite handicrafts to Quarles, and we will also take eastern spices, silk, porcelain and other things from Quarles. So far the goods shipped here have not been sold out and the goods from the east are not." Speaking of this, the old man frowned and looked at the centaurs sitting under the shade of the tree. He sighed. "We should have settled down your highness' subordinates and luggage, and then used the remaining space in the cabin to restock. You heard that I was leaving soon, so you rushed over immediately?" "That's right." The old man nodded. There was one more thing he did not say. He secretly observed whether Dany had the qualifications to become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and that was why they did not come to her immediately. To the old man, as long as Dany did not inherit the Mad King's crazy genes, she was qualified. He could not be blamed for having low standards as there were too few people to choose from. Dany let the maid serve the two guests, while she returned to the living room with the Blood Brotherhood guard and Cora to discuss their next move. Aggo and the others had always believed that centaurs should not leave solid land. The endless poisonous water would drown the entire world and it was too dangerous. Well, the centaurs were all landlubbers and had a phobia of the sea. Their views were too biased and there was not much reference value. Cora only hesitated for a moment before suggesting that Dany accept Illyrio's invitation. "You've been targeted by him. No matter if he has other motives or if he just wants to profit from your restoration, he won't give up your 3 dragons so easily. If he can find you so accurately and quickly once, he can find you a second time. If you keep rejecting him, perhaps." After pausing for a moment to let Dany understand the worst possible outcome, he continued, "It's also safer and faster to go by sea. We're not used to fighting on poisonous water. Our strength is halved," Shui Luo retorted. "It's harder to be tracked by sea, and it's naturally safer if you don't meet any enemies. Although you're warriors on horseback, the 2 ultimate skills of Ursos, the Arak Scimitar and Bow, are not completely useless on a ship." A fierce look flashed in Cora's eyes. "In fact, if things don't go well, we have the power to seize control of the ship. We won't go to Pentos. The ship will send us to Slaver's Bay." The next morning, Captain Grollet came to meet Dany. He was a weather-beaten, rugged old sailor of medium build, with a fluffy beard and curly black hair. He seemed to only have a mouthful of big white teeth and sharp dark brown eyes that leaked out from his face. In his conversation with Dany, Captain Grollet did not appear to be forceful. The moment he saw her, he offered to give up his captain's cabin. Like Beavos, he already saw Dany as someone he could serve and be loyal to. Of course, Dany would not tell him to change direction the moment they met. In fact, Dany would not take the initiative to mention this. She was only 15 years old, naive and muddle-headed. She did not have her own opinions and only listened to Cora Mengmeng. If Illyrio really had bad thoughts, he should blame the Queen's Iron Guard. When Zaylor found out that Illyrio had sent a ship to pick her up, he only said that the house could be extended for a few days, but she would have to pay for the food herself. After that, he did not show his face much, and if there was anything, it was through the steward. While waiting for the merchant ship to restock, Dany did not idle. First, she had to sell all 300 camels she had just bought, making a small loss. Not only did she have to sell the camels, but the old, weak women and children did not need to ride horses. Apart from the 80 elite cavalrymen, the remaining people's horses would also be sold. In fact, Danny had sold 70% of the tribe's warhorses, and spent money to equip the cavalrymen with better horses. Drogo Kalasar's good horses had been taken away by the many new Khans who had left, and the remaining horses were not suitable for battle. In the end, Danny had Captain Grollet choose 200 sailors from his fleet. The centaurs, including the Blood Riders, were required to learn how to swim, and the sailors were their instructors. Yura Mormont had grown up by the sea, and did not need to take part in any training. 2 days passed like this. After breakfast and a bowl of sponge gourd and shrimp soup, Danny decided to go to the docks to see Grollet's ship in person, and see if there were any problems that had been overlooked. For example, the terrifying septicemia during the age of the Great Voyage. She did not know if this magical world had encountered such a problem. The distance from Queers to Pentos was much farther than the Atlantic Ocean in Europe. She went to the stables in faded sandals and straw sandals. A silver medallion belt hung from her small waist, and a small scimitar hung from it. Jiki had braided her silver hair into a Dothraki braid, and tied a silver bell at the end, which jingled with her light footsteps. The centaur maid thought that Danny had burned the witch to death in the Hall of the Dust, and sent the soul of an immortal to hell. It was a victory worth bragging about, and was fully qualified to add a bell to her braid. Danny was helpless about this not because of the bell but because even the simple-minded centaurs thought that she had killed an immortal. Could the great wizard be dumber than a centaur? Chapter 61. Your Highness, is it really okay for you to dress like this? Danny's centaur girl outfit made Whitebeard's old face scrunch up, like a conservative father who saw his beloved daughter make a shamate look. I think the Chong Sam you invented is very beautiful, completely in line with the style of the royal family, he suggested hesitantly. Since seeing Danny that day, Whitebeard and Beworth had not left. The two claimed that it was their responsibility to protect Danny's safety, and wherever she went in the future, they would follow closely. Danny thought that the two were not cunning, and even if they had other motives they would not hurt her, so she agreed to their request. Sir Yora was very dissatisfied with this, and he kept telling Danny that there was something wrong with Aston, and he did not act like a servant at all. Although Danny agreed with him, she also retorted that they would cross the sea together sooner or later, and there would be more time to spend together in the future, so it was impossible to keep those two apart forever. So, Sir Yora also began to fulfill his duty as the Queen's Iron Guard, becoming one of Danny's bodyguards. Since we are here at the stable, we must ride horses, and my Chong Sam is not suitable for this kind of occasion. Danny led her little silver horse out, pressed on the saddle and stepped on it vigorously. Little Queen Beworth likes this dress very much, it looks like a warrior. The eunuch did not ride a horse, so he guarded Danny's side and strode forward. Ahem, the two of you and Sir Yora, don't call me Queen in the future, you can use the Queen's name to scare people in front of outsiders. We are all familiar with each other, so there is no need to deceive ourselves. The horse trotted briskly, crossed the threshold and stepped onto the street. You are the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the real Queen, Whitebeard said solemnly. He and Cora rode their horses, and together with Ricarlo and the other 4 centaur knights, they surrounded Danny from all sides. My brother Viserys has always claimed to be the guardian of the 7 kingdoms, the king of the Westeros, but everyone mocked him as the beggar king. Danny told them, from now on, you can call me Calixi or Princess of Dragonstone Island. You can just call me Danny Rise. When Danny Rise was born, the Targaryen dynasty had yet to be completely destroyed. Her identity as the Princess of Dragonstone Island was already a fact that no one could deny. At most, she could only be considered an exiled princess. Queers was built on the north shore of the strait, and the docks were south of the city. Jaluo's mansion was located in the wealthy district of the eastern part of the city. After crossing 8 streets, they finally arrived at the poor district of the southern part of the city. There were no colorful marble palaces or fragrant gardens here, only old brick houses. There were few windows on the side facing the street. There were naked children, dirt-faced beggars, scrawny sand-colored dogs and fair-skinned residents of Queers on the filthy streets. Not everyone could be like Zhao Luo, who wore the traditional clothes of Queers every day. These commoners only had a dirty linen skirt to cover their bodies. When Danny passed by, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to send her off with numb eyes. They all knew her and they all knew about the Mother of Dragons. They no longer had the fanaticism they had when she first entered the city. Now their indifference towards her was tinged with fear. The Hall of Immortality collapsed amidst the smoke and flames. Almost everyone in Queers saw it. At first, many people were fooled by Danny's lies, believing that the imperishable hall had burned down the old building. After all, the imperishable hall had really become a hall of dust. It was time to tear it down and rebuild it. Everyone knew about the madness of the male sorcerers. Setting fire to houses was normal for them. There were even house-building merchants who approached the great sorcerer Haya, hoping to contract the construction of the new imperishable hall. They didn't want any money, and they only needed to give him the storefronts facing the street. The merchant ran out of the black forest naked, shouting as he ran, "Where's my tail? I want my tail." It was extremely strange. The other merchants who thought they had missed the golden opportunity were scared out of their wits. The residents of Queers no longer dared to discuss the sorcerer's madness in public. Everyone began to wonder if the Mother of Dragons had lied to the sorcerer's intense reaction. In just one night, the people of Queers remembered the danger of dragons. The scene of them meeting each other disappeared, and Danny's mansion became deserted. However, Danny didn't care. She was about to leave. What did it matter what the people of Queers thought of her? After passing through the slums of Queers and entering the docks, the streets became more crowded. Carriages, palanquins, camel caravans, merchants and sailors of all kinds of skin, hawkers on the streets. The fragrance of the noblewoman's perfume, the smell of roasted meat, leather, feces, sweat, and the smell of fish mixed together to form a thick and strange smell. The strange smell mixed with the clamor and salty sea breeze gave people a feeling of living in the world of mortals. Danny found herself liking Queers a little. She shouldn't have been hiding in Zhao's garden palace. She almost missed the true beauty of this city of trade. Out of the way for the Mother of Dragons. Bevos, the burly man, shouted loudly, chasing away a mule in front of him. "I smell it. It's poisonous water," Jiki, the centaur maid, shouted at Danny. The Dothraki didn't trust the sea or anything related to it. In their eyes, any water that horses couldn't drink was unclean. What poisonous water? Ago and the others have been soaking in the sea for the past few days. Did they die? Danny asked Ago, who was beside her. "Tell her, is the sea poisonous?" "It's poisonous, Khaleesi," the centaur nodded seriously. "I drank a few mouthfuls and was almost poisoned to death. Everyone has tried it. Sea water really isn't drinkable. Of course it's poisonous." That logic, Queers was one of the largest ports in the world. Taverns, warehouses and casinos lined the streets. Cheap brothels were closely connected to temples that worshipped all kinds of strange gods. Under the huge canopy of the docks, peddlers and customers from all over the world were crowded. Thieves, rogues, swindlers and other lowlifes were also among them. Aston, the white-bearded man, explained to Danny, "The dock itself is a big shopping mall. Goods from the eastern and western continents enter and leave here day and night. Almost everything that exists in the world can be found here." After a moment's silence, he sighed. At the same time, this is also a forbidden area of law and morality. Slaves can be freely bought and sold, illegal goods can be peddled. If you don't ask about the source of the goods, the same thing will only cost a fraction of the market price here. Your Highness, do you understand why? A few thoughts flashed through her mind. Danny said in surprise, "Pirates and robbers openly sell their stolen goods here?" A hint of admiration flashed through the white-bearded man's blue eyes. "This is the trading capital of the world, and also a place of sin." Mother of Dragons, Mother of Dragons? Danny turned around and saw a skinny man wearing a hat made of white linen jumping up and down, waving and shouting at her from across Yora. The middle-aged man's skin was charcoal black, and his body was thin and shriveled. The whites of his eyes were especially large, and they were even more obvious against the black skin of his face. Mother of Dragons, I have dragon eggs, do you want to buy them?" He shouted in Valeglia with a dialect accent. Hearing about dragon eggs, Danny couldn't help but pull the little silver horse to a stop. She asked Yora to let the peddler in and asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "How would I dare to lie to Mother of Dragons? You'll know when you come and see." The thin dark man, with a solemn promise, pulled the silver pony towards his stall without a word of protest. There were many bottles and jars on the dark red carpet. In the center, a ball of soft barren silk wrapped around two colorful stone eggs. They were the size of pineapples and their surface was covered with fine scales. They had a glazed texture, and the sunlight that passed through the hollow ceiling shone on them, reflecting a copper-like halo. Danny exclaimed softly. She got off the horse and walked quickly to the stall. She bent down and picked up one of the stone eggs from the silk cushion. She looked at it carefully. Mother of dragons, don't be fooled by old Bao Khan. There was no chair next to the skinny man's stall. Instead, there was a white-skinned old woman with a string of beer bottles hanging on each of her shoulders. Through the gap of the wooden stopper, the rich smell of goat's milk faintly wafted out. Facing Danny's gaze, the old woman, Queers, whose back was hunched, revealed her shriveled mouth that was missing her front teeth. She chuckled and said, "If they really are dragon eggs, this barbarian from Asha would have already offered them to the royal family." You. The skinny man called Bao Khan wanted to poke his finger into the old woman's eyes. He jumped and scolded, "Bastard, bastard old woman, I've never offended you. I often buy goat's milk from you every morning. Why are you slandering me?" The old woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I don't want to lose a returning customer." "What did you say?" "I don't want you to be cut in half by the centaur boys under her command because you lied to the great Calixi." The old woman mocked, "Why don't you think about who is in front of you? She is the mother of dragons. You fool, when you meet her you should stay far away. If there's anyone in the world who can distinguish real dragon eggs, it's her." The old woman is very wise. The skinny man was speechless. His dark face became a little pale. The onlookers nearby also nodded. "This is indeed a dragon egg." Danny said something that made the old woman dumbfounded. "What, it's really a dragon egg?" Even Bao Khan himself was not calm. "Dragon egg, the mother of dragons said it's a dragon egg. Bao Khan's dragon egg is real." The nearby vendors were in an uproar. "Your Highness, are you sure?" Whitebeard came over and picked up another dragon egg. He looked left and right, but it was difficult to distinguish whether it was real or fake. He was also an expert. When he was young, he had come into contact with real dragon eggs, the dragon eggs of the Targaryen family. "Haha, this is a dragon egg, I'm not lying." The Asian man, Bao Khan, jumped and jumped as if he had won the lottery. He laughed and greeted the people around him. "You all saw it, this is the famous mother of dragons, the mother of dragons who gave birth to 3 dragons. She identified it, this is a dragon egg." "It's indeed a dragon egg." Danny asked him with a smile, "If I buy it, what's the price?" Chapter 62. Danny had never been so satisfied. Villa's giant lamp, Arda's first sun, contained the origin of the first flame that surpassed all the suns in the future. Although its flames were very violent and theoretically belonged to the remnants of the first flame, it was indeed rich in the origin of the first flame. Its energy level was even higher than the first flame she obtained in the Smoke Sea, surpassing level 6. She swallowed 70% of the 2 giant lamps, and Villa buried the remaining flames back into the ground. Because of her help, Villa saved 90% of the maintenance time and tried to preserve more ancient species. Other than the fire in the giant lamp, the underground fire spewed out due to the collapse of the earth and mountains. Danny also absorbed countless earth core fire. At this time, when the world was created, the earth core fire was the origin of the secret flame buried and sealed by Villa. The high quality made Danny lose control of her desire again. She was drunk and stuck her head into the crack, squeezing in with all her might and sucking the secret flame deep in the earth. The earth god, Aoki, used the continental plate to clamp her head and prevent her from going down. The titan god, Tokus, grabbed her spider leg and pulled it out with all his might. The Olomian dog barked at the side to scare her. However, Danny had absorbed enough origin of the first flame to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire worlds from the giant lamp. Tokus couldn't stop her. In the end, crybaby Nina used her pitiful tears to awaken Danny's rationality and prevent her from being beaten up by the Varys. "Thank you, Nina. I almost made a big mistake again." Danny smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the secret flame while sincerely thanking the god of mercy. Nina ignored her. Like Lin Dayu, who was abandoned by Jia Baoyu, she looked timidly at the crack in the earth and cried. Wherever her tears fell, the earth's wounds were immediately healed. The earth regained its vitality, plants grew, beasts revived, and the world was filled with hope and beauty again. Danny saw this and was envious. "Greedy spider, since you were driven by instinct and couldn't extricate yourself, Manwë pardoned your crimes. I don't want to see you again." Taka's anger had yet to dissipate. His eyes seemed to contain a storm. His wife, Nessa the fleet-footed leg, glared at him angrily with her face puffed up like a bun. "Don't do any more evil. I'll keep an eye on you." Olami's voice echoed across the land. Woof woof woof. Even the dog barked at her. Danny didn't have the face to curry favor with him. She put on the black miasma cloak and disappeared in front of the villa. Hiss, did you notice how she disappeared? Olami gasped. He was the god of hunting and was best at tracking. He also had a dog with a superb sense of smell and vision, but he still couldn't find any trace of Danny. Shadow, pay attention to the shadow on the ground, Valda, who was behind the stars, said with a worried expression. She said to Manwë, after losing the giant lamp, the world fell into darkness with only thin starlight. We can't find any trace of Angorian. Maybe we should keep her with us. Compared to Mirko, she's not too evil. Since she's not too evil, she won't do evil alone. We don't have to worry about her. If she joins Mirko again, keeping an eye on him is the same as keeping an eye on her, Manwë said softly. Valda thought that it made sense and let the matter go. Villa and the others didn't look for trouble with Mirko again because the land had just healed. The world was like a terminally ill patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. It couldn't withstand the torment of the battle of the gods. After the battle of the giant lamp, the symmetrical landforms of the continent changed completely. There were plains that rose into hills and mountains that rose into the clouds that became lakes. The continent in the middle of the ocean was like a biscuit that had been bitten a few times. There were many bays and islands. In general, the world map before and after the Battle of the Giant Lamp was completely different. Even Villa's residence, Omeron Island, was shattered. Part of it even became steep mountains. Therefore, Villa left Middle-earth and moved to the westernmost continent, near the edge of the world, on Amen Island. To prevent Mirko from attacking again, Villa built the highest mountain in the world on the coast of Amen Island. Manwë's throne was on the highest peak of the mountain. It had a very beautiful name, Oyo Luoshua. When Manwë and Valda looked east from Oyo Luoshua's palace, they could almost see the end of the world. That was because the world was still flat. Danny quietly approached Amen Island, wanting to peek at what Villa was doing. However, she was discovered by Valda. She looked at her with a serious face. The light of Amen shone on her face, like a holy living bodhisattva. Danny was embarrassed by her stare. She smiled and left the West Sea. She didn't want to look for Mirko at first. She had secretly approached Udamo Fortress in the north a few times before. The environment there was really disgusting. However, after wandering around the continent for a few times, she found that humans had not been born yet. The world was quiet and she didn't even have a friend to talk to. After Villa went to Amen Island, she almost never set foot on the continent again. The loneliness of being the only person in the world drove her to the north. Mirko didn't blame her for surrendering to Villa and helping Villa to stop the disaster. He wanted to rule the world, not destroy it. Besides, he himself had escaped at that time. How could he blame Danny, who fought alone? However, his reaction was a little strange. Sometimes he was happy for her return, but sometimes he wasn't very enthusiastic. When facing her, he often showed jealousy and fear. Sagrador said with a complicated expression, "You can wrestle with Tokus and fight against several villas at the same time. Mirko craves the help of your power, but he is also jealous of your power. He is also a little scared." Danny also saw jealousy in the old goblin's eyes. On the other hand, Soren was also jealous and afraid, but he hid it well. Plus, he was one of the few wise men in the Maya. Danny got along well with him. Hence, she moved to the Ongban fortress in the west. There they researched evil black witchcraft and blood magic together, and tortured Omilo's divine beasts into all kinds of monsters. Unknowingly, a few decades had passed. The sudden appearance of holy light in Amen interrupted their peaceful days. The twin holy trees were born. Villa built the kingdom of the gods in Amen Velenor. They built countless beautiful palaces, castles, gardens, and towers. Villa also placed all the beautiful things that were saved from the disaster in Velenor. Most importantly, they have the twin holy trees. They are divine objects that transcend common sense. They make Velenor more beautiful than artist's spring. Big Me's black face twisted into an exaggerated arc, just like his heart. That land is full of blessings. Everything there will never wither. Not a flower, not a tree, not even a stone, not even a drop of dew is tainted. How can this be allowed? I won't allow it. He roared at the demon kings below the throne. You want to start another war against Villa? Takamen? Danny frowned. After the calamity of the giant lantern, she finally understood. Against Villa, the fallen Mia and the flame devils had no chance of winning. Villa was strong in terms of quality. No matter how many heavenly soldiers there were, they could not defeat the 3 pure ones. I can't, Bigme said hatefully. But I can destroy Middle-earth. I want darkness to envelop this world created by Villa and make it mine. Bigme was very realistic but also very low. Danny asked, did you summon us to increase our destructive power? But we're already evil enough. We pollute the water, spread fear and cultivate demons and ghosts. Not evil enough. Bigme shook his head. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said in surprise, are you planning to kill Alam? Bigme, you're really bold. Bigme asked curiously, why do you want to kill Alam? Danny was stunned. She said in confusion, what's more evil than killing Villa? Alam, that bastard, rides Nahal every day with his dog to kill our monsters in the dark forest. Even the flame devils we sent to destroy the forest and create deserts died. We should take revenge. Bigme was a little tempted. But then he remembered Alam's terrifying horn and rumbling horse hooves. He could not help but shudder. Why don't you lead a group of flame devils to kill him? I can't beat him. You're the divine king. Danny emphasized. No, Alam can't change the big picture. I have more important things to do. Bigme waved his hand. I want you to find Iluvita's first child before Villa does. He said darkly. Bigme, I don't understand. Iru's first batch of humans should be elves, right? What's the use of elves in the big picture? Danny asked. You even participated in the Grand Symphony. Mirko looked at her with some disdain. The Grand Symphony of Creation has a total of 5 themes. The first 2 are sung by Villa. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru and I will sing together. Danny rolled her eyes. What kind of duet is that? You're just copying Iru's song clumsily. But Bigme's words reminded her that each theme of the Grand Symphony had its own meaning. The first 2 themes were about Villa creating the world. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iluvita's children will follow. You have to understand that the most important thing is what Iru does personally. Danny frowned. During the Grand Symphony, Iru stood up 3 times. Each time it meant that the theme changed. The first theme was harmonious in the early and middle stages, but ended with Mirko causing trouble in the latter stages. In the second theme, Mirko caused trouble from the beginning until Iru couldn't stand his clumsiness anymore. Iru stood up and participated in the 3rd theme. In the early stages Inu also participated, but later only Bigme and Iru were left. The 4th theme, Mirko was right. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru added her own thoughts into the Grand Symphony. The meaning of that thought must be greater than the first 2 movements. Could the meaning of creating humans be greater than the physical world itself? Danny was shocked. There seemed to be a big secret behind it. Mirko was still going on. The establishment of Arda, the spring of Arda, and the blooming of the 2 holy trees in Amen are just the construction, decoration, and beautification of the world. They are the content of the 1st and 2nd themes. But when the house and garden are built, who will live in it? Haha, Villa built a house for Iru's children to live in. The evil before was only destroying Villa's house. Now the 3rd theme is about to begin. We will spread the evil to the owner of the house. Mirko grinned. Bigme, your understanding of evil has opened the door to a new world for me. Danny was sincere and full of admiration. Chapter 63. Which Khalasar are they from? Danny asked. The Khalasar of Khal Ogo, Ago said casually, showing no anger at the tragic fate of his compatriots. The slaves that Bonofa sold to Mireen. They are too young to become gladiators, but they are too old to become unsullied. Since they cannot become warriors, they can only be sold to the manor owners of other cities. They are not very useful and the price is not expensive. 40 silver coins. What do you want from my blood? They are centaurs. Danny emphasized. So what if they are centaurs? After losing a battle they either die or become slaves. Everyone knows that, Ago said casually. In my Khalasar there are no slaves. Danny waved her whip and shouted. Untie their slave collars. I want to ask them if they are willing to join the Mother of Dragons Khalasar and become her people, to fight for the Mother of Dragons. Your Highness, after you ask, you can untie their collars and shackles? Whitebeard whispered. Ogo's Khalasar was defeated by your husband. There are 20 of them and only 7 of us. If they scatter we cannot stop them. What I need is the loyalty of the free Dothraki, not slaves. Danny shook her head. They won't run, she added. The old man sighed helplessly and dismounted. He stood in front of Danny with Beavos. Ago and 3 centaur warriors stepped forward and untied the slaves' collars and chains. Ding ding dong dong. Soon, a pile of chains rose from the ground. The centaur slaves moved their wrists and turned their stiff necks, feeling the long-lost pleasure of being light. Danny asked, "Do you know who I am?" Some of the centaur youths looked at each other, while others peeked at Danny, but none of them came out to speak. Slaves do not need to speak. I do not need slaves. If anyone remembers that they are centaurs, come out and answer my question, Danny said coldly. Khaleesi. One of the youths hesitated. Immediately a voice sounded. You are Khaleesi. Call Drogo's Khaleesi. I've seen you before, Khaleesi. No one called her the mother of dragons. They probably didn't know about dragons. Will you join my khalasar? She asked again. I'm willing. First, someone said that he was willing, followed by a series of rebuttals. Women can't lead the Khalasa. Drogo is dead. You should go to Horse King City and become a Dash Kalen. Hearing their words, Danny laughed happily. Very good, you guys have finally regained some of your centaur's pride. I'll go split them up when we get back. Pick 2 people from each bull record and fill in the 2 newcomers. We can make 2 new bull records. Yes. Agu nodded and accepted the order, completely ignoring the opinion of the centaur who had just taken off his slave collar. They didn't agree to pledge allegiance to you, Aston asked in confusion on the way to the next pier. Danny smiled and explained, I don't care if they immediately pledge allegiance to me or not. What I did before was just to provoke them and let them get rid of the slave shackles in their hearts as soon as possible. The centaurs are indeed barbaric. They don't have any sense of nationality and country. They don't have any empathy for their companions becoming slaves. But because of this, they don't have the shackles of nationality and tribe ties. Every moment, there are old khalasars disbanding and new khalasars forming on the plains. As long as they find out that my khalasar is indeed a khalasar, they will quickly pledge their allegiance to me, until the moment I die. Back then, Drogo didn't take Ogo's people into his khalasar mainly because his khalasar scale was close to its limit. 50,000 roaring warriors and more than 100,000 tribesmen were already the largest khalasar in the Sea of Grass. They couldn't take in more people. They walked past 3 to 4 miles of piers, docks, and warehouses until they reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped port. Ships from the Summer Islands, Westeros, and the 9 free cities were required to dock here. The piers prepared for foreign merchants were not as neat and orderly as before. The prostitutes wore faded gauze dresses and flirted with the sailors with their bare legs crossed. The vendors sold their goods, drinks, and food directly between the ships. There were even more sailors. Sailors from dozens of countries in the east and west wandered around the piers. They carried bottles of wine in their hands, hugged women, or fought with each other. The people beside them cheered loudly. The strange accents merged into a clamor. Beavis is hungry. Whitebeard, buy me something to eat. When they passed by a barbecue stall, the brawny Beavis called out to Aston. The old man glared at him, but still fulfilled his duty as an attendant and bought him a bag of grilled fish. The white fish was smeared with spices, whale oil, honey, and so on. It was grilled until it was golden. Finally, it was sprinkled with fennel powder and clear grains of pepper and salt. Gulp. Ago swallowed and said, Khaleesi, I want to eat too. Go buy it yourself. Danny looked at Cora and Whitebeard. Do you want it? No need. The 2 of them said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. In the end, Cora explained, it's too chaotic here. There are too many people. It's easy to be distracted while eating. We can't protect you. Danny nodded. She had a similar vigilance herself. She did not eat the food bought on the street, nor did she drink the drinks sold by the merchants. The centaurs were not used to eating fish. Ago used a handful of copper coins to buy a string of roasted rats with honey for every centaur. The fat rats that were half the size of a bamboo rat were roasted until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The centaur youths ate until their mouths were full of oil. Khaleesi, you're here. Captain Grohl was originally standing by the gambling pit to watch the beast fight. Danny and the others' movements were too big. Ago was still shouting, make way for the mother of dragons. He immediately noticed that the guests he was waiting for had arrived. The old sailor of Pentos came to the side of the little silver horse. Amidst the loud shouts of the sailors and the cries of the animals, he shouted to Danny, Khaleesi, 3 ships, 1 large ship and 2 paddling ships. The large ship, Cedulian, is anchored at the end of the pier. The paddling ship Son of Summer, and joking Yaso, are anchored outside the dam. You and your men will take the spacious large ship. I'll take you there now. Danny nodded and let him lead the horse to the end of the pier. Oh! Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise by the gambling pit. Danny turned her head to the side. There was a stone pit that was 7 to 8 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters deep. There were 2 animals fighting inside. To be more precise, an animal that looked like a pangolin was torturing a red-haired hound that was half a man's height. The red-haired hound was like a doll that met a naughty child. It was torn to pieces by the pangolin. As the blood splattered, the sailor by the railing exclaimed in satisfaction. There were also people who cursed the dead dog for being useless and causing him to lose his money. Why is the pangolin so big? It's bigger than a lion, Danny said in surprise. Pangolin? Blackbeard Growlithe shook his head. That's a snake lizard. It has 8 legs. Didn't you notice? It's much more ferocious than a pangolin. The largest snake lizard is twice the size of a lion. It's the scariest monster in barren land. Barren land? Danny raised her eyebrows and asked strangely, are there many snake lizards in barren land? Very many. They appear in groups in the forest. Other than the zebra people in the north, barren land is most afraid of these creatures. In the Colosseum, snake lizards are also known as overlords. Many animals are no match for them, Blackbeard said with a sigh. Barren land isn't Wuxia after all. Danny muttered softly. What? Blackbeard tilted his head. Calixi, what did you say? How does snake lizard meat taste? Why don't barren people eat it? She asked. The pangolin that was the size of a kitten was eaten by the people of the Celestial Empire. The snake lizard that was bigger, had more meat, and seemed to be more chewy was a heaven-sent delicacy. It became a disaster in barren land. How could they imitate the ancient people of the Celestial Empire and call themselves the Golden Celestial Empire? Whitebeard shook his head and said, the snake lizard's blood is poisonous. The stone lizard's poison is extracted from the snake lizard's blood. It can make a person's muscles atrophy, numb their nerves and petrify them. It's said that the faceless people of Bravos use snake lizard's blood to make spices. When the spices are smeared on cooked meat, it can emit an enticing aroma. But no matter man or beast, after eating it they will go mad. Rats infected by snake lizard's poison even dare to bite lions. That's right. Only the craziest people dare to eat snake lizard meat. Blackbeard nodded in agreement. There's such a miraculous effect? It's not just a delicacy anymore. It's a divine ingredient. No matter how poisonous it is, can it be more poisonous than pufferfish? And with an enticing aroma, it's just asking for death. Danny decided that when the time comes, she must make snake lizard meat into a famous edible dish. Otherwise, she would be letting down the soul of the people of the Celestial Empire. Speaking of poison, Danny said thoughtfully. Zero once gave me a silver necklace inlaid with a magic amethyst. He said it could protect me from poison. Before I could test it, that guy took it back. Do you think that thing can really protect me from poison? Your Highness, the Perfect Guard system has a test for poison. It's much more useful than those scams, Whitebeard said proudly. It's not all scams. Blackbeard shook his head. You Westeros are all about chivalry. Men usually use swords to solve problems. But in Ursos, schemes and poison are like dust in the air. It's hard to see clearly, but it's everywhere. The number of trade governors and city lords who die from poison wine is probably more than the number of people who die from old age. The magic amethyst enchanted by a powerful magician can detect or immunize the poison in wine and food to a certain extent. Looks like I have to find a chance to get my hands on a magic amethyst. As they talked, they came to the end of the gray stone pier. There was a big ship moored there that made Danny gasp in amazement. It looked like a big fat dumpling. Danny estimated that it was more than 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide. Excluding the area below the deck, one could see the windows of the 4th floor. What a majestic ship. This is a sea ship. Without oars, it can only sail by the sea breeze. Blackbeard proudly explained the ship's structure and transportation ability to Danny, as if he was introducing his son who passed the exam to Tsinghua University. Let's not talk about your 200 horse riders. Even if there were twice as many, it would still be easy to accommodate them. Let's not talk about this Sidullian of mine. Every rowboat docked at the flood wall has 200 rowers. Chapter 64. The captain's cabin was more spacious than Danny had guessed. It was a full 30 square meters. She asked the sailors to move away the tables, chairs, mattresses, boxes and other miscellaneous items, leaving only a double bed and an open space. "My dragon wants to live with me," she said to Blackbeard. "But this place is too small. It can't fit 3 huge metal cages." Blackbeard Pentos said doubtfully. "You even prepared cages? There's no need." Danny looked around the cabin and said, "After leaving Queers, I'll remove the chains on their necks." "Then what if it catches fire?" Blackbeard's face was bitter as he said hesitantly, "The Hall of Dust and the stone walls were all burned to the ground by your dragon. Wooden ships and cloth sails are more likely to be ignited." Danny frowned as she walked around a puddle of dried vomit and asked casually, "Have you heard of the dragon-worshipping portrait?" "What dragon-worshipping portrait?" Blackbeard was confused. Whitebeard, who was behind her, was shocked and cried out, "There are rumors at the docks that Her Highness Black Dragon drew a picture for a merchant from the Summer Islands, depicting the scene when he paid his respects to you and your dragon in detail. That merchant called it the dragon-worshipping portrait. I thought he was just bragging when he was drunk." "Oh, I've heard of it too." Blackbeard was surprised at first, but then he said disapprovingly, "I've also heard that the Black Dragon sings and recites poems for visitors. It's all nonsense. Whoever believes it is a fool. Sigh, the dragon's throat bone can't make human sounds. The reciting of poems is true, but no one but me can understand it. This rumor is false." Danny shook her head. Blackbeard and Whitebeard were aghast at her words. Was she implying that the rumors about the dragon-worshipping portrait were true? "It's true. Many people were there and I've seen the black dragon paint many times." Yora lifted his chin a little and said with an expression of pride. Danny concluded, "I can let the dragon paint and I can also restrain their actions. At least they won't burn your ship." "All right." Danny spent more than an hour looking at the cargo yard from the deck to the bottom. It was dirty and messy. Rats and cockroaches were running rampant. Rotten clothes were strewn everywhere. A layer of mud had formed on the deck of the ship. Back on the bridge, she said, "The crew's lounge is too dirty. We have to clean it regularly or we'll get infected. There will be a thorough cleaning before we leave the port." Blackbeard nodded. "Buy some rye and put it in the bilge. I have 80 horses," she added. "This isn't necessary, is it?" Blackbeard counted with his fingers for her. "A good colt is worth at most 2 gold royals, but it and the food that feeds it along the way take up a lot of space. If you exchange it for spices and gems, you can get at least a profit of 30 gold royals. Besides, the sea route is long and animals die easily. Why not sell them all in quills, and buy as many horses as you want when you return to Pentos?" If they really went to Pentos, then what he said was completely right. Not to mention the profit margin after tens of thousands of miles of sea route, it would be a blessing if 40 out of 80 horses could survive. "My horses are very special. They are not afraid of the dragon's aura, and their endurance and impact are twice that of ordinary horses," Danny explained. Whitebeard exclaimed, "You feed the horses with dragon dung?" Danny looked at him in surprise. "You know about it too?" The old man nodded and said with a complicated expression, "It is said that before the dragons were extinct, the Targaryen family built a horse farm on the southern shore of the Blackwater to breed draconic horses. The draconic horses bred from childhood are ferocious, and there is a legend that they kill the shadow lynx. Only powerful knights with superb riding skills can tame them, but every generation of Kingsguard has its own draconic horse." "Bullshit." Sir Yora disagreed. "You southerners probably rarely encounter a shadow lynx. It is the overlord of the forest. It has the claws of a leopard, the dexterity of a cat, the dominance of a tiger, the strength of a bear, and is bigger than a horse. Since there is such a legend, there must be a reason for it," Whitebeard said calmly. "Hee hee." Yora smiled but did not say anything. Danny glanced at the two of them and asked Blackbeard and Growlet, "Did you bring any fruits?" "Water is for you to eat. There are lemons and oranges. If you don't eat fruits at sea, you will be cursed by the demons," Blackbeard said matter-of-factly. It seemed that although this world was primitive with thousands of years of sailing history, it had also allowed people to summarize a set of mature survival wisdom on the sea. At noon, because the news of the Mother of Dragons' arrival had spread, the merchants and captains on the ships near the dock had all come to the Sedulian to watch. It was only until Ago went down and shouted to them, "The Mother of Dragons did not bring any dragons out today. Do not disturb her." Only then did the crowd disperse temporarily. It was only temporary. The next morning, after Danny brought a group of centaurs and boarded the Seidulian, the dragon seekers came in an endless stream to ask for an audience. Today was the last day. In the evening, the ship would leave the harbor with the tide. Yes, Danny was leaving Kars. When she left Zhao Yuo's mansion, she also gave him a set of clothes. It was a large Chinese tunic suit, woven with gold silk and buttoned with black jade. Long before Zhao Yuo showed his scumbag side, Danny had already prepared this gift for him when she asked the tailor to sew a Chong Sam for her. According to the relationship between Westeros and guests, guests would give the host a gift before leaving as a sign of gratitude. At first, Danny was truly grateful to Zhao Yuo. At that time he kept sending gifts to her house. Zhao Yuo was a scumbag. After receiving Danny's gift, he did not come out to see her off. He only sent a message to the butler: "The great wizard Haya will not let you leave peacefully." Danny asked the butler to convey her gratitude to Zhao Yuo, but she did not take it to heart. At sea with her dragons she was almost invincible. At most, Haya would disguise himself as a pirate to kill her, but the ship was made of wood and the sails were made of cloth. They were all flammable. Khaleesi, the captain of the almond-eyed maiden, only brought you a silver statue as thick as an arm. Do you want to let him in? The Ginkgo maiden is just a small ship. Its captain might not have much money. Jogo came over to report to Danny. A tall wooden chair was placed on the side of the deck near the sea. Danny sat on it and the black dragon lay at her feet. She waited for the nearby crew and sea merchants to line up to visit her. Yes, they were here to see the dragon. According to Zhao Yuo's rules, every dragon visitor had to present a gift. The order of the audience was arranged according to the amount of the gift. When Danny went to visit the great wizard's immortal temple, there was still a long list of names that had not been crossed off. Now that they had moved to the ship, they would be leaving tonight. Danny's Megalosaurus Zoo was temporarily open for business again. The visitors were too enthusiastic, and most of them were from the western continent of Ursus. Danny did not want to be known as aloof and difficult to get along with, or arrogant and ruthless. She had to smile, she had to be amiable, she had to dress up beautifully, and she had to let everyone see her perfect control over the dragon. Then Daenerys Targaryen would be labeled as beautiful beyond compare, amiable, noble, elegant and powerful by many seafarers, and they would be plastered all over the free cities. Yes, invitation. Although the main purpose was to invite guests, she did not want to let go of the opportunity to profit. Every guest still had to present a gift. What statue? She asked. A young woman, Jogo said. A maiden. Whitebeard, who was standing guard at the side, asked, Is the Ginkgo maiden from the Sea of the Setting Sun? I don't know, but his accent is a bit like yours, Jogo said. Your Highness, you should receive him. He is a citizen of your old country, Whitebeard advised. Danny nodded. Let him come up. Danny had seen merchant ships from Lys, Bravos, Pentos and Midsummer, but she had not seen any pure Westeros sea merchants. The silver statue was very small and not worth many radiant coins, but the identity of the guest was very significant. The newcomer was a thin middle-aged man who was missing an incisor. His mid-length hair had already turned white, and fresh stubble could be seen on his long and narrow face. It was obvious that he had tidied himself up before coming. Great Mother of Dragons, Guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the true Queen of Unduls, Nuenar, and the ancestors. The horse-faced man spoke in standard common language and knight etiquette. I am the captain of the Ginkgo maiden Jordan Snow. Your appearance is like the bright moon in a quiet lake, holy, beautiful and untouchable by mortals. You are the incarnation of the maiden in the human world. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee and held up a small maiden statue with both hands. The mainstream religion of the Seven Kingdoms was the Church of the Seven Gods. The seven gods they worshipped were seven different forms of the same god, representing seven different virtues. However, the less educated people at the bottom of society would think that the seven gods were seven different gods. The Heavenly Father represented judgment, the Holy Mother represented motherly love and nurturing, the warrior represented strength in battle, the blacksmith represented craftsmanship and labor, the old woman represented wisdom, and the stranger represented death and the unknown. The maiden represented innocence and purity, and people often prayed to her to protect the maiden's chastity. Like Jordan, the maiden could also be used to praise a woman's appearance and temperament. Thank you for your gift. I will pray to the seven gods and let the blacksmith bless you to return safely to King's Landing. At this point, Danny stopped and asked tentatively, Captain Snow, you are from the north, right? In the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms, illegitimate children would use the most common things in the area as their surnames, meaning the lowest people. For example, snow, in the north, meaning snow in the north. Buddha's flower, in River Bend, meaning that River Bend has a warm climate and many plants. Sand, in Dorne, meaning that Dorne has a large desert with the most sand. Stone in the valley, meaning that there are many stones in the valley. Generally, one could tell where an illegitimate child came from by his surname. If he was an illegitimate child of a noble family, his coat of arms would usually be related to his father's family, or the opposite color, or an additional bar, or his parents were both nobles, and a new coat of arms was formed by combining the two families' coats of arms. Many experienced people could often deduce which family's bastard was from just a glance or a sentence. Chapter 65. Ah, Your Majesty, you know the traditions of our homeland too. Jordan Snow was not embarrassed when Dany found out that he was a bastard. He smiled and said, I am a Snow from the north. There are 3 major ports in the Westeros. King's Landing is the largest and most prosperous, Old Town in the south is second, and White Harbor in the north is third. In fact, I serve Count Mandalay of White Harbor, and he owns 30% of the shares of the Ginkgo Maiden. Are you the bastard of that fat eel? Whitebeard exclaimed. Eel. Count Mandalay of White Harbor was so fat that he was called an eel. Jordan Snow was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, I don't have the honor of being the Count's bastard. When are you going back? Dany did not want to make him more embarrassed, so she changed the topic. About 2 months later. Jordan thought for a moment and said, I came out this time mainly to buy some spices from the east. The spices here in Queers are still a little expensive. Maybe I'll go to the Jade Sea. Ed Stark was imprisoned by Joffrey, and Robb Stark led his army south. Do you know about that? She asked. Really? Jordan was shocked and said hurriedly, when I left White Harbor it was more than a year ago. I sold goods to Lys, Volantis and Meereen along the way. It was a little delayed. What about King Robert? He and Duke Stark were good friends growing up together. The usurper. Yora reminded him coldly. The usurper is dead, murdered by Cersei. Why? Jordan was confused. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are actually the bastards of Cersei and Jaime. Ed Stark found out, Yora said. In fact, he was not sure if the rumor was true or not. Jordan Snow. Dany thought for a moment and decided to show off. You know that I've been to the Wizard's Imperishable Hall, right? I heard that your dragon burned an immortal. The bastard's eyes flashed. That's not the point. Dany waved her hand and leaned forward. She lowered her voice and said, I saw a prophecy there. It's related to Robb Stark. Horse-faced Jordan looked stunned with a what are you talking about look on his face. Did you really see Robb Stark's prophecy? What happened to him? Cora quickly asked. Ever since Dany described Liga's appearance in detail, he began to doubt the prophecy she saw. Seeing that Whitebeard was also listening, Dany lowered her voice and said in a low voice, his head was cut off, and there was a gray wolf head sewn on his neck. This. Cora was horrified. Who killed him? What about the others? What happened to the vassals he brought to the south? In a huge wooden house, corpses were piled up all over the ground. They seemed to be attending a banquet, and then the enemy suddenly charged out. Oh. Dany carefully recalled the scene she saw that day. They seemed to be unprepared for danger before they died. Robb sat at the table with a leg of lamb in his hand. Impossible. Cora, Jordan, and Whitebeard said in unison. Through Dany's description of the scene, they almost immediately understood what had happened. Someone had violated guest etiquette and murdered their own guests when they were hosting a banquet with Robb and his vassals. Dany shrugged. I'm not lying. In fact, I'm wondering why I saw the prophecy of the House of Stark boy. Whitebeard seemed to have found a flaw and asked, since it was a wolf head, how did you determine his identity? You haven't even seen Robb Stark in person. Dany rolled her eyes and said in annoyance, I haven't seen anyone, but don't I know the emblem of the 7 great dukes? Targaryen's red dragon with black background, the usurper's crowned stag, the tower rose, Dorne's sun-piercing spear, Tully's trout, Greyjoy's hydra. It's a sea monster. Whitebeard corrected. Dany waved her hand and said with a lonely expression, you don't understand. That's a hydra. Whitebeard did not refute this time. You're the princess. If you say it's a hydra, then it's a hydra. Lannister's lion, Irene's blue eagle, and House of Stark's gray dire wolf. Is that okay? Seeing that the people below nodded, Dany sighed. It's impossible for me to miss such a big direwolf flag. Maybe it's Ed Stark, Whitebeard said. It's a young man with a crown on his head. Then do you know who killed them? Jon Snow asked nervously. Dany shrugged. I don't know. The wolf head was alive. It looked at me with a pair of eyes full of grief and accusation. I was scared and ran away immediately. If it really happened that a king died in a guest's house, such a morally depraved and evil thing, only you can set things right. This is the symbol of your return that the people of the Seven Kingdoms have been waiting for day and night. Whitebeard said passionately. Old man, you're thinking too much. How beautiful. He's already wearing the crown, and he's still waiting for the queen to redress his grievances? Cora complained. Wearing the crown meant that Robb had declared himself king. How about this? I'll have Black Diamond take down the picture. He and I have seen the scene. You can take it and give it to little Stark. Although Ed Stark is guilty of the most heinous crimes, colluding with the usurper to murder his own king, the sacred rights of a guest are not to be blasphemed even if Robb Stark is my enemy. Dany's words were so righteous and impassioned that Whitebeard was thrilled. Finally, he had met a wise, righteous, kind, and selfless monarch. He really wanted to confess his identity to Her Majesty the Queen immediately. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Beavis, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Jon Snow, and the others, Big Black dipped its claws in ink and drew a ghastly and terrifying banquet of death. This is. Cora looked at the scene in the picture and thought hard. I must have been to this place before. This wooden hall, it's so familiar, but I can't remember. Twin Towers. Fry. Whitebeard Aston's eyes were as sharp as a sword. He said word by word, Fry, who's late, this is the guest hall of Marquis Frey's house in River Delta City. Yes, yes, yes. After being reminded by Whitebeard, Cora immediately understood. A long hall with two-story platforms on both sides, specially set up for a band. The 7 levels of hell. He slapped his head and wailed, Magie and the rest are dead. Other than the band, the platforms are also the best place to ambush the crossbowmen. I've already said that Robb Stark is too young and inexperienced. He's far from the scheming southern lords like Tywin. He'll kill everyone sooner or later. Beavos, who had been silent all this while, grinned and said casually, Megalosaurus painting is indeed eye-opening, but whether it's a prophecy or an illusion, no one can be sure. There's no need to be so agitated. You don't understand. Her Royal Highness and Black Diamond have never been to the Westeros, and have never seen Robb Stark. It's indeed that kid. Even I've almost forgotten about the Fry family's bridge of twin towers. Cora shook his head with a sorrowful expression. Among the corpses on the ground there must be his family, aunt and cousin. Who else is left on Bear Island? Quickly inform the House of Stark about this. Stark can be judged, but he can't be killed like this, Whitebeard said to Jon Snow. I'll do it as soon as possible, Jon Snow promised solemnly. After Jon left with the last dinner of the young Wolf Master, Cora asked hesitantly, Your Royal Highness, what other prophecies did you see? Many are very messy. Something like the Son of Three, the Bride of Fire, the Killer of Lies, blown floating on the flag. Blown? Cora was puzzled. Don't ask me, I don't know what it means. Dany shook her head and continued, I also saw the Iron Throne, the conversation between my father Aerys and the Prime Minister. After a moment of silence she sighed, He deserves to die. Oh. My father. What? Everyone was shocked. They never thought that she would say such disgraceful words. Dany narrowed her eyes and stared at Whitebeard. She asked, I'm sure you know a lot of royal secrets. Then, do you know that my father is going to burn King's Landing with wildfire? That's impossible. Whitebeard blurted out. Then he hurriedly said, He's the king. King's Landing is the capital. The people of King's Landing are his people. Why would he destroy the city? It's possible. Cora looked down and said, What if King's Landing no longer belongs to him? His Majesty may only have this intention, but he doesn't have the chance to implement it, Whitebeard said with difficulty. Maybe. Dany nodded and said, I also saw countless people calling me Misha. Everyone was stunned. Forget it, let's not talk about it. The immortals were indeed burned to death by the dragon. They intend to extract my life and blood to show me the prophecy just to fulfill the condition of casting witchcraft. Equivalent exchange. Or to get something you have to pay a price? Dany shrugged. She was not sure if she was right. At lunchtime, Danny was assassinated. The assassination was not successful. It was lunchtime, so Danny invited the captain of Bravos to eat together. After lunch, a sailor came to report that Zhaluo had sent someone to deliver a gift to the Mother of Dragons. Danny was surprised. She immediately ordered the person to deliver the gift to come over. The person who came was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. He was clean, well-mannered, and had a calm demeanor. "I am the 8th butler under Lord Zhaluo. Hassan, who often interacts with you, is the 1st butler. He is in charge of Lord Zhaluo's mansion in Queers. I help Lord Zhaluo manage the warehouse in the docks." Danny nodded. She remembered that Zhaluo had once bragged to her about the number and quality of his servants. He said, "The number and quality of my servants are not inferior to any king in the world. Just the number of butlers that manage them is 30. My heavenly star, marry me. I can make you live like a queen." That disgusting gay man. Danny frowned and asked in confusion, "I have already left. Why did Lord Zhaluo suddenly think of giving me a gift?" Butler number 8 revealed a shy smile. "The yellow jacket you gave Lord Zhaluo today is extremely noble and luxurious. Lord Zhaluo knows that you like jade from the east, so he specially asked me to find a piece of top-grade jade in the warehouse and send it to you." As he spoke, he held his hands in front of him, revealing an exquisitely crafted wooden box. The top of the emerald was inlaid with jasper and chalcedony. The body of the box was inlaid with shiny gold. Screech! Blackie suddenly let go of the charred beef leg bone in his mouth and stuck his head out. He stared at the box without blinking. Chapter 66. Looking at the exquisite wooden box, the smile on Danny's face froze for 0.1 seconds. She then asked as if nothing had happened, "Does Zero like the yellow jacket?" "So likes it very much. He is very sorry that you left so quickly. I didn't treat you well," the butler said respectfully. "Hee, if there's a chance to meet him again, I'll give him a 3-eyed plum hat and a yellow jacket. I'll definitely let him experience an extraordinary feeling." She waved her hand to let Whitebeard, who was about to help check the box, back off. She took the box and opened it. Inside was a necklace, a long chain woven with fine golden threads. The golden chain was wrapped around a shiny green beetle. It was obvious that it was carved from the best jade. "It's very beautiful. I like it very much." Danny smiled like a flower. She reached out to pick it up. Princess Whitebeard seemed to want to stop her, but he froze on the spot. Butler number 8 looked down and murmured, "I'm sorry." His voice was like a mosquito, as if he didn't want others to hear him. Danny took the green beetle in her hand and looked at it. She asked casually, "What are you sorry about?" "Look." Squires raised his head abruptly, his eyes bulging. He could not believe what he saw. The scorpion-tail beast that was used to kill Danny was frozen in her hand, as if it had really turned into jade. "You regretful guests are so long-winded. You still have to say, 'I'm sorry,' when you kill someone." Danny seemed to be helpless. She shrugged and said, "It's okay if you encounter someone with bad ears and eyes. Like now, I have good ears and eyes. I can hear your voice and see your lips moving," the famous quote of the Queers Assassin Guild. I'm sorry, I know it too." "Why is this happening?" The regretful guest almost collapsed. Did the scorpion-tail beast die? It shouldn't be. He was experienced and had used similar methods to assassinate hundreds of people. "Calixi, he's an assassin?" Go and Carolo reacted at this moment. They pulled out their machetes and were about to chop him to death angrily. "Blood of my blood, stop." Danny stopped the two of them and turned to the regretful guest. "Just treat it as a gift. I like this insect very much. You can leave now." You're not going to kill me?" The regretful guest was shocked. He stared into Danny's eyes as he carefully retreated to the gangplank. "Why would I kill you? Haya is the one who hired you, isn't it?" Seeing his pupils suddenly shrink, Danny understood that she was the one who had done the right thing. "You probably didn't notice it just now, right? The white-bearded guard beside me has already seen through your identity. The price of killing me is too high. Think about it carefully when you take on missions in the future. At the very least, you should have thought about which is more serious, offending the Mother of Dragons or rejecting the male adept. If the male adept's magic is really that miraculous, why would I let you come here?" Thump, thump, thump. The regretful guest retreated to the gangplank. Without saying a word, he jumped and ran, disappearing into the crowd in no time. Sorry. Sir Yura blushed. He didn't see through the regretful guest's flaws. Compared to the astute white-bearded man, he was a far cry. Sigh, Beavis should also apologize. Beavis didn't see through it either. The fat eunuch's face was also red, and he could only rub his hands awkwardly. You're warriors. You're not used to being bodyguards. Slowly accumulate experience, Danny said calmly. Why didn't the scorpion-tail beast hurt you? Could it be that it's dead? Whitebeard asked doubtfully. Patter. Danny threw the jade-like beetle on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The beetle was like a transformer that had transformed. It spread its body with a hiss, and its claws popped out from under its body. A tail with a human face suddenly stood up from its tail. The human face at the end of the tail was bigger than its torso. It was ferocious and terrifying. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were all there, and it was vivid. On the forehead of the human face, the stinger that flickered with a dark purple cold light rapidly retracted, making a strange hissing sound that made people's hair stand on end. The scorpion-tail beast's poison goes straight for the heart. It's very vicious. This scorpion-tail beast has been specially cultivated. Its color is even more gorgeous, and it's almost no different from a real jade, Whitebeard murmured. Danny got up and walked to Blackie's side. She said, Where the true dragon gazes, all beasts shall bow. The black dragon had sensed the danger almost at the same time as Danny. Without needing Danny's order, he had actively used his spiritual power to lock onto the scorpion-tail beast. That was why Danny could play with it like a real jade ornament. Later, when Blackie saw that Danny had thrown away the bug, he retracted his spiritual power and continued to lie on the ground sucking on the bone marrow. Only then could the scorpion-tail beast continue to move. Cora stepped forward and stomped the poisonous bug to death. He said with a serious face, We must leave as soon as possible. Blackbeard Galloway shook his head. The ship can only leave at night after the tide rises. We don't have to receive those dragon visitors in the afternoon, right? Danny thought for a moment, then accepted his suggestion. However, when the ship was about to set sail in the evening, a guest came. Zaluo was sitting in an ox cart, surrounded by a group of servants, and hurried over. Danny received him. That regretful guest is not one of my men, he said anxiously. I know. Zaluo was stunned for a moment before he said in annoyance, Those damned regretful guests. If they wanted to assassinate you, then so be it. Why did they have to do it in my name? You are the guest I swore to protect. If outsiders misunderstand that I have broken my oath and murdered my own guest, then, my kind good person, my lovely star of heaven. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and together with the colorful jewels on his nose, he looked very funny. He threw himself at Danny and held her hand. Help me, he cried. You have to help me, you have to help me. Help with what? Danny felt as if a slug had crawled up her back. She was so disgusted that she almost vomited. Help me announce to the world that I did not send that regretful guest. I did not break my oath. At this point he suddenly shouted loudly. Oh, damn it, I should have stationed a group of guards around this broken ship until you leave, queers. What are you talking about? My baby Cedulian is very beautiful. Captain Grolier said angrily. Zaluo ignored him and continued to be annoyed. I should have known that a mistake like this would happen on the last day. Those sorcerers have been secretly plotting this all along. Damn it, once I leave, queers, you can assassinate, poison, and curse me all you want. Cough, cough. Danny coughed loudly, reminding this scumbag that she was still here. Oh my sweetheart, what do you think? Zaluo looked at her pitifully. I want to help you, but the ship is about to depart. Danny spread her hands and said tentatively, How about I write a contract? No need. That's useless. Justice and trust are in the hearts of the people. Zaluo shook his head. Oh, this shameless guy has some sense. Danny praised Zaluo in her heart, then asked, Then what should I do? Zaluo said confidently, The news of your assassination has only spread to a small circle. We have to make everyone understand my character. How about this? Every time you arrive at a port, tell them about how I treated you and your barbarians. When rumors about me spread, they won't believe it. Zaluo sighed and beat his chest. It's a pity that you have to return to the Sea of the Setting Sun. Most of my trading partners are in the Jade Sea. Understand your character? Shameless. Everyone on the deck looked at him with disdain. All right. Every time I arrive at a city, I will tell the people who receive me about your generosity and wealth." Danny held back her laughter. "Thank you so much, my heavenly star." Zhaoyuo began to wipe his tears again. "All right. I have to remind you again." Zhaoyuo saw the look in the eyes of Yora and the others and felt that it was time to come up with something useful. "I also swore to you in the Red Plains. Do you remember? In quarrels he couldn't harm you directly, so he used a little trick hiring regretful guests. However, once you leave this place, he and the other male adepts will be able to openly use their powers of magic and curses against you." "I see." Danny understood. Zhaoyuo looked around and lowered his voice. "After knowing that you're going back to Pentos by sea, the wizards have already prepared a fast ship. Their destination is Pentos in the western continent. You've seen what the Nightwalkers can do. The wizard's strength is quickly recovering. You must be careful when you return to Pentos." "Pentos is not the wizard's territory," Grohl shouted. "The wizards only kill in the dark. They don't take over Pentos." Zhaoyuo smiled contemptuously. Before walking down the gangplank, Zhaoyuo gave Danny a gift. It was a silver necklace inlaid with a magic amethyst. Night covered the land, and a string of yellow lights lit up the sea in the distance. It was a lighthouse to guide the ship's direction. With the crashing sound of the waves hitting the shore, Grohl shouted for the sailors to raise the anchor. The first mate and a few strong men personally pulled up the sails. The huge white sails swelled in the night wind, and the Sidurians slowly left the dock. Danny and the centaurs stood at the stern of the ship. The night market in front of them gradually shrank until it finally disappeared. She felt that the sail ship was really slow. Even though the blood guards had been training on the beach for a few days, they were still frightened when they saw the Black Sea around them. Their almond eyes were wide and white. But they had strong self-esteem and were determined not to show their fear in front of others. Their bodies were tense and their faces were wooden. They did not move or show any expression. The Reese girl, Doria, was born on an island. She was more comfortable on a ship than on a horse. But the centaur maids, Eri and Jiki, were different. They had not even been to the beach for training. They grabbed the side of the ship with both hands, like people who had fallen into the sea holding onto a lifebuoy. So Danny hurriedly asked them to go to her bedroom, but she regretted it after a while. Following the lighthouse's guidance, the Sidurian left the calm bay and entered the turbulent strait. A wave hit, and the ship shook slightly, and then again, wah! The two centaur girls turned pale and vomited. On the first night, Danny could not sleep peacefully. It was only when Grohl handed over 2 orange peel-flavored sugar cubes that the two girls calmed down. "This is a secret medicine made by the apothecaries from the Northern Territory using hawthorn and Dorn's blood oranges. It contains many mysterious ingredients that I don't know about. Other than preventing seasickness, it can also cure fevers and colds. It's very precious. 1 silver moon can only buy 20 pieces." He said painfully. It was indeed a little expensive. 1 copper coin was equivalent to $5. 1 silver moon could be exchanged for 800 copper coins, and 1 piece of sugar was $200. "Sai, take them all out. There are many women and children below the deck. Give each of them 1 piece." Danny sighed as she sat on the bed. "This." Blackbeard hesitated. "If the sailors get a headache or fever, I'm afraid there won't be enough. We'll buy it when we reach the other ports. There should be something similar, right? And we're not going to Pentos." Chapter 67. In the first few days, Danny stood at the bow of the ship and enjoyed the scenery. She even imitated Jack in shredded meat and shouted, "I am the king of the world." Well, she stood behind Blackie and shouted. She was very confident and used Chinese. She was not afraid of being heard by others. But after a long time, the blue sky and sea became so monotonous that it could no longer arouse her interest. But there were 2 small things worth mentioning. First, the centaurs were indeed tough. They got used to vomiting. Eljiki ran to the side of the ship when she had time and looked at the dolphins swimming with the ship. The second thing. In the beginning, the crew was very worried that the dragons would burn their ship. When Blackbeard Grohl saw the 3 dragons flying around the main mast in the sky, he was as nervous as a young girl. He shouted at the sailors and filled the empty wood with seawater and hung it on the side of the ship to prevent the fire. Later, they found out that the dragons would only breathe fire under 2 circumstances. Danny gave the order or when they encountered fresh food. The worries in their hearts disappeared. The sailors were surprised to see that wherever the 3 dragons went, The rats ran away like crazy. Then, Danny brought the dragons to the bottom of the cabin. That night, the sailors added a dish, braised rats. The rats ran to the deck and jumped into the sea as if they had lost their minds. 3 ships, a total of 146 rats were found. The largest one was half a pound. Danny did not eat the rat meat. But the centaurs loved eating rats, second only to their love for horse meat. Gradually, when the sailors saw the dragons flying in the sky, they would spontaneously feel a strange and strong pride. They often said, "We are the queen's subordinates. Under the wings of the true dragon, we will fight for her, die for her, and glory for the megalosaurus." The centaurs liked to lie on the side of the ship and look at the dolphins. From the captain to the cook, they all liked to see the 3 dragons flying. Danny was bored in the room and practiced the 108-letter standard reading table that she learned in the Immortal Hall. They were the foundation of the ancient Veleglia spells. Hi, Gelly Moo. She looked at the iron plate and stuttered. The 108-letter alphabet only taught Danny how to read the incantations. Danny didn't know what they meant at all. She didn't even know how to guide magic power or meditate. He didn't even have a complete incantation for Danny to recite. In the end, he could only take out the identity card he found in the Dragon King's corpse and recite the runes on it like a child reciting pinyin. On the back of the silver coin of the Celestial Empire, outside the chrysanthemum, there was a circle of letters, Zongoran Minyanhang. It was a set of 2 characters, separated by a space in the middle. The iron plate in Danny's hand was a series of rune letters. She didn't even know how to add punctuation. If you showed Zongoran Minyanhang to the Chinese people, they would be stunned for a while before they could react. What if you showed it to a foreigner who didn't understand Chinese? Danny was now facing such a situation. With the 108 alphabet, she could read A, B, C, D. But she did not know what they meant or how to read them. "We're in trouble, Khaleesi." Doria walked into the room with a clay pot that smelled like milk. Lisa's maid was used to the sea and had been with the dragon for many days. She didn't mix with the sailors and centaurs on the deck. "What's the trouble?" Danny asked casually. Doria poured her a big bowl of fresh mare's milk and said with a sad face, "The wind on the sea is weakening. It won't be long before the ship stops moving." There were 5 seas in this world that were closely related to human civilization. The Jade Sea in the east, which passed through the Qual Strait and was located in the south of Ursos, was called the Summer Sea. The sea in the north of Ursos was called the Trembling Sea. Between Ursos and the Westeros, there was a narrow sea with an average width of 500 kilometers, called the Narrow Sea. Westeros and Ursos had 2 common names, Undulls, and visitors from the land of the setting sun. Westeros were located in the far west of the world, but there was also a vast sea to the west of Westeros. The fleet that Danny was on took a day to leave Quill Strait, and it had only been 2 days since they entered the Sea of Summer. They were still some distance away from the easternmost city of the Sea of Summer, New Jith. There was still no sign of Slave Bay in the west. Danny left the room and found Blackbeard Galloway to ask him about it. He said carelessly, "We've got 2 rowboats." At first, Danny didn't understand why a ship needed so many oars. The Son of Summer had 300 oars in it. After the afternoon wind stopped, Blackbeard gave an order. The sailors on the mainmast deck waved the flag, and 2 small boats were dropped from the 2 narrow ships in front. There was a bundle of thick hemp rope on the small boats, which was as thick as Danny's wrist. The small boats moved closer to the big ships as they released the rope. Finally, the iron chain at the end of the rope was fastened to the buckle on the protruding keel of the ship. As the flag waved, the 2 paddle boats suddenly heard the rhythmic beat of drums. Danny saw a white line on the sides of the 2 boats. It was the sound of hundreds of sailors rowing hard. Bang! Creak! Creak! The rope in front, which had been submerged in the water, suddenly sprung up and tightened. Water mist spread around the rope. The fat boat trembled and slowly moved forward with a groan. The paddle boat in front was 60 meters long and about 12 meters wide. It was as narrow as a plow, while the boat behind was as wide as a fat man with a big belly. At this time, the 3 boats were sailing slowly on the sea with the same drum beat. They were like 3 little ants on a boundless blue canvas. "This won't last long," Danny murmured. "It won't take long. We're not too far from the Jiskari Strait. We can stop at New Guys for a while and wait for the windless period to pass," Blackbeard said calmly. The old sailor was indeed experienced. At noon the next day, Blackbeard, who was soaring in the sky, brought them the smell of land, a charred leg of a sheep. In the evening, the lookout on the paddle boat in front shouted, We've arrived at Jean Island. Jean Island was about the same size as the Mormont family's Bear Island. The longest straight-line distance on the island was no more than 100 kilometers, but the value was completely different. Bear Island was remote, and there was not a single foreign merchant ship in a year or two. Jean Island was located in the middle of the channel between Slave Bay and Queers. At the south end was the port of New Guise. Most of the ships traveling between the east and west continents would be resupplied at New Guise. It was known as the Pearl of the eastern end of the summer sea. Blackbeard Grolier also planned to wait there for the sea breeze. If the Mormont family's fief was Jean Island, his wife wouldn't run away no matter what. The people of Guise don't welcome outsiders into Jean Island, but the port of New Guise at the south end can be entered and exited at will. If we don't go close to the port and only stay in the bay, the people of Guise won't even collect taxes from us. Therefore, even though New Guise isn't far from Queers, the ships that come and go will still stop there for a while, Blackbeard Grolier explained to Danny as he stood on the bridge and looked at the small black dot in front of him. Are the taxes of the Free City very expensive? Danny asked. Blackbeard thought for a moment and said, if they don't sell goods locally, they will only collect the berthing fee of the ship. The bigger the ship, the larger the dock area it occupies and the higher the price. For 3 ships like ours, if they enter New Guise dock, the berthing fee for a day will be more than 10 gold radiance coins, about 3 gold royals. Wow, it's robbery! Danny exclaimed. It's not too expensive. All the major cities have this price. Blackbeard Grolier shook his head and said, you might not know how high the profits of sea merchants are. Let's put it this way, even if a sea merchant doesn't have a brilliant business mind, as long as he goes around the summer sea Jade Sea, he will be able to obtain wealth that he won't be able to spend in his lifetime. The profit starts at 20 times and there is no upper limit. The clever merchants keep buying low and selling high at the major ports. After a trip, the profit margin can generally reach 100 times. People like His Excellency Zero and Governor Illyrio, who have connections, can average 150 times the gross profit. Not only was Danny dumbfounded, but Yora and Whitebeard also opened their mouths in surprise. Is it really that profitable? Yora said in disbelief, then wouldn't everyone become sea merchants? If he had known that sea merchants were so profitable, he would have. The voyage he took his wife to attend the party was enough to travel to and from the Jade Sea several times. Then, hee. Blackbeard stomped his feet hard, and the wooden board made a muffled bang 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 sound. Do you know the cost of my baby? It's not like I haven't built a ship before. Yora sneered, looked around and estimated, back then I used 2,000 gold royals to build a large ship, which is about 1/3 the size of yours. It is said that the largest warship in King's Landing costs up to 100,000 gold royals. Although your ship is big, it's not a warship. At most it won't exceed 30,000 gold royals. Blackbeard gave a thumbs up and praised, so you're an old hand. It cost me 28,000 gold royals to build this Cedillion. Yura smiled proudly. But do you know the loss rate of ships? Blackbeard continued, on average 100 ships go out to sea. If 80 ships come back, the sea merchant will be overjoyed and even go to the temple to donate. If 70 ships come back, he will breathe a sigh of relief. He can finally make a fortune. If 50 ships come back, he will sigh and go home to continue building ships. If not even one ship comes back, he will go home to write his will and end his life with a cup of poisoned wine. If a normal merchant loses a ship like mine, who can bear it? Silence. Silence filled the bridge. Everyone was stunned by the cruel living environment of the sea. Every year, there are as many merchants who commit suicide as there are merchants who become rich overnight. Take Governor Illyrio for example. Blackbeard continued, when he was young he was just a street warrior with his head hanging on his belt. Yes, he did a lot of thievery, robberies, assassinations and the like. Think about it, if no one else gave up their position, how could a hoodlum climb up step by step and finally become the governor of trade? How did those people give up their positions? They failed in business. Chapter 68. New Gith was built on a long and narrow island that was 2 kilometers wide and 8 kilometers long. Since the Jean Island at the southern end was like a crab, extending two large pincers to protect the small island of New Gith in the center. The sea near the harbor was very calm. On the blue mirror-like sea, there were hundreds of big ships hovering. There were bright red wooden ships, fast-rowing boats painted white, black ships with big bellies. Many were like Danny and the others, waiting for the arrival of the sea breeze. You asked why they were not like Earth, accurately estimating the arrival of the monsoon every year, and then sailing with the monsoon? Haha, in this fantasy world even the seasons were not fixed. Where did the monsoon come from? Danny had been here for almost half a year, but only the temperature changes brought by the latitude. The closer to the north, the colder, the hotter the south. She did not feel the slightest change of seasons. In the afternoon, the blue sea and the sky were one color. The green canvas on the mast was as soft as an old grandmother's nipple. In the shade of the bow, a few people chatted while looking at the scenery. When it came to the change of seasons, Whitebeard told Danny that summer was not completely over, and there was at least another year of Summer of Ghosts. Danny was very interested in the idea of Summer of Ghosts, so she asked the old man to explain. But before Whitebeard could speak, Cora said first, "People in the north understand the change of seasons better than people in the south. Summer can have many harvests, providing people with a lot of food, and the poor can also not worry about food and clothing, so everyone looks forward to the arrival of eternal summer. However, the sunshine in summer is long, and the weather is often too hot, causing drought. Especially at the end of the long summer, which lasts for several years, the weather is too hot, and a lot of water evaporates into the sky, making the sky gray haze and water vapor everywhere. This season is called Summer of Ghosts. There is no doubt that this summer has lasted for 11 years, and it must be considered long summer, but after long summer, the last year must be Summer of Ghosts. After Summer of Ghosts, there is a year of autumn, and after autumn." Speaking of this, Cora's face became solemn and he sighed. "After long summer, there will be a long winter that lasts for several years, and winter is coming. As for the Westeros, the peasants have been conscripted into soldiers by their lords. They definitely won't be able to accumulate enough food in the next 2 years. When winter comes in 2 years, who knows how many people will die. The south may not be afraid of the long winter, but the north. Count Mormont is right." It was rare for Whitebeard to agree with Cora's words. Before I left the Seven Kingdoms, the pivotal opportunity had already assigned White Crows to various places. Danny raised her eyebrows. "White Crow? There's a city of learning in the old town. You know about it, right?" Seeing Danny nod, Whitebeard continued, "The change of seasons is closely related to the lives of the people of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the civilians and nobles do not understand the climate and astronomical phenomena. They can only rely on the scholars of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge formed a committee to measure the length of the day, observe the changes in the constellations, and observe other objects of observation that I do not know. The people of the Observation Committee gathered the collected data and sent it to the Central Committee in the City of Knowledge, the management group of the City of Knowledge. One had to know that only doctors were qualified to attend the meeting of the Pivotal Opportunity Committee. A group of the most knowledgeable and experienced doctors could accurately calculate the changes of the 4 seasons through the collected data. Then they would use White Crows to send the information to the fiefdoms of the various lords. That seemed quite advanced. Danny nodded and asked, "Did the doctors ever make a mistake?" Whitebeard heard this and his expression suddenly became absent-minded. It seemed that her words had reminded him of a painful memory. "The wrong spring," Cora Mormont said gloomily. Whitebeard closed his eyes. After a while he suddenly opened them again. The pain in his eyes had disappeared. He said softly, "After summer there is a year of autumn. After the long winter there is also a year of warm spring. Whenever spring comes, everyone knows that the cruel winter has passed and the beautiful summer is coming. When the white pigeons of the City of Knowledge bring the news of spring to everyone, the people of the country will take out the last of their stored food and celebrate the spring." Danny nodded. It was probably the spring festival for the Westeros. A few years of summer, a year of autumn, and a few years of winter, and finally, a year of spring came. The Westeros are so miserable. On average, they can only celebrate the spring festival once every 10 years, Whitebeard continued, but at the end of winter, the weather may be abnormal. The weather will warm up as if spring has arrived. But then, the winter will still be cold. People can't grow crops and can't resume production. The last time the wrong spring happened was during the early stages of the War of the Usurpers about 18 years ago. The White Crows of the Pivotal Opportunity came to King's Landing. The Lord of Harlenberg, Count Heen, invited all the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms to a tournament to show his status and to celebrate the coming summer. Your brother, Prince Rigo, was very brave. He defeated all the strong enemies and won the tournament. But he put the Winter Rose crown, representing the Queen of Love and Beauty, on the lap of Robert Baratheon's fiancée, Lyanna of the House of Stark, and not on the head of his wife, Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. The scene at that time. So I don't need to say the rest. You probably already understand, right? Retard? Brain filled with sperm? Met true love? Dany couldn't be sure of her cheap brother's thoughts. In the Chidian novels, most of the time the woman looked down on the man and broke the engagement. This kind of plot was commonly known as the annulment trend. There were 3 famous annulments in this world. But it was the man who annulled the engagement with the woman. The woman didn't shout things like, "Life is full of ups and downs," or, "Don't look down on a poor girl." But the woman's parents were ruthless and made the scumbag pay a bigger price. About 60 years ago, Dany Liz's uncle, Duncan Targaryen, known as the Short Duncan, annulled the engagement with Duke Theon Byra's daughter for a commoner, Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. Well, Prince Duncan wasn't short. The reason why he was called the Short Duncan was because there was a legendary knight in the Kingsguard, Tall Duncan. Yes, that Sir Duncan was very tall. Tall Duncan was a great knight. Even the king was a knight's attendant for him. Obviously, Prince Duncan's name came from Knight Duncan. Crown Prince Duncan paid the price of a throne and a sister. This also planted the fuse for the destruction of the Targaryen family in the future. The ending of the man who annulled the engagement wasn't bad. He didn't love the country and only loved beauties. The legendary story was passed down by countless bards. In the end, he even received the good name of Prince Flair. Many young ladies fell in love with Prince Flair because of this story. They were crazy with envy towards Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. The second man who annulled the engagement was Dany's brother, Rhaegar. He didn't annul the engagement because when he met his true love, he was already married and had 2 children. Rhaegar paid an even heavier price. His wife was killed by Chong, his son and daughter died tragically, his father died tragically, his family was destroyed and the Targaryen dynasty ended. Yes, he also died. The word tragic was written in large letters. From this moment on, about a year later, the third man who annulled the engagement would be born. Robb Stark would fall in love with the daughter of a small noble family, the daughter of Marquis Fry, who annulled the engagement. By the way, the woman who made Robb annul the engagement was also called Jenny. The name Jenny was poisonous. Robb also paid a heavy price. His own life, his dream of becoming the king of the Northern Territory, half of his mother died tragically, resurrected as a soul-seeking vengeful spirit, countless northern nobles died tragically and the House of Stark family was on the verge of destruction. Wrong season, wrong choice, that was the most wrong spring. Whitebeard concluded. Crew of the Seidulian, please take note. This is the new Gith Customs Patrol. Crew of the Seidulian, please take note. This is the new Gith Customs Patrol. A voice came from the sea outside the ship. The other party shouted 5 times in Valeglia with an accent. His voice was loud and clear, and even though they were dozens of meters away, even Dany and the rest at the bow of the ship could hear it. Sir Jorah walked to the side of the ship and looked down for a moment. He came back and said, "The new Gith Customs boat is docked beside our merchant ship. It seems that they want to check our cargo." "Why is that?" "We didn't even enter the dock area," Dany said, puzzled. "The last time we anchored here from Pentos to Kars, we were also checked. According to Growlithe, the new Gith people are here to prevent pirate ships from sneaking into the harbor in disguise," Whitebeard said. Dany's interest was piqued when she heard this. She led the way to the entrance of the warehouse, and the rest immediately followed. There were 2 Gith warriors in leather armor and a middle-aged official in a dark robe. They were stout and had amber skin, wide noses and black eyes. The most unforgettable thing was that the 3 Gith people, whether they were soldiers or officials, all had straight red and black hair. It was not dyed. It was natural black and red, and it was combed into the hairstyle of the Immortals in Slam Dunk. It was a pity that they did not have the looks of the Immortals. It was a little ugly. They said that they wanted to check the cargo, but in fact they just went down to take a look. After confirming that it was really cargo and not armed personnel, the Gith people came up. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. "So fast, what are you all checking?" Dany asked the official who was climbing up to the deck from the cabin. "You." The man was stunned at first, then suddenly said excitedly, You are the mother of dragons, the queen of the land of the setting sun, Daenerys Targaryen? I heard that you bought a camel and plan to go by land. The people of Meereen are still looking forward to seeing dragons day and night. I'll let them see enough. Dany nodded. I am Daenerys. Oh, I am the Customs Commissioner of New Gith, Zanuck Zo Lorik. He quickly saluted and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Lorik. After greeting, Dany was puzzled. You know the route I originally planned? The Gith people proudly waved their hands and pointed to the thousands of ships floating on the sea. New Gith is the gateway to the Western world. The news of the birth of the true dragon is spread among the sailors at the docks. When the two New Gith soldiers and a few sailors climbed up to the deck, the middle-aged customs officer explained, Mother of dragons, you may not know, but the summer sea has been very turbulent in the past 6 months. There have been many incidents of pirates looting merchant ships. Especially in the area near Valeglia in the Sea of Sorrow, some people have seen red demon ships appearing in the fog. Chapter 69. Red Devil Ship? Dany was amused by Zingiz's words and asked, Do you believe that devils will come to the human world to be pirates? If it's not a devil, then it's even more terrifying. The customs officer warned solemnly, it said that none of the targets targeted by the Red Devil ship can escape capture. The Red Devil ship is too fast and no one survived. The devils on the Red Devil ship are too vicious. Thank you for your warning. Dany stopped smiling and thanked him solemnly. It was a matter of course for a devil to do the things of a devil. It was even more terrifying for a human to do all the things of a devil. The customs officer looked around and saw the white dragon and the green dragon on the observation deck above. He immediately stopped in his tracks. He peeked at the two dragons while trying to find something to say. Of course, the new guy's Iron Guard regiment is not afraid of pirates, but we also understand the principle of precaution. Therefore, in the past half a year, the customs officers have been checking every ship that enters Zingi's Bay. They are not checking the goods but checking for hidden armed personnel. Seeing that Dany and the others did not respond, the guy's expression did not change. He continued, By the way, other than pirates, you also have to be careful of sea monsters. A few paddling boats that passed by the Summer Islands encountered a huge and terrifying sea monster north of the Snake Lizard Islands. A 30-meter-long boat was directly dragged to the bottom of the sea. Only 13 of the 200 sailors were saved by the nearby boats. At that time, blood dyed the sea red, and the red waves rolled violently. It was extremely terrifying. Dany's interest was piqued and she asked, Really? I thought sea monsters were legends. 7 or 8 of those black skins were scared out of their wits. How can it be fake? The brown-red Zanuck smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. And compared to your dragon, what are sea monsters? Dany could not refute this. Sea monsters were very legendary, and the Megalosaurus was even more legendary than sea monsters. Perhaps he had seen enough dragons, or perhaps he had a lot of work to do. Zanuck left with the 2 soldiers after a few polite words. Seeing the Zingiz's boat sail to the ship behind, Dany turned around and asked Blackbeard Groll, Do you think that the sea monster attacking the ship is true? Perhaps. The old sailor said worriedly, Not only are there rumors of sea monsters in the depths of the summer sea, even the narrow sea. When the fleet set out for Queers, someone saw a sea monster on the Five-Finger Peninsula. It used its crimson tentacles to attack an Iban whaling ship. The ship was 25 meters long and was eventually dragged into the deep sea. That person's face was filled with fear as he told me that one of its tentacles was as thick as a bucket, as if it was dyed red with blood. It was almost like a demon's tentacle. A red octopus? He wondered how it tasted. Aston said, In the legends of the 7 kingdoms, some Megalosaurus can capture monsters from the sea as easily as an osprey catches fish from the river. That sea monster is just a giant octopus. Haven't we eaten grilled octopus before? Dany said disapprovingly. No, it's not what you think. Chola interrupted. The legends of sea monsters have been around since ancient times, but sea monsters attacking ships is almost unheard of. The old sailor Blackbeard agreed. Knight Mormont is right. I have lived on the sea for 30 to 40 years, and I have only heard about sea monsters in the last 6 months. Was the appearance of sea monsters also related to the magic tides? If that was the case, then the sea monsters could be magical beasts and not ordinary giant octopuses. But the dragons had disappeared for more than a century, and the immortals had also been washed away by the river of time, leaving only decaying souls. How did those sea monsters survive the age of chaos? How long can sea monsters live? She asked. This. They looked at each other, not expecting her to ask this question. No one has ever studied it. Whitebeard hesitated. Although the Greyjoy family used a golden sea monster as their emblem, they did not seem to be able to summon sea monsters to fight like the legendary King Taimin. But the Setiga family of Crab Island. Count Adrian Setiga once boasted that his family had an ancestral horn that could awaken sea monsters. Setiga? In his memory, Viserys had mentioned this family to Dany Rise. 12 years before the cataclysm in Valeglia, the virgin girl Dany of the Targaryen family predicted the destruction of Valeglia. At that time, the Targaryen family was not the only family that moved away from Valeglia, but also the Setiga and Valyrian families. The Targaryen family's fief was Dragonstone Island, Setiga was on Crab Island, and Valyrian was on Tidehead Island. The three islands were very close to each other, and the furthest was only an hour or two by sea. The Targaryens were only considered as small nobles in Valeglia, and Setiga and Valyrian were not even dragon king, so they did not have dragons. Of course, they were nobles of Valeglia, and had the ability to communicate with and control dragons. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, more than 100 years ago, many Valyrian became dragon riders. If the Targaryen family had a slight chance of winning, Setiga and Valyrian would be their most loyal allies, but it was impossible for them to give up their entire family. Viserys often hoped that the two families would help him restore his kingdom, but at the same time he scolded them for being cruel and unscrupulous, forgetting the thousands of years of friendship. Dany did not continue the topic on Setiga, and continued to ask, how long can a dragon live? It is said that it is determined by wisdom. Some legends say that wise old dragons lived for thousands of years, Yora said, frowning. Cora thought for a moment and said with a frown, but during the Targaryen dynasty the oldest Balerion did not lack wisdom, and the royal family did not lack its food, but it only lived for 200 years. Dragons not only need food, but they also desire freedom and the sky, Whitebeard said calmly. Freedom? Dany turned to look at the old man and asked doubtfully, did the former Targaryen lock up Balerion? The old man sighed, his eyes blurred, and said, the King's Landing is mainly made up of 3 hills. I know this, Dany said. They are named after Aegon and his sister. The Red Castle where the king lives is on Aegon Hill, St. Belle's Cathedral is on Visenya Hill, and Rhaenys Hill has built a huge dragon's den. She was surprised and said, is the dragon's den too small, and it limits the Megalosaurus movement? Whitebeard shook his head slowly and said, the dragon's den is very big, and it can accommodate 30 knights riding side by side. There is a huge circular dome above, and it is at least 100 meters high. But a dragon is a dragon, and your ancestors forgot one thing, Valeglia does not have a dragon's den. No, Valeglia has a dragon's den, and they live together with Valeglia's dragon king at the top of the Blackstone Tower, which also has a dome and walls. Dany thought so in her heart, but did not interrupt the old man's narration. From then on, the dragons in the dragon's den were shorter and smaller, and finally, the old man sighed. The last dragon was only the size of a puppy. Damn it, if walls could limit size, then the peasants living in the thatched houses would all grow into dwarves, and the kings in the tall castles would all be as majestic as giants. Sir Yora snorted and said with a sneer, the truth is the opposite, the thatched houses often give birth to big people, but the castles are short people. Humans are humans and dragons are dragons. Dragons should live in the sky and humans can only live on the ground. I did not say this, but the scholars have seriously studied the bones of the Megalosaurus before coming to this conclusion, Whitebeard said seriously. Sir Yora had never liked the old man with the white beard, and now he snorted contemptuously and mocked, you are just a little attendant and you really think so highly of yourself. Since you know so much, can I trouble you to introduce us to the knowledge of dragons? I was only lucky enough to see the skull of the Megalosaurus hanging on the wall of the throne room during the reign of King Aerys. Those bones confirm some of the scholars' deductions, but I do not know anything more profound. At this point the old man turned to look at Dany and said gently, Your Highness, if you want to know more about dragons when you get to Pentos, you can borrow Dragons, Dragon Worms and Pterosaurs, The Unnatural History of the Dragon Race from Governor Illyrio. It is a very valuable work and it records the knowledge of dragons in detail. Dany's interest was piqued and she asked curiously, the title of the book seems to imply that the Megalosaurus evolved from other animals and not naturally. Ah! She suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, Could it be that humans made the dragon-like creatures evolve into the megalosaurus? Heavens, blood magic, the blood wizards of Valeglia. That book came from the ancient free fortress of Valeglia? Whitebeard's eyes widened. He was shocked that she could deduce so much from a name. Looking at Danny seriously, he nodded and said, Friar Bath recognized that dragons were magical creatures created by the blood wizards of Valeglia using pterosaurs. Friar? Friar Bath was the hand of the king 200 years ago. He reigned for 40 years and brought peace and prosperity to the 7 kingdoms, Whitebeard explained. He was a prime minister. How did he study dragons and magic? Danny was speechless. Most importantly, it did not affect the main business and the country was well managed. I know Friar Bath. I heard that he was born poor, the son of a blacksmith. Because his family could not support him, he was given to the church by his father. Cora understood at first and then questioned, why have I never heard of him writing The Unnatural History of the Megalosaurus? Friar Bath was unusually smart since he was young. He was sent by the church to work in the royal library. There he not only learned endless knowledge, but also met the king of men, Jerry's the First, who loved to read. He looked at Danny and added, King of Men is the grandson of His Majesty Aegon. After that he said to Cora, that book was not passed down. After Saint Bael ascended the throne, he ordered all of Friar Bath's works to be burned. Only a few handwritten copies were spread overseas, or collected by some nobles. Danny knew about Saint Bael. There were many legends about him in the tales of the Westeros that Cora gave her. Later she asked the knight about Saint Bael's deeds in detail. Even if the Targaryen family had many weirdos, this was still the weirdest of weirdos. Chapter 70. Baelor Targaryen, also known as Blessed Baelor, was the king of the 7 kingdoms, but he was a devout believer of the 7 gods. What impressed Danny the most was that Saint Baelor built a tower in the Red Keep called the Virgin House. What was the purpose of the Virgin House? To imprison his sisters. The Targaryens had a tradition of brother-sister unions, but this kind of nonsense was strictly forbidden by the teachings of the 7 gods. So, Baelor annulled his engagement with his sister Diana, and even made a monk's vow to keep his virginity and never marry again. This was not a big deal as he was not the only emperor who became a monk. The bad thing was that his 3 sisters, Diana, Renee and Ilana, were all young and beautiful, cute and moving, the beauty of the Targaryens. Then Baelor was a normal man and he had desires for them. But he was too devout, and even became the archbishop of the Church of the 7 Gods. Baelor suppressed his desires madly, and in order to resist the temptation of his sisters' bodies, the sisters were black with question marks, he built a tower in the palace, the Virgin House, and locked his 3 sisters inside. Vixen, don't try to seduce this holy monk. He did not touch them, nor did he let other men touch them, claiming that it was to protect their innocence from being polluted by men's desires and the evils of the world. With Baelor's character, perhaps he was not lying and he really thought that way. He and his sisters went to heaven together. Saint Baelor later declared that sex trafficking was illegal, and all the prostitutes and their children in King's Landing were expelled from the city. He believed that everyone was equal under the 7 gods, and let a noble count wash the feet of a leper. In order to communicate with the 7 gods and understand the true meaning of the teachings of the 7 gods, he would often practice in seclusion, shutting himself in the holy church, praying without eating or drinking and finally, starving to death. There were many more deeds of Saint Baelor, and you could almost say that the 7 gods equals Christianity, and Saint Baelor equals Saint Peter, the head of the 12 apostles of Jesus. Burning books of magical knowledge was just child's play to him. Sigh, what a pity, knowledge is priceless and innocent. Danny sighed. The maid Jichi, who had been listening by the side, spoke up. Khaleesi, dragons came from the moon. Danny was amused and asked with a smile, you also know about the origin of dragons? The centaur girl's face turned serious. There were originally 2 moons in the sky. One of the moon was too close to the sun, and could not withstand the high temperature. It cracked like an egg and millions of dragons came rushing out. Everyone knows, she added hurriedly after saying that. Aha, do you know how far the moon is? The moon? Long Fei will never be able to fly to the ground for the rest of his life. Furthermore, the environment outside the sky is too harsh. Giant dragons will not be able to survive. Suddenly she thought of something and asked, does everyone know about this legend? Even the people of Kalasai know about it, Ji-Chi said hurriedly. Danica glanced at Korra, Whitebeard, and Beworth and asked, "Do you guys know?" Kalias. Inaz and as Kalia's gods. I've also heard of this legend in Myrene. The fat eunuch scratched his head and said uncertainly. Danny fell into deep thought. The Dothraki, Quillan, and Myrenese were 3 different races with different beliefs and cultures. If there was one thing that they all agreed on, then there must be some truth in the legend. What if there really were 2 moons? This did not violate celestial kinematics. There were not many planets with many moons, but planets with only 1 moon like Earth were rare. If one of the moons disappeared? Or was the star close to the sun really a moon? What if it was another star that was even farther away? The most famous feature of the 3-body system was that the seasons of the planets were completely irregular. Alright, Danny was thinking too much. Even if the second moon was a star, there were only 2 stars, one away from a 3-body system. However, a 2-body system seemed to be possible. Let's hope that what the great wizard Valeglia said was true, that there were gods in this world. Finally, the Green Prophet was like a bug in the plot. I might be able to find the truth of the world from them. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she laughed at herself. Even if she understood the operation of this system, what was the point of it to her? The fleet stopped at Zingis for 3 days. On the 4th day the sails were swollen. Under the command of Captain Grollet, the thick anchor was pulled out of the sea by the winch. The fleet continued to sail westward, leaving the tiny Zingis behind. Before they left, they only sent a small boat to buy some fruits, vegetables, and medicine from the harbor. The Black Dragon is not back yet. Are we really not waiting for it? Blackbeard looked around and asked Danny worriedly. Dahe seemed to look down on Little White and Little Green. The top student of the rocket class dissed the bad students. He had always been a loner. These few days he had been poaching goats and fat cattle in the interior of Ban Island, the livestock raised by the Zingis people. Little White and Little Green's endurance was not as good as Dahe's, so they did not dare to fly too far away from Danny. They could only catch flying fish that jumped out of the sea near the ship. There's no need to wait. The Megalosaurus can sense my location. He will find me on his own, Danny said. Ever since the Hall of Dust ate a faith spirit demigod, Dahe's intelligence had increased. His size was also like a crop that had been sprinkled with jinkala, growing rapidly. Growing a body could not be separated from a large amount of food. The ship's resources were limited, so Dahe could only go out and hunt in the wild. Sure enough, 2 days later, the sailors on the deck suddenly felt that the top of their heads was dark, as if a large dark cloud had covered the clear sky. When they looked up, they could not help but let out a cry of surprise and fear. The pony-sized black dragon spread his wings, which were 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. He suddenly folded his wings and swooped down like a missile. Whoosh! The water splashed in a beautiful arc. The amount of water was not large, enough to win a gold medal in a diving competition. Gurgle gurgle. White steam and black smoke rolled in the blue sea. This small area of the sea was like a boiling pot. After a full half a minute, boom! The sea water exploded more than 10 meters high, and a black shadow suddenly emerged. Splash, splash. Dahe spread his wings and floated 4 to 5 meters above the sea surface. He shook off the water droplets on his wings and then flew into the sky with a hiss. Yora looked down from the side of the ship and wondered, what is it doing? Taking a bath? Before he finished his sentence, a white thing slowly floated up from the deep blue sea. It was a fat white whale that was 15 meters long. Its belly was on the surface, and its latex white head was charred and tattered. Black blood flowed out and it was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Knight Yora exclaimed in disbelief. The black dragon really killed a sea monster. Danny said unhappily, why do you think it's a sea monster? This is a whale, the most docile large sea animal. But the black dragon is not even half a year old. When he's 100 years old, he can definitely kill sea monsters easily, Yora said seriously. Looks like the legend is true. The Megalosaurus feeds on sea monsters. Oh, bless the 7 gods. The black dragon killed a huge whale. The sailor shouted loudly. Soon, a large group of people surrounded the side of the ship. Release the hook quickly. Get a sailor to go down and hold the whale back. Grolier looked sideways for a while and saw that the whale's body was about to fall to the back of the ship. Danny pushed away the 3 eager dragons and asked the sailor to cut the huge whale's body into pieces. Then, she stood at the back of the ship and picked up a piece of bloody whale meat from the wood and threw it into the sky. Boom! A pillar of fire shot out from Dahei's mouth, and the whale meat was almost instantly charred black. Before the piece of fish fell, Dahei's mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, caught it. She bent down and took another piece of meat from the bucket and repeated the previous action. Little White and Little Green fought each other while fighting for food. Your Highness, Your Highness. Yora stuck his head out of the railing of the bridge and waved at Danny, who was at the back of the ship. Danny handed the job of feeding the dragons to Kuei Shi and washed the blood off her hands with seawater from the wooden bucket hanging at the side of the ship. Then she quickly walked to the platform on the 3rd floor. Other than Danny herself, the person closest to the 3 dragons was the centaur warrior Kuei Shi. A dragon feeder could establish a friendly relationship with the dragons. Danny appointed Kuei Shi as the guard of the Megalosaurus, so naturally she could not let the dragons hurt him. Therefore, she often handed the job of feeding the dragons to him. This Sidurian ship was a bit like the big treasure ship that Jianghu used to travel to the west in the early Ming dynasty. It had a bigger belly than the Spanish galleons. However, the design of the bridge was a bit similar to that of a sailing ship. It was an open platform where the helmsman and sails could be commanded. The burly man, Beworth, was squatting at the side eating skewers. The oily, charcoal barbecued whale meat was stained with a lot of oil on the chest of his narrow, studded vest, but he didn't care at all and continued to eat happily. Yora, Growlet and Whitebeard had serious expressions on their faces. They seemed to have quarreled earlier. Your Highness, there is only one more day before we reach the Sea of Valeglia. We must change our course immediately, he said seriously. He had already discussed this matter with Danny many times. Although Danny agreed with his idea of going to Slave Bay to buy the Unsullied, she had never asked Growlet to change their direction. Your Highness, Governor Illyrio and the people of the 7 nations are waiting for you, Growlet advised with a frown. He was not stupid. Knight Yora definitely did not just have the idea of going to Slave Bay. Perhaps the princess had already known about it. Your Highness, you are the true queen. Now that the kings of the Westeros are at war, all industries are ruined and the people are in dire straits. They are waiting for you to set things right, Whitebeard also advised. Danny looked at them hesitantly and asked Yora, what do you think? Hee. Sir Yora looked at Whitebeard and sneered. These days you have perfectly displayed your wisdom and experience to the princess. You even know about the knowledge of dragons. Then why are you acting dumb and encouraging her to go to the Westeros to die? Nonsense. Whitebeard's Whitebeard was about to stand up in anger. With your knowledge, don't you understand that other than the 3 dragons that have yet to grow up in the reputation of Targaryen, Her Highness does not have any capital to contend for hegemony? Chapter 71. Without waiting for Aston to answer the previous question, Cora said aggressively, let me ask you again, how will Illyrio arrange the princess's future? Contact the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? Use his family's wealth to hire mercenaries? The names of the dragon and Targaryen will only incite those warring dukes to immediately put down their disputes and unite against the outside world. Perhaps there will be people who have expectations for Her Highness, but there will be even more endless assassins. Who can guarantee her safety? Cora's continuous questions left Grohl at a loss. This old sailor did not understand politics at all. The purpose of his trip was to bring Danny and Queen Liz back to Pentos. But in theory he was now serving the queen and could be considered a subordinate of the queen. Beworth did not react at all and continued to eat his skewers. Protecting the little queen's safety was his job, and he did not care about anything else. Whitebeard pondered for a long time before raising his head and looking at Danny with a determined gaze. I swear on my life and honor that I will protect the princess's safety. Sigh. Cora sighed and said helplessly, as the queen's guard, I have already given my life to Her Highness. Her blood guards will live and die with her. But what is the point of facing the traitors of the 7 kingdoms? A mercenary team of 300 people can wipe out all threats. Do you think that Duke Tywin, whose poop is gold, will be stingy with that little bit of gold royals? Whitebeard's tall and burly body froze there, his lips pursed tightly as he asked, what do you suggest? Go to Slaver's Bay and buy the Unsullied. Cora said clearly. But the Unsullied are useless. My ship won't be able to hold them all. Grohl sighed. Let's go to Slaver's Bay first. Cora did not say that he would sell the goods on the ship or even your ship for the Unsullied. At this moment, Dany seemed to have finally made a decision. She gritted her teeth and said, I have decided to listen to Sir Mormont's suggestion and go to Slaver's Bay. Are the three of you coming? Wherever you go I'll go. Beevos, the strong man, raised his head and mumbled with food in his mouth. That fatty Pentos only hired me to protect you. Now I'm your man. You damn eunuch, you can eat more than my dragon. Speaking so ambiguously, I don't want you. Dany smiled and nodded. I am at your service, said Growlithe. I'm Beworth's attendant. Whitebeard said. Thus, everyone's opinion was basically the same. Regardless of the degree of loyalty, the three ships temporarily submitted to Dany. Shall I order a change of course? Grohl asked her. Let me think about it. Dany asked Galloway to open the map and mark the approximate location of the fleet. The speed of this big-bellied ship was not comparable to the sailing ships of the Great Voyage era on Earth. It was only about 8 knots. Well, about 14 kilometers per hour. He could run more than 300 kilometers a day. Of course, this was related to the wind speed. When there was no wind, the ship would just hover on the surface of the sea. When the wind speed was good, it could reach more than 10 knots. It had already been 3 days since they left New Guise, and they were still a day or two away from crossing the stormy sea outside Valeglia. Now was the perfect time to turn to Slave Bay. However, after seeing the ruins of Valeglia on the map, Dany remembered the majestic city of magic she had seen in the Immortal Hall. She gently tapped the location of Valeglia's capital on the map with her finger and turned back to ask, Has anyone explored the ruins of Valeglia? Yes, Whitebeard frowned. For nearly 400 years, countless people have wanted to go to the ruins of Valeglia to search for treasures. The most common long sword of Valeglia's nobles is also forged from Valeglia steel, and the most common two-handed sword of Valeglia is also a priceless treasure today. It is said that Tywin Lannister once tried to buy the clan sword of a destitute nobleman, the steel sword of Valeglia, but no matter how Tywin raised the price, the nobleman did not sell it. I don't know how much Tywin offered, but with Lannister's wealth, it started at least 200,000 gold royals. Cough, cough, cough. Jorah Mormont seemed to choke on his saliva and coughed violently. After a while, he touched his nose, his face flushed red and muttered awkwardly, No, not a destitute nobleman. Whitebeard and Dany's 4 eyes widened as they looked at the exiled Count of Bear Island in surprise. Were you the seller? Whitebeard murmured. I never thought of selling Longclaw. Mormont refuted loudly. When I was at Lannister Harbor looking for a loan from Tywin, that fellow kept pestering me to buy a sword, but Longclaw is the clan sword of the Mormont family. My old man is not dead yet. If he knew, he would most likely return from the Great Wall and cut me in half. If your old man had died, would he have sold the clan sword at that time? Everyone had this thought, and Whitebeard looked at Jorah with even more disdain. Well, just like how Mormont could not bear to see Whitebeard, Whitebeard also looked down on knights who had lost their honor. I'm afraid Lyneth Hyder doesn't know about this, does she? Whitebeard said sarcastically. Mormont's eyes evaded and changed the topic. It's not 200,000. Tywin offered a sky-high price of 850,000 gold royals, but I insisted on not selling, even if he threatened not to give me a loan. Later, I went to the Bravo's iron vault to borrow money. 850,000 gold royals? 2 billion renminbi. This was enough for that prodigal Jorah woman to chop off her hands for the rest of her life. Lyneth, you underestimate me too much. Dany was dumbfounded, and the idea of going to Valeglia grew stronger in her heart. Then another question arose in her heart. Sir, even the Lannister family doesn't have a Valeglia steel sword. Where did your Bear Island get it? Jorah immediately replied, Lannister also has a Valeglia steel two-handed greatsword, Light Howl. More than a century before Valeglia was destroyed, King Caiyin spent nearly 2 million gold royals to order it from Valeglia. Shit, Big Bear, please don't provoke me anymore. Dany's eyes almost turned into gold coins. Whitebeard seemed to have guessed her thoughts and then warned, after Valeglia was destroyed, the world coveted Valeglia's treasures and secret arts, and Lannister was no exception. More than 300 years ago, King Caiyin Tommen II formed a super fleet, known as the Golden Fleet, to explore Valeglia that was destroyed by the apocalypse. In the end, dozens of warships, thousands of sailors, and Tommen II himself fell in the cursed ruins. King Caiin's sword, Light Howl, was naturally lost in the ruins of Valeglia. Just 10 years ago, Duke Tywin's brother Gillian Lannister also went on a journey to find the family sword and never returned. Other than Lannister, the closest to Valeglia was Valeglia's Volantis. They were the most orthodox nobles of the ancient Valeglia's free fortress, but they still did not return. The painful experience of countless people tells us that it is a dangerous place. Your Highness, with your wisdom, you should not make such a foolish move. Dany's people and ships were naturally far inferior to Tommen too, but she also had her own trump card. Aston, I completely understand your wise advice. Dany smiled at him gratefully and then continued, but I have a dragon. Our fleet only needs to stop at the safe periphery, and my dragon can pass through the dangerous sea and enter the Broken Peninsula. This. Whitebeard was surprised and doubtful. This is worth a try. Yora touched his furry chin and said worriedly, but we don't know what dangers there are inside. If there is an accident, I'm afraid your dragon. Why don't you let the dragon explore the ruins of Valeglia when it grows up and becomes stronger? He suggested. This was an old man's opinion, stable and reasonable. Dany had no reason to refuse. Dragons have 3 heads, she said with a sigh. But there is only one dragon tamer. When the dragon grows up, the white and black dragons will become wild dragons. They will definitely not hurt me, but they are still young and will not attack humans, but it won't take a few years, just 1 year. I can't watch them all the time, just like Blackie, he will always leave my sight to hunt in the wild. I want to go to Valeglia to find the true secret of dragon taming, at least to stop the 2 dragons from eating humans. In the original plot, Dany and Ryza's dragon ate humans, even little girls, and the 3 dragons almost became wild dragons. In fact, the white and green dragons were wild dragons that no one could control in the end. Can you control the black dragon? I think it can easily hunt humans now. Whitebeard was worried. Yes, you don't have to worry about the black dragon at all, Dany said confidently. It was because the black dragon once had the desire to eat centaur children that Dany was worried about the megalosaurus eating humans. She could feel Blackie's emotions. In Karth, a centaur girl of 2 or 3 years old accidentally broke into her bedroom. Blackie was alarmed and immediately had the idea of eating her. Dany was frightened at that time. For the first time, she realized that the megalosaurus were legendary creatures at the top of the food chain, and humans were also a dessert in their diet. Later she asked Yora. Ser Yora told her that the megalosaurus not only ate humans but also a few Targaryens. Of course, that was the infighting of the Targaryens. One Targaryen fed another Targaryen to the dragon. Under normal circumstances, the megalosaurus would not take the initiative to eat a Targaryen. If the Targaryen did not have the qualifications to be a dragon rider but insisted on riding a dragon, he would most likely be eaten. Later Whitebeard came. Dany saw that he was experienced and knew the history of the Targaryen family in detail, so she asked him for advice. Whitebeard said that the megalosaurus with a master would not harm humans. The most terrifying thing was the wild dragons without a master. They were rebellious and difficult to control. He also told her a terrible example. During the time of the Dance of the Blood Dragons, the Targaryen family had more than 20 dragons. There were so many dragons that no one could tame 3 of them and they became wild dragons. There was a wild dragon called Gluttony that was terrifying. Not only did it eat a large group of trained dragon knights, Targaryens or Valyrians without dragons, it also bullied the weak by eating dragon corpses, young dragons and dragon eggs. So when he heard Dany's worries, even the most experienced and prudent Whitebeard was silent. You can only go near the edge and definitely not enter that place. Sighing, Whitebeard waved his hand and said, when you get there, you will understand. I hope the black dragon is not hurt. I will. Dany nodded and asked Mormont, why is your family's Longclaw only 850,000, but Light Howl costs 2 million? Is the price of Valeglia's steel sword so fluctuating? Chapter 72. Light Howl is a 2-handed sword. My family's long claw is a hybrid sword. Mormont said. Bastard sword? Dany was stunned. Mormont looked around and didn't find an example on the ship. He pulled out the sword from his waist with a clang and explained, although my sword can be used with one hand, holding the hilt with both hands is more conducive to strength, so it is considered a 2-handed sword. The sword in Mormont's hand was 5 meters long from the tip of the sword to the end of the hilt. Fortunately he was about 1.95 meters tall. In addition to the two-handed sword, there is also a one-handed sword used by one hand, which is a quarter to a third shorter than this one. The hybrid sword is between a one-handed sword and a two-handed sword. It is considered a hand and a half sword. We also call it a hybrid sword. Haha, a hybrid sword born from a two-handed sword and a one-handed sword. The burly man Beworth laughed loudly. What a hybrid sword. Mormont glanced at him and said indifferently, whether it is in Westeros or Ursos, hybrid swords are the mainstream. A one-handed sword is not good for slashing, and a two-handed sword is not easy for ordinary people to wield, let alone use against enemies. Then he turned to Dany and said, So, do you understand? The reason why light howl is expensive is because it is heavier than long claw and consumes more Valeglia steel. If Ned Stark sold his clan sword, Frost, to Tywin, he would probably be able to sell it for 3 million gold royals. The ice is taller than most knights, 1.85 meters tall. 1.85 meters, the tall, rich and handsome of Valeglia steel swords. Dany ridiculed in her heart. This tall, rich and handsome man had benefited Lannister for nothing. He didn't even get a single gold royal. However, it was indeed as Mormont had said. Most people would not be able to use two-handed greatswords, so Tywin had melted the ice and created two hybrid swords, Widow's Howl and Oathkeeper. Well, Ned Stark took the sword to King's Landing, was beheaded, and the sword fell into Tywin's hands. Not knowing what she was thinking, Mormont continued, I'm not sure about the market price of Valeglia's steel swords. Lannister is rich, and the world of rich people is different from the world of poor people like us. You can imagine that the ancestors of the Mormont family definitely didn't spend 850,000 gold royals when they got the claw 500 years ago. How much did Stark spend on the ice? She asked. I don't know. Mormont shook his head. Maybe Stark, like me, has long forgotten how much it cost him to get his clan sword. At this time, Whitebeard interrupted and added, Your Royal Highness, the division of two-handed sword, one-handed half-sword and one-handed sword is not only determined by length, but the key is the center of gravity of the sword hilt. For example, the two-handed greatsword Dawn is a two-handed sword for many people, but Arthur Dayne is tall and powerful, and his arm strength is amazing. He can easily wield the Dawn greatsword with one hand. So, by adjusting the weight of the accessory at the end of the handle, the knight turned it into a one-handed sword, but when he died, the knight of the Dayne family changed it back to a two-handed sword. Mormont looked at the old man in surprise and nodded. This old fellow is right. Every sword is best like an extension of the master's arm. Real knights go to the blacksmith shop to buy weapons, almost never buy ready-made goods. Generally they have to measure the arm span and arm strength and have the blacksmith tailor them. Arthur Dayne, the legendary Sword of Dawn. Dany exclaimed. Viserys said that he was the #1 swordsman in the world, and that only Liga could compare to him. Whitebeard had a look of reminiscence on his face as he sighed with emotion. Arthur Dayne's martial arts were indeed superb. He could eat skewers with his right hand while wielding a sword with his left hand. He had cut down all 7 Kingsguard today. As for Prince Liga, Hearing the hesitation in the old man's words, Dany waved her hand and said indifferently, I know Viserys is bragging. Liga is no match for Robert. However, the Sword of Dawn is not a prince. No one needs to flatter him. His strength is definitely real and credible. Why did he die at the hands of Ed Stark, who is not known for his martial strength? The old man muttered, Any warrior, no matter how strong, fast, or accurate he is, as long as he is human, there will always be a limit. He can win a difficult competition, but he can also lose a simple battle. I have seen thousands of competitions and participated in many wars. I know that there are many factors that determine a duel. A small pit in the grass, something dirty to eat at dinner might mean failure, but a sudden change in the wind will give you victory. At this point he glanced at Knight Yora. Perhaps the token given by the lady on my arm can also awaken a war god. The big bear didn't expect the old man to involve him as he spoke. His face darkened as he said coldly, Old man, be careful of your tongue. In the martial arts competition at Lannisport, Mormont had won the spear competition with a scarf given to him by Linus. But from then on he had never won a competition again. This example was very vivid, very typical, and indeed a little damaging. At the end of the conversation the few of them parted unhappily. Dany also left with her maidservant. Joffrey slightly adjusted the route and sailed towards the north of the west for 2 days. Dany saw the apocalyptic storm sea. The gray sky in the distance seemed to have collapsed and connected with the sea. Or perhaps, a huge tornado formed a barrier that surrounded the northern part of the Valeglia Peninsula like a seal. It not only blocked the entry of external ships, but also prevented the demons in the ruins of the ancient civilization from escaping. "We can't go any further or the storm will tear us apart." Jeffrey roared at Danny, and the wind blew his messy half-length black hair horizontally. "Then stop." Danny also roared at him. It was impossible not to roar loudly. The continuous storm in the distance not only brought with it whirling winds and thick water vapor, but also thunderous rumbles. It was strange to say that under normal circumstances, if there was a huge sea storm ahead, even if there was no storm not far from it, there would be turbulent waves. However, the sea area of the Valeglia Peninsula was completely different. The sky ahead was dark and heavy. The strong winds and tsunamis almost broke the boundary between the sky and the sea. The sky was the sea and the sky merged. However, more than 10 kilometers away the sun shone and the sea was calm. Apart from the loud sounds and gusts of wind, there was almost no effect. It was as if a wall separated the two worlds. Inside the wall was a storm purgatory, and outside the wall, flowers bloomed everywhere. The anchors were thrown into the sea, and the 3 ships temporarily hovered above the sea. Danny left Jeffrey on the bridge to control the rudder, and she, Cora, and Whitebeard entered the lower cabin to discuss their next move. "Your Highness, you must hurry. It's calm here now. Maybe in a few hours this place will become the center of the storm. The storm wall is not fixed and it can expand or shrink inwards. Whether it expands or shrinks, it will cause intense meteorological changes nearby." Blackbeard warned Danny before leaving the bridge. "I understand," Danny shouted back. Below the deck, the roaring of the storm was a little lower, and they could speak normally. Seeing Danny, Whitebeard immediately advised, "Your Highness, let's leave. I didn't expect the sea area near Valeglia to be so harsh. Even the Megalosaurus can't fly over the storm wall." "Alas, I didn't expect it either." Danny looked helpless. "This doesn't make sense or science. A continuous storm requires a lot of energy. It's been hundreds of years, why hasn't it disappeared?" Cora didn't know what science was, but he understood what she meant. He said, "The rise and destruction of Valeglia is a miracle. It's not surprising that such a spectacle appears here and now." "What's the environment like in the Smoke Sea?" Danny asked. Valeglia was built on a peninsula in the Summer Sea. During the cataclysm, the volcano in the middle of the peninsula erupted, and the mainland was shattered into a strait of boiling seawater, the Smoke Sea. Valeglia was shattered into countless pieces, and the land in the north became the Smoke Sea, burning with hellfire. The sea in the south was surrounded by storms that never dissipated, and the environment was extremely harsh. Cora shook his head and sighed. "The Smoke Sea is also very dangerous. The volcano at the bottom of the sea boiled the sea, and the exposed reefs were roasted until they smoked. The sky was almost covered by the black smoke from the volcano eruption, and the sea was dark red. It is said that there are demons and sea monsters living there. In the harsh environment of an underwater volcano eruption, the creatures that could survive would either become demons or become demons. Dragons aren't afraid of high temperatures," Danny said hesitantly. "But thousands of Valeglia's dragons died in the volcano eruption." Whitebeard poured cold water on her. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was the truth. "All right, let Big Black charge into the storm," she said helplessly. The bare mast with its sails rolled up trembled slightly in the wind. The 3 small dragons folded their wings and curled up on it, as quiet as stone statues. Upon receiving Danny's order, Big Black's blood-red eyes suddenly opened. It jumped down and flapped its wings, gliding toward the storm. Danny's soul was one with Big Black's. Along the way, she constantly used Big Black's eyes to observe the situation of the wall of storm. "Big Black, pull yourself up." Big Black spiraled upwards and flew higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the storm in front. Gradually, the big ship on the sea became a black dot on the blue screen. Whoosh, their line of sight swayed as if a helicopter had gone out of control. The gale pulled at Big Black's fleshy wings, producing the sound of whipping cooked cowhide. "Steady, steady, follow." Danny was just about to let it fly in the direction of the wind, but Big Black had already adapted to the storm environment. It raised its wings to reduce the surface area exposed to the wind, and then swung its long tail slightly, stabilizing its torso like a balancer. Like a gliding paper airplane, Big Black bobbed and swayed back and forth in the storm, but was as steady as an old dog. "Wow, Big Black, that's great," Danny excitedly encouraged. Crackle boom. A silver-blue electric net that resembled tree branches suddenly flashed in the gloomy tornado, and one of them hit Big Black's neck. Danny let out a muffled groan. Her vision turned black and her ears buzzed. Time slowed down in her consciousness, and that short moment felt like hours. "Calixie, what's wrong with you?" the maid exclaimed. In the spacious cabin, Danny, who had been silent with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a cry of pain. 2 streaks of bright red blood flowed from her nostrils across her pink lips and white chin. Her body also tilted to one side as if drunk. Fortunately, Doria reacted quickly and immediately caught her. "Sigh, I'm so unlucky. Big Black was struck by lightning and I helped share some of the damage." Danny waved her hand to calm the nervous crowd. Chapter 73. Big Black's crash didn't last long. First, it fell toward the sea like a log and was swept up by the gale midway. The bumpy ride woke Big Black up from its temporary coma. Danny's dragon spirit state hadn't been lifted. Although she had been treated by spiritual electricity once, she was still in good condition. After comforting Cora and the others, she began to command Big Black to fly again. This time Big Black lowered its altitude. Danny was no fool. She had already considered the problem of lightning strikes. On Earth, the highest thundercloud layer was only 10 kilometers. According to her original idea, Big Black could cross the dark cloud layer and enter a position close to the stratosphere. Who would have thought that Big Black would be unable to cross the thundercloud layer even after reaching its maximum altitude of over 10,000 meters? Unfortunately, it was struck by lightning. Since it couldn't cross, it would drill under the thundercloud. It couldn't be that the thundercloud layer was 10 kilometers thick, could it? After descending to about 2,000 meters, Big Black couldn't go any lower. The lower it went, the stronger the sea breeze. It couldn't maintain its balance in the storm. Fortunately, this height allowed it to evade the thundercloud. As such, Big Black was able to pass through it with difficulty. 5 minutes later, the road ahead was vast, dark, and torrential. Gusts of gales whistled past. Half an hour later, the road ahead was dark. Water vapor poured on Big Black's body, evaporating into a white mist passageway. An hour later, Big Black's stomach rumbled. It was hungry. "Haven't we entered the island yet?" Cora asked for the 5th time. Danny had calmly comforted him the previous 4 times. "We'll be there in a while. Big Black is flying really fast." Big Black was indeed very fast. It could fly 150 kilometers per hour. Could the wall of storm exceed 150 kilometers? No, Big Black is lost. Danny found that Big Black's perception of the magnetic field was in disorder. When she first entered the dragon spirit fusion state, Danny could receive 7 or 8 senses from Big Black in addition to the 5 senses. Danny didn't know what those 7 or 8 unfamiliar senses were. She was just an ordinary person who didn't cultivate the pocket universe. She could only understand the 5 senses: eyes, nose, ears, touch, and tongue. In addition, through taste, Danny knew Dahe's favorite food: bison hind leg bone marrow. Every time he sucked on the hind leg bone, his taste buds were especially excited. After several months of continuous testing, Danny identified magnetic field perception, thermal perception, and danger perception. Danger perception had been discovered when the regretful guest had tried to assassinate her last time. When the regretful guest had taken out the box, a perceptual information that she had never understood had jumped intensely. Danny didn't know what it meant, but she knew that it represented danger. This was great news for her. In the future, Danny would be able to observe the intensity of the perceptual signal to deduce whether or not the person on the other side wanted to harm her. At this time, she suddenly noticed that Dahe's magnetic field perception was fluctuating greatly, so she guessed that he might be lost. "Can you find your way back?" Whitebeard asked nervously. "Yes, I'm the best coordinate." Danny sighed and ended the failed Valeglia expedition. Dahe changed direction and rushed toward Danny's position. He had been flying away from Danny, so theoretically he should. Well, she hadn't thought it through. Flying around the arc of the wall of storm was also considered away from Danny. That's a ship. 15 minutes later, Danny suddenly exclaimed. "There's someone else exploring the ruins of Valeglia," she shouted excitedly after coming to her senses. "What?" Cora and the others were puzzled. Oh, Dahe saw a ship in the storm, she said. Impossible. Grohl shook his head. After waiting for 2 hours on the bridge deck and not seeing the dragon return, Blackbeard anxiously went to the cabin. No ship can withstand such a fierce storm. Once swept in, they'll be torn to pieces in an instant, he said with absolute certainty. Danny shook her head and said, seeing is believing. When Dahe descended to 2,000 meters, he could see sand lizards in the desert. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cora and Ago. Calixi is right, Cora immediately said. I've seen the dragon fall from a high altitude and capture a sand lizard hidden in the grass. This. Grohl hesitated. Could it be the wreckage of a ship? Danny couldn't be bothered with him. Dahe circled above the ship for a long time. Through the dark clouds and torrential rain, he could vaguely see that the ship's main sail had been retracted, leaving only the 2 low sails on the side unfolded like wings. Although the ship was swaying left and right, it didn't capsize like a roly-poly toy. This was an expert. The sea and the sky merged into a dim space. Even with Dahe's eyesight, he couldn't see the people on the ship clearly. He also couldn't see the name painted on the ship. When it comes out, should we go over and ask about the ruins of Valeglia? Danny asked her think tank. Cora thought for a moment and said, don't get too close. Send a small boat over first. No. Whitebeard interrupted him directly and said seriously, no one who dares to explore the ruins of Valeglia is easy to deal with. More importantly, if the other party succeeds, he must have a huge harvest. No matter what we say, we can't dispel his wariness unless. The old man's blue eyes met Danny's purple eyes directly and said slowly, unless your highness has the idea of looting a burning house. You old man, you're very bad. You've seen through my dark thoughts in just a moment. If you guessed it, then you guessed it. Why did you say it out loud? Shouldn't a really good minister immediately put the blame of looting a burning house on himself? For example, you try to persuade your highness to consider the overall situation. For the thousands of people in the 7 kingdoms who are looking forward to you, you can do a double cross. With those treasures and secret techniques, there is hope for the restoration of the kingdom. Then I, who is righteous and kind, refuse in every way possible. You try to persuade me again and finally force me to act first and report later. I can only helplessly sigh. Then let's weigh the anchor and leave immediately. Danny looked at his deep and calm blue eyes and sighed, compared to a big fat fish, I want to know the method of fishing more. Sigh, forget it. Those guys are probably outlaws. We are not their opponents even if we have bad intentions. What fishing? The tall and strong fat eunuch pulled out the curved sword from his waist and asked in confusion, are we not going to rob that ship? This idiot, I don't want to bother with you. Whitebeard seemed to have realized that his daughter really went to her best friend's house and was not fooling around with a wild boy as he thought. He let out a big sigh of relief and said, Your Highness, you are the queen of the 7 kingdoms and are rich in the entire kingdom. To you, only the people and the honor of the royal family are the most important. The gold and silver of the mortal world are completely meaningless. Don't you need money to buy Unsullied? Gold royals are meaningless. Go tell that to Tywin. Cora retorted, then turned to Danny and said seriously, It is right to leave immediately. We may not be their opponents. If it is on land, with 80 roaring warriors riding draconic horses, even if they have 200 swordsmen we can still fight. But on the sea, the centaurs can't even stand steadily. As for the hundreds of sailors in the fleet, they can protect themselves, but they don't have enough courage and motivation to launch a fatal attack. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the sailors will definitely be defeated. If there were pirates attacking the caravan, the sailors could only fight with their lives in order to survive. The battle loss rate could reach more than 50%. But if the death rate reached 10% for Danny, the morale would collapse. Danny herself understood this, but, I didn't say that I was going to rob that ship, Danny said angrily with a straight face. I only said that I encountered a ship returning from Valeglia and was going to ask them if they needed help and where they entered from. These bastards, what kind of person do they think I am? Seeing that she was angry, the few of them fell into an awkward silence. Grohl also quietly returned to the bridge deck and loudly ordered the crew to raise the anchor, raise the sails and turn the rudder. 10 minutes later, Blackie landed on the deck, and Danny hurriedly carried a bucket of fish to feed him. About half an hour later the angle of the sails was corrected, and the big-bellied ship creaked as it steered northeast, gradually leaving the wall of storm. Another 10 minutes later the lookout shouted to the deck, That ship has come out. Someone actually passed through the wall of storm. Thud thud thud. A group of idle sailors on the deck quickly ran to the stern and scrambled for a telescope. Yes, although this world had a medieval system, the level of technology was not low. The lens technology of the city of Mir on the west coast was world famous, and telescopes were just child's play. Westeros scholars had even built high-precision astronomical telescopes. Dany did not scramble for the telescope. As long as Blackie at the top of the mast tilted his head, she could see more clearly than the sailors. An eagle could spot a rabbit running in the grass 10 kilometers away from an altitude of 4,000 meters, and could also constantly adjust its visual range and focus to see more details. A dragon's eyes were stronger than an eagle's. Dany saw that it was a ship with huge sails as narrow as a blade. The hull was dark red, and the huge sails were as black as the night sky. The wing-like secondary sails were gradually retracted, and the main sail was slowly pulled up. It was actually twice as wide as the ship's hull, with the extra part extending diagonally beyond the ship's side. The design looked fast, especially fast as if it was specially designed for fast navigation. The huge black sail bulged as full and straight as a King Kong Barbie's chest. The ship shot out of the final storm zone like an arrow. It had really broken free and passed through the purgatory of the wall of storm. "Captain, they've discovered us," the lookout shouted. Blackfire's blazing red eyes adjusted its focus. Dany had also discovered that there was a person standing on the ship's stilts, looking in their direction with a telescope. The distance between them was about 15 nautical miles, almost 30 kilometers. It was not too far but not too close either. It was basically a safe distance. The other party was a fast ship and could leave quickly without worrying about the fleet taking advantage of the situation. But they've changed direction. The lookout shouted, puzzled. "They seem to be coming towards us. Could it be that they're looking for help? Damn it, they're pirates." Grohl suddenly cursed loudly. He, too, had been observing the long and narrow ship with his telescope. Chapter 74. Damn it, we don't have to rob it. It's a pirate and now it wants to rob us. Captain Grollet cursed loudly. "How do you know it's a pirate ship?" Dany was puzzled. "It doesn't have the pirate's skull flag?" Yes, the skull flag was very popular among pirates in this fantasy world. The skull flag was prepared for those wild pirates. Blackbeard shook his head gloomily. If the Pirate King had his own emblem, there would be no need for the popular skull flag. After that, he ignored Dany and began to hurriedly shout for the sailors to arrange the troops. Dany carefully observed the ship for a while. In addition to the eye-catching golden ink jade on the black sail, she also saw the words, Serenity, painted in black paint on the dark red hull when it turned sideways. "Oh my God, Westeros!" Dany exclaimed. "Why are Westeros pirates in the summer sea?" It turned out that Serenity was written in the common language, not Valeglia, which was the most popular language in the continent of Ursos. "Sir, do you know the Serenity?" Dany turned her head and asked Jorah Mormont, who was standing on his tiptoes. Well, other than the captain, the chief officer and the lookout, no one else had binoculars. "Serenity?" Jorah looked puzzled. "It sounds familiar, but I don't know where I've heard of it." "That ship is from the Westeros. There's a huge golden ink fish painted on the sail. It's a bit like the sea monster of the Greyjoy family," Dany explained. 7 levels of hell. Big Bear slapped his forehead and shouted as if he had seen a ghost. "Is the hull dark red?" "Yes," Dany said in surprise. "You know it?" "Euluen Greyjoy, the villain known as Crow's Eye." Jorah said word by word, gritting his teeth as if he hated the name very much. "But that ink fish. Well, even if it's a sea monster, it's in the opposite direction. Greyjoy's sea monster's head is down, but that one's head is up, and its tentacles are different." Dany was puzzled. "Don't think that this is a small matter. The clan emblem can't be sloppy. If the direction is reversed, it would be equivalent to having 2 different clan emblems. For example, the flags of Russia, France, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Ordinary people would be confused when they saw them, but they were indeed different flags and had their differences. This explains why Euluen Greyjoy is here." Aston had a look of realization. Cora also nodded and said, "He must have done something. Duke Balon expelled him from the Greyjoy family. Those who have been exiled often feel ashamed and don't want to bring shame to their family, or out of jealousy, they will change their family emblem slightly, such as reversing the direction." Dany glanced at the black bear on his chest. Her mouth opened and closed several times. She really wanted to ask, "Do you not have any sense of shame? Do you have any feelings of jealousy? Why don't you let Big Bear lie on the ground?" Big Bear Mormont was wearing a black woolen sweater and brown leather armor. There was a big black bear on the chest of the leather armor. It stood up like a human and roared with its mouth open. It was a great contrast to the Mormont family's motto, "Stand tall with your head held high." According to the tradition of Westeros, everyone knows, if he felt ashamed he should learn from you Luwin and let the black bear lie down. Dany's gaze was also noticed by Big Bear. He blushed and said, "I don't hate my family." Whitebeard said coldly, "Don't you feel ashamed?" Big Bear was furious. "I serve the queen and I am honored. And no matter what, I am better than you who don't even dare to show your clan emblem." "You?" Whitebeard was angry. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he looked at Dany and swallowed his words. Only nobles had clan emblems. Westeros nobles were divided into knights, counts, marquises, dukes, and kings. Knights were the lowest level. Knights could also be called knights, but in fact they were half a level lower than knights. They were only nobles' reserve. Big Bear Mormont had two identities: the ancestral Count of Bear Island, and the knighthood given to him by King Robert to quell Greyjoy's rebellion 10 years ago. He was also a knight, but he already had the title of Count. Big Bear was going to be tried by Ide and Stark for selling slaves. Even Ice was taken there, so he must be beheaded. He was afraid of death, so he gave up his title of Count and went into self-exile. But the knighthood given to him by Robert was not taken away because he escaped the trial. Ide had no chance to take away the knighthood given to him by the king. So Dany and others called him Sir Jorah, or Sir Mormont. Dany and Jorah both knew that Whitebeard hid his identity. His knowledge, experience, and speech were not as good as Count Mormont's. It was difficult for people who had not received an orthodox aristocratic education to have the excellent characteristics he showed. But Whitebeard wore a simple linen robe and held a crutch. He never showed his clan emblem or other identification. Whitebeard also guessed that his identity had been suspected, so he was rendered speechless by Big Bear's rebuke. Well, speaking of which, he had to sigh. As the most orthodox descendant of the royal family, Dany also did not show her clan emblem. Moreover, she was theoretically illiterate, and had not received an orthodox aristocratic education. "That sea monster ship is so fast. It's really chasing us," the lookout exclaimed, breaking the awkward silence on the bridge. After a few light coughs, Dany asked, "Why are you Luwin Greyjoy chasing us? Did we guess wrong? Did he also fail in his exploration of the ruins of Valeglia and suffer heavy losses, so he needs to rob us to recover?" "It's possible." Jorah glanced at Whitebeard and said thoughtfully, "We only saw the Serenity struggling in the wall of storm. Maybe he was lost in the storm and did not enter the ruins. After all, even a dragon is lost. If we reveal our identities, will he let us live on account of the fact that we are from the same hometown?" Dany said with a strange smile. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, "Are you sure you can win? Greyjoy is not easy to deal with. Last time when Balon rebelled, you Luwin displayed extraordinary cunning and ruthlessness. Port Lannister was almost captured by the Taimin led by him. If he was not sure he could defeat our fleet, he would not be in such a hurry to chase us. I have a dragon and it's not an ordinary fleet," Dany said confidently. The old man looked up at the white and green dragons circling in the sky and said solemnly, "He saw your dragon. Haha, you don't think I'm going to let my dragon burn his ship, do you?" Dany laughed. "I'm their mother and I cherish their lives more than anyone else. The young dragons can't even resist arrows now. If I really let my dragon fly over the enemy ship and breathe fire, it would be murdering my own children." At this point, she ordered the blood riders beside her, "Call up all the warriors in the cabin. Bring up bows and shields." Centaurs were afraid of the sea. If it was not necessary, they would rather stay in the cabin with their horses as companions. "What do you think the other party will do?" she asked Blackbeard Galloway. The old sailor frowned as if he had encountered something difficult to understand. "Under normal circumstances, pirates without a large fleet will not attack us. The ratio of ships is 3 to 1, which means that when he ships with us, the other 2 ships can attack his mothership from the side and the back. We have a total of more than 600 sailors, and the other party only has a narrow ship. It can only hold 300 pirates. With twice the number disadvantage, how can you Luwin win? Unless he has a trump card." Whitebeard said solemnly. Danny thought for a moment and asked, "What kind of person is Yuluen? Will he suddenly go crazy? By the way, why was he exiled? Taiman Island is relatively closed, and Yuluen is not King Balan. Very few people pay attention to him. I don't even know that he was exiled, but I'm sure that he won't go crazy. That person is cunning and unpredictable." Whitebeard shook his head and looked at the big bear. Perhaps Sir Mormont knows him better. Taiman often plundered the west coast of Westeros, especially the north, without the protection of ships. The people of Bear Island often fought with Taiman, who disguised himself as a pirate. Mormont sighed. "I hope he suddenly becomes stupid. Unfortunately, let's prepare for battle." As he spoke, he walked towards the cabin to change into full-body armor. This fantasy world was not without gunpowder, but it was not very powerful. It was just a prop used by fire warlocks. Therefore there were no cannons. Naval battles were still mainly based on boarding, and arrows were used as support. It was safer with armor. Of course, the premise was that they did not fall into the sea. Other than Mormont, Danny's centaurs and sailors also began to change their equipment in full swing. The centaurs all wore dark red leather armor with a heart protection mirror, shiny red copper helmets, a small copper round shield tied to their left wrist, an Iraq scimitar at their waist, and a longbow in their hands. They looked like a regular army. Unlike the centaurs who were dressed in uniform, the sailors' armor was a mess. There were rusty plate armors, mismatched chainmail armors, tattered leather armors, and there were even some who used a pot lid as a shield. Blackie entered the storm around 9 in the morning and returned at 11. Then the Serenity began to chase the fleet around 12. At that time the distance was less than 30 kilometers. Then at 3:30 in the afternoon, the two sides began to enter battle range. 1 kilometer. Although there were no cannons in this world, the cannons of the warships during the Invincible Fleet era only had an effective range of 300 to 400 meters. Catapults and ballistas were installed on the bow and stern of the ship. What was thrown out were not stones but bags of linen soaked in oil. The linen soaked in oil was wrapped into a solid bullet, the size of a school bag, and was thrown out after being ignited. It was very difficult to hit a target with that kind of thing. It was mainly used to hit fixed targets such as attacking a city or attacking a fleet in a port. The Seidulian was a purely naval ship and did not have any weapons. However, the rowing ships, the Son of Summer and the Joking Yassos, were originally used as frigates for merchant ships. Not only did they have many sailors, but they also had a total of 6 catapults and 18 ballistas. Blackbeard's original plan was to delay as much as possible. If the sky turned dark, the Serenity might not be able to catch up to them. But he underestimated the speed of the narrow ship. Not only was the ratio of the sail to the hull huge, the bigger the ship, the faster the ship. When they got close to the Seidulian, the Serenity lowered 200 straight oars on both sides of the ship. The dull sound of drums could be heard from afar, as if it was beating on everyone's hearts. Chapter 75. Seeing the red shell black sail clipper chasing after them like a sea snake, Galloway's face was pale. He said to Danny with absolute certainty, "Serenity's speed is definitely more than 20 knots. For a merchant ship that was only 7 or 8 knots, it was almost impossible to escape." "I understand now." Galloway wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. "The red demon, that has been circulating in the eastern sea of summer, is this ship. It's Serenity. No wonder the people of New Gui said that no ship can escape from it. It's just too fast." Whitebeard did not want to fight with the other party. For this reason, he even asked the sailors to hang Danny's flag at the top of the mast. Any Westeros knew what it meant. "Maybe he will pledge loyalty to Her Majesty," the old man said with some disdain. Even Jorah Mormont, a knight who had lost his honor, was looked down upon by Whitebeard. He sincerely despised pirates who killed and robbed, but the other party seemed to have nothing to fear. The old man still hoped to avoid a situation where there would be heavy casualties. Unfortunately, not only did the ship behind them not respond, but it also chased even faster. Danny could even see Yuluen's sneer through the Black Dragon's vision. Well, Yuluen's bandit name was Crow's Eye. He was a one-eyed dragon, so it was easy to recognize him. He stood at the top of the bridge and also used binoculars to observe his prey. Looking carefully, Danny found that the guy was not bad looking. He was in his early 30s with black hair and a black beard. He wore a smoky black full-body armor like Yora, but he did not wear a helmet. His exposed skin was a little pale, but he was very handsome. His left eye was covered by an eye patch and his right eye was bright blue. It shone brightly and had a strange charm that made it seem like it was smiling gently at you. Beside the devilishly handsome uncle, Danny also saw a 2-meter-tall muscular black man. His muscles were bulging and his skin was oiled, glowing under the sun. The black man was expressionless and hugged a huge horn that looked like a saxophone. Well, the curve was smoother than a saxophone. It looked like a ram's horn magnified 10 times. The warped horn was estimated to be more than 1.8 meters long from head to toe. Its main body was black and covered with red and gold stripes. It could be seen that its surface was extremely smooth and shiny. Galloway had already commanded the 3 ships to form a horn around each other. All the sails were retracted to avoid causing a fire during the battle. After the 2 paddling boats began to fire incendiary bombs at Serenity, Yuluen retracted the sails and relied on the paddlers to propel the ship forward. When they were 500 meters away from the Sidurian, Serenity began to change its course. It did not charge straight at them. Instead, it circled the ship like a hunting lion, looking for flaws in its prey. "Are you Sir Lewin of the Greyjoy family?" Whitebeard shouted at the blood-red pirate ship. It was in the common language. His voice was loud and clear as it traveled across the sea towards Serenity. Danny grinned. "I didn't expect you to have such a loud voice at your age, Aston. Your Royal Highness, the knight I served told me that on the battlefield, a loud voice is as important as superb commanding skills." Whitebeard seemed to have thought of something and his face was full of pride. Danny thought about it and felt that his words made sense. A loud voice could not only effectively convey orders in battle, but also increase morale. Well, at least in a chaotic battle, it could let the soldiers know that their boss was still alive. "In the Westeros, whose knight are you?" Korra's eyes twinkled as he smiled faintly. "A knight far greater than you," Whitebeard said coldly. "I am Yuluen Greyjoy. Is that His Majesty Viserys?" Yuluen also had the potential to become a famous general. Well, his voice was also very loud. It was just that his information was severely outdated. He did not even know that Viserys had died. Then he did not know that Dany had hatched a dragon? "Yuluen, this is the fleet of Her Majesty Queen Daenerys Targaryen. Do you want to ask for iron money from us?" Whitebeard said loudly. 12,000 years ago the ancestors invaded the Westeros. In addition to establishing their kingdom on the mainland, they also occupied a bay in the middle of the Westeros' western coast, Taimin Bay. Taimin Bay had a group of islands. The ancestors there formed a unique culture and religious belief, and called themselves Taimin. In the culture of the Taimins, warriors would plunder spoils of war from defeated enemies. This was called iron money. They were even more ruthless than the Dothraki. The centaurs would exchange gifts to get what they needed, but the Taimin would never use money to buy things. Look at the Greyjoy family's saying, "Strength wins through hard work." The Taimin lived by plundering and robbing. They took material goods, slave labor, and salt concubines. They were proud of it and called this way of life the ancient road. But with the progress of civilization, especially in the rich West, the High Court began to build fleets more powerful than the Taimin, and the ancient road was gradually unable to be maintained. When the Targaryens united the 7 kingdoms, the ancient road was completely abolished, and the Taimin began to become the people of the sea. But the Taimin led by Greyjoy always hoped to restore the ancient road. For example, the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy 10 years ago. That rebellion not only caused Balon to lose his eldest and second sons, but the third son, Theon Greyjoy, was also controlled by Stark in the form of an adopted son. Well, he was actually a hostage. Now, Robert was dead, the 4 kings were fighting, and Balon rebelled again with the intention of restoring the ancient road. But this time, King Balon learned his lesson and no longer provoked the Lannister and Tyrell in the south. He chose the soft persimmon to pinch, and the north, which was empty of military strength, suffered greatly. "Is Her Majesty Dany Lilith returning to the Westeros?" Yuluen purposely used the iron money to provoke Yuluen, but it took Yuluen a long time to digest the information revealed in his words. "No, we are going to Slaver's Bay." The old man did not tell Yuluen that Dany intended to buy the Unsullied. "Since Her Majesty the Queen is here, I naturally dare not offend Her Majesty's Dragon Majesty." Yuluen turned around and shouted to the pirates on the deck of Serenity, "Immediately throw your weapons into the cabin, raise your hands and stand by the side of the ship." "I have already put down my weapons. Can you stop the attack and let me speak to Her Majesty?" Yu Luan raised his empty scabbard and said loudly. Well, when Serenity was approaching, the ballista and the catapults never stopped. When Yu Luan spoke to Baristan, the catapults stopped, but the centaurs and sailors all raised their bows and aimed at the sailors on the deck of the other ship. Let him row a small boat over, Danny whispered. Whitebeard hesitated. He may refuse after all, even if the exploration of Valeglia fails. His ship has countless stolen treasures. If he refuses, let him leave. I don't want to take in a pirate, Danny said directly. Game of Thrones had been broadcast for several years. Danny may have forgotten the early plot, but the last 2 seasons were still fresh in her mind. Yu Luan was not trustworthy at all. Balon Greyjoy was killed by him. Although Danny was not a clean freak, how could she trust a villain who even killed his own brother? He was also ambitious and wanted to conquer the Mother of Dragons, and then conquer the 7 kingdoms in the name of the Queen's husband. In the plot, the Queen of Meereen, Danny Rise, was Yu Luan's first target, and Cersei was just a spare tire. After his niece beat him to the Mother of Dragons, he really climbed onto Cersei's royal bed and made Jaime wear a big green hat. Other than not wanting to be a target, the more important reason was that Danny thought that Yu Luan did not have much to gain. In the plot, he did not even have a Valeglia steel sword, which meant that the expedition to the ruins of Valeglia had failed. A Luther who wanted to eat the flesh of a true dragon, scram. The result was beyond Danny's expectations. Faced with such a difficult situation, Yu Luan did not hesitate and immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, the Serenity stopped 300 meters away, and a small boat carrying Yu Luan and a servant slowly approached the Sidurian. Yu Luan even took off his armor and sword, revealing a black silk robe embroidered with golden embroidery. It was low-key and luxurious. Danny received him on the upper deck. Seeing Danny in the center of the crowd, Yu Luan's blue right eye flashed with surprise and surprise. Your Majesty, even the moon in the sky is not as beautiful as you. Winterfell's winter roses will pale in comparison to you. When the nobles and commoners of the 7 kingdoms see you for the first time, they will immediately kneel and submit to you like I did. As he spoke, he respectfully knelt on one knee and raised an exquisite jade box with both hands. It was the size of a palm and was carved entirely from jade. One could imagine how valuable the item inside was. Korra took a step forward and opened the box. His pupils constricted, and his breathing became heavier. Wow, is this really a diamond? It's huge. Danny took the box from Korra and could not help but exclaim. Who had seen a smoky purple diamond the size of a goose egg? If it was in modern society, Danny would have thought that it was a fake, but in this era, it was much harder to fake a diamond than to find a real one. Only you are worthy of this pearl of Valeglia. Yu Luan looked at Danny affectionately. That expression, that tone, it was like a boy's first love. Danny's beautiful mood at the sight of the big diamond immediately disappeared. Just like in the plot, this guy is treating me as a target to conquer. Crow's eye? You really went to the ruins of Valeglia? Korra could not help but ask. You are so familiar. Yu Luan stood up and stared at Korra for a while before saying in surprise, to meet Count Mormont of Bear Island in the Sea of Grief. That's right, I went to Valeglia. He continued, haha, from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, my name is spread everywhere. Now, I have become the first man to conquer the Smoke Sea and the Wall of Storm. Yu Luan threw his head back and laughed, extremely pleased with himself. Smoke Sea? Danny's heart skipped a beat. You entered from the Smoke Sea, then went from north to south, passing through the islands of ancient Valeglia? Yu Luan's smile froze as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. I dare not lie in front of a true dragon. At first, I had no intention of passing through the Broken Peninsula. Returning to the Smoke Sea was of course safer, but it was very strange. It was hard to tell directions in the storm, and I ended up thousands of miles away in a daze. That's possible? This guy's luck is too good. What's on the islands of Valeglia? As soon as Danny asked this question, everyone from Korra, Grohl, to the sailors beside them, focused their attention and looked at Crow's Eye with curiosity. Curse. Yu Luan's pale face was almost transparent, as if he had thought of something terrifying. There were 3 ships when we went. Other than my Serenity, there were 2 other great pirates. But apart from me, everyone who set foot on that land died, Yu Luan said with a trembling voice. Chapter 76. What kind of curse? Danny was even more curious. I don't know. Yulun shook his head and said with a face full of fear, we came ashore at Traya, at the northern end of the Smoke Sea. There were rumors that even after the Great Calamity, there were still people living in Traya, but it was all nonsense. The sky there was dark red like a furnace, the ground was as hot as the iron plate on the furnace, and the well water was bubbling with white steam. It has been 400 years and the fire has not been extinguished. If there was really life there, it would not be humans but demons. The so-called curse, could it be a fever? Cora asked while stroking his chin. No, it is definitely not a fever. Although everyone has symptoms of dehydration, we do not lack water and are not afraid of the heat. The other 2 pirates came from the Summer Islands. Do you think they are not as resistant to the heat as I am? Yulun retorted. How did they die? Danny asked. 4 limbs curled up into a ball, hands spread out like claws, skin all over with purple-black pustules as dense as pomegranate seeds. In less than half a day after stepping foot on Traya, hundreds of people turned into that horrible state. How could it be a fever? When Yulun said this, his single eye flashed with unconcealable fear. Danny's heart skipped a beat and she could not help but look at Cora. The knight happened to look over as well, and when they looked at each other, they knew that the other was thinking the same thing. The corpse of Valeglia's dragon king that was found at the southern end of the red wasteland was also curled up with purple-black skin. Dense holes were densely packed on the skin, and the muscles all over the body had turned into water and dried up. There was an 80% chance that there was a curse. Who knew if the dragon could withstand it? Oh, the dragon corpse that was even bigger than Beleriand was now buried in the sand. Did you find any city ruins? Danny asked again. Traya was the richest city other than Valeglia, and most of the houses were covered in thick volcanic ash. How could I have the strength to excavate by myself? Fortunately, the city lord's mansion is a tall castle. The volcanic ash piled up into a small slope below the castle. After climbing up, I directly reached the top. At this point, Yulun smiled proudly. Ha, the richest person in Traya is undoubtedly the city lord. That's the noble dragon king. Did you get any secret techniques? Danny didn't take the initiative to ask him how many treasures he had obtained. Yulun's blue eyes darkened for a moment, but before anyone noticed, they returned to their gentle smile. No secret technique. He shook his head and explained, even though the entire land of Long Summer belongs to the Valeglia Empire, only Valeglia City, which is the capital, is the core of Valeglia. The rest of the land could only be considered as Dragon King's colonies, where one or a few Valeglia nobles ruled over the other races in the city-state. Just like today's Volantis, only the ruling class is truly Valeglia, and they aren't considered great nobles. Look, they don't even have dragons. At this point he glanced at Danny. The Dragon King is in Valeglia, and most of the secret techniques and treasures are also in Valeglia. Even the Targaryen, after leaving Valeglia, even the secret technique to forge Valeglia's steel was lost. Or perhaps, the ruler at that time didn't allow your ancestors to take the secret technique away? Danny could tell that Yulun was the same as her, yearning for Valeglia's witchcraft and magical technology. Yulun looked around and asked, Your Majesty, where are your dragons? Where did they come from? Danny thought that this wasn't a secret, so she told him about her marriage to Khal, Illyrio's gift of dragon eggs, Viserys' death, and Drogo and Leg's deaths. Her voice was calm as if she was telling someone else's story. And it was indeed someone else's story. But in the ears of others, these calm words sounded as if her heart was already riddled with holes, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. Your Majesty, Yulun's eyes were brimming with tears as if he could empathize with her. This guy has good acting skills. Danny didn't believe that this cold-blooded pirate could be so emotional. It's all right. She waved her hand and sighed. Fate took away 3 of my loved ones, Viserys, Drogo, and Leg, from me and brought me 3 children. A shadow binder from Asha told me that only a life could be exchanged for a life, and that the 3 loved ones were the price I had to pay for hatching a dragon. So that's how you hatch a dragon. A glint flashed across Yulun's eyes as he said, Your Majesty, perhaps it's the will of the gods that I was lucky enough to survive and dig up so many treasures in Valeglia. Finally, just as you arrived in these waters, I happened to leave the Wall of Storm and meet you under the 1 in 10 million chance. This is also fate. Fate has destined me to bring you enough wealth to restore your country. What did you say? Danny's mouth was agape as she asked in disbelief. I want to offer all the wealth on the Serenity to you. I'm willing to serve Her Majesty the Queen and take back the throne that belongs to you from the hands of those traitors. Yu Luan's righteousness was awe-inspiring. At this moment he wasn't alone. Countless people with lofty ideals and China's thousands of years of history were with him. But the problem was that in the Westeros, whose history was several times longer than China's, there had never been a single person who would destroy his or her family. Are you sure? Cora also looked at Crow's eyes with suspicion. Yu Luan smiled faintly and said to the black servant behind him, "Tell them to pull the boat over." The servant didn't say a word as he climbed down the spiral ladder from the side of the boat and returned to the small boat, where he rowed toward the Serenity 300 meters away. Cora and Whitebeard didn't stop him during this process because Crow's eyes had no intention of leaving at all. He remained surrounded by the crowd. If the Serenity made the slightest move, Crow's eyes' life would be in danger. Could it be that this guy has been seduced by my beauty? Or could it be that I've inadvertently revealed an extraordinary quality that I don't even know about? My inner beauty? Dany thought shamelessly. She wasn't the only one who was puzzled. The experienced Whitebeard also felt that the situation was gradually spiraling out of control. His decades of experience as a bodyguard made him subconsciously take half a step forward, faintly protecting Dany within the defensive range of his crutch. But after the red-hulled boat approached and set up the gangplank, nothing unusual happened. A group of bare-chested, bald sailors carrying large boxes walked over from the opposite boat. The heavy boxes made the gangplank creak, and with every step the thick gangplank would bend at an astonishing angle. Dong! The first sailor silently placed the box on the deck of the Serenity. The red sandalwood box, which was even bigger than the largest suitcase, was opened, and the light of the jewels and gold shone brightly. The deck was filled with gasps of surprise. Dong! The second box was filled with Valeglia's gold coins. Dong! The third box was filled with shining purple pearls. Throughout the entire process, there was only the heavy sound of the boxes being placed on the deck, the gasps of surprise after the boxes were opened, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Dany was surprised to see that the sailors from the Serenity were very quiet. They didn't say a word and didn't react to the gasps and discussions of the crowd. When the 24th sailor opened the 24th box, Dany said to the bald man, "There's no need to open the box." But there was no response. It was as if the man didn't hear her and continued to open the box. It was a box of exquisite silk from the Jade Sea. It must have been obtained by Yu Luan when he robbed the merchant ship, and not by Valeglia. What's wrong with them? Whitebeard also sensed the abnormality and stepped forward cautiously. Yu Luan was stunned and didn't answer immediately. Instead he smiled strangely and looked around. "I'm the captain of the Serenity. As fellow Westeros, don't you know why it's called the Serenity?" "You cut off the sailors' tongues?" Yora looked away from the 24 boxes of treasure and looked at the one-eyed man in disgust. "Bought up." Crow's Eye smiled and raised his right hand. "That's right. I like silence and I don't like my subordinates talking too much. So if you want to board my Serenity you have to cut off your tongues first." "That's not right." Dany frowned. "They're not only mute, they're also deaf." "That's right." Crow Eye smiled strangely and took a step back to put some distance between him and Cora. "Your Majesty, you have keen insight. Then, can you guess why I filled their ears with golden liquid?" Woo! All of a sudden, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like a thick and heavy dark cloud that instantly covered the 3 ships nearby. In an instant, the people on the deck felt as if there were thousands of undead spirits that had died unjustly beside their ears. They screamed, cursed, and cried. It was as if every inch of their skin was being pulled by the undead spirits, and they couldn't move at all. Yora and Whitebeard had strong willpower and were better than the others. They swayed in front of Dany as if they were drunk, but this was the limit of what they could do. At that moment, their faces were distorted, as if there was a scorching flame burning in their bones. The scorching temperature spread from the inside out, roasting their bones, muscles, blood vessels, skin and hair. Every cell in their body was burning in the dragon's flame. Dany felt the same, but she was so comfortable in the flame that she wanted to moan. This was the peak of male and female lust. At this moment, Yu Luan quickly stepped forward, leaned forward, and used his left elbow to knock over Whitebeard, who was trembling as he raised his cane. His right hand was like a phantom, swiftly snatching the iron sword from Yora's hand. Then Dany felt a chill on her neck and she woke up from the aftertaste. She was in Yu Luan's embrace and a cold, wide sword was placed on her slender neck. She was being held hostage. It's easier than I thought. Yu Luan giggled as he licked Danny's ear with his long tongue, and murmured intoxicatedly, "This is the taste of a queen? It's wonderful, what a pity, Danny Liz, my baby, my little queen, I'm a little reluctant to kill you." Before Danny could reply, she was shocked to see the white dragon and green dragon that were hiding behind the centaur's bronze shields charging out crazily. They even opened their mouths and spat out scarlet dragon's flame at the centaurs who were swaying drunkenly. And her Blackie fell headfirst from the top of the main mast. She immediately entered the dragon spirit. It was as if she had entered a sea that was being ravaged by a level 12 typhoon. This place used to be so peaceful, like a wanderer in her mother's embrace, and could easily merge with her. But now, Chapter 77. Big Black, what happened to you? The next moment she groaned. Her nose, eyes, and mouth seemed to have been stabbed by a sharp blade and blood flowed out. A sense of oppression from a superior being held her mind, constantly crushing her self-esteem and personal consciousness. This was not her feeling, but Dahei's current state. I am the dragon binder. Submit, 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 submit. The ancient Valeglia's spell seemed to have materialized. It was like the legendary heaven-flipping seal, emitting thousands of rays of golden light. With the pressure and weight of the sky, it hit the black dragon's soul bone again and again. Perhaps White Lady, who was subdued by Fahai's golden alms bowl, felt this way. The inexplicable grievance made Danny feel the same way. She wanted to shout, and then she really did. I am the mother of dragons. I am the only dragon king in the world. I control the black dragon. My black dragon controls the whole world. Half a minute ago, at the top of Serenity's bridge, the black man holding the huge black horn blew the horn as soon as he saw Yu Luan snap his fingers. It was as if he was facing death. The obsidian horn was inlaid with golden red runes. When the horn was blown, the runes first became fiery red, then emitted a scorching white light, as if a big sun had fallen on Serenity. When Danny and Big Black's souls merged into one, they let out a cry that came from the combination of a human and a dragon. The bear-like strong body of the horn blew suddenly. Then, like Danny before, 5 streaks of blood flowed out of his mouth, nose and eyes. He was even worse than Danny. His lips seemed to have been burned by fire, and a circle of dense, bean-sized blisters appeared. The blisters were sparkling and fresh blood would burst out with a little pressure. Ah, did you see that? Yu Luan noticed Danny's abnormality, but he did not care. He thought that Danny was weak and could not withstand the pressure of the dragon horn. Mother of dragons? Ah. He laughed proudly. Even the mother of dragons had to submit to the dragon envoy. There were many dragon king in ancient Valeglia, but none of them started a rebellion. My little queen, do you know why? This was because the people of Valeglia had created the dragon's horn that could control Megalosaurus. As long as the dragon envoy had the dragon's horn, all Megalosaurus within sight would listen to his commands. Just like now, all 3 of your dragons belong to me. Following his complacent laughter, the white dragon and the green dragon seemed to have received an order. They stopped wreaking havoc and flapped their wings to fly towards Yu Luan. At the same time, Danny heard a voice from Dahei, "Come here and eat this woman." When Dahei heard that it was going to eat Danny, its anger suddenly increased tenfold and it was about to spit out a mouthful of dragon flames. Calm down, I still have a knife on my neck. Danny immediately calmed it down. Let's go over first and find a chance to give that bastard a good beating. Aha, meeting you, doesn't that mean that even the gods are helping me? I just completed the first successful exploration of Valeglia in 400 years and immediately let the newly obtained dragon's horn shine brightly. I gained 3 Megalosaurus. The protagonists in the legends are nothing more than this. God has destined me to be a king. Seeing the 3 dragons obediently crawling towards him, Yu Luan laughed wildly. Sorry, only without their mother will they listen to the orders of their father wholeheartedly. He withdrew his long sword and pushed Danny to the ground. He ordered the dragons, tear her to pieces and prove your loyalty to me. Hiss, the green dragon and the white dragon rolled on the ground like crazy. Small flames were spat out of their noses and mouths from time to time. Blackie lay on the ground and roared, unmoved. Tear her to pieces. I'm the dragon envoy, so all the Megalosaurus listen to me. Yu Luan's azure blue eyes were suffused with a layer of scarlet light. The light seemed to be real, not an illusion. Was it the materialization of spiritual energy? Seeing the white dragon and the green dragon crying out in pain, Danny could no longer hold back. Should we go kill him? Boom! Without any warning, Blackie's head shot out like lightning. Dragon flames as thick as a bowl shot out and sprayed onto Yuluan's face and chest. Roar! Yuluan let out an inhuman howl. He covered his face with both hands and rushed towards the side of the ship. He fell headfirst into the sea with a splash. Danny looked towards the gangplank again. Dozens of bald pirates had snatched the weapons from the centaurs and sailors and were wantonly slaughtering them. However, they weren't completely helpless. Most of the centaurs and sailors were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, while Kue Luo and the other 9 centaur warriors were barely holding on with their scimitars to prevent the situation from collapsing. Well, it was mainly because even though the bald pirates were deaf, they were still affected by the sound of the horn. Both sides were like rookies against a big goose. 4 against half a pound. This made her heave a sigh of relief. Blackie, go! She was just about to say go kill that black bastard blowing the horn, but the sound of the horn stopped abruptly. Looking up, the big black man on the deck of the Serenity was in a miserable state. Black smoke billowed out of his mouth like a chimney. He swayed a few times before the horn fell to the ground. He was also lying flat on the deck. The whole process took a long time to describe, but from the sound of the horn to Yuluan falling into the water to the sound of the horn stopping, less than 2 minutes had passed. Cora and Whitebeard stood up shakily as if they would recover soon. But in the next moment, Danny was horrified to see a bald white man with a bird tattooed on his chest pick up the huge horn, as if he was about to blow it. Danny's action was almost instinctive. She bent down and picked up a loaded 2-handed crossbow from the deck. Holding it with both hands, she aimed the crosshairs at the guy's chest and pulled the trigger. The whole process was completed in 2 blinks of an eye. Whoosh! Perhaps the archery practice of the past few months worked. The white man cried out in pain, and the horn fell from his hand. He aimed at his chest, but the arrow hit his thigh. The 2-handed crossbow was full of strength. It crossed a distance of 30 to 40 meters and pierced through the man's thigh. The tattooed man lost his balance and fell to the ground. Blackie, destroy the gangplank. Danny saw that her divine shot was effective, and her confidence was boosted. She ordered Blackie to burn the wooden planks between the 2 ships while she picked up a short bow and shot at the pirates who had boarded the ship. Ouch! A centaur covered his butt and looked back at his Calixi with accusatory eyes. Aha, sorry, you go back first. I'll be more careful next time. Danny smiled. She shot a total of 8 arrows, hitting 5 pirates, 2 arrows missed, and the last arrow hit an ally. Well, the efficiency is not bad, she thought. The main thing was that Danny didn't have much strength and she used a bow instead of a crossbow. She couldn't kill but could only hurt the enemy. It didn't matter if she accidentally hit the co-pilot. She had more people on her side, and as long as she could get rid of the pirates on the deck, they would have time to recover. When her people recovered from the horn, Serenity would have no leader, and it would be sandwiched in the middle by 3 ships. There was no way for it to escape. Boom! The gangplank broke in 2 in the fire, and Blackie flew toward Serenity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rain of arrows came from the opposite side, and Blackie fell into the sea. He didn't get hit by the arrow, but it was driven away by the frightened Danny. The black dragon fell into the sea and swam to the rudder at the bottom of the ship. Rumble? The sea was like boiling water. White steam and black smoke rose from the sides of the ship. Your Highness, be careful. Your dragons, emerald and white jade. Cora pointed behind Danny and exclaimed. She turned around and found that although the 2 idiots were no longer rolling around crazily, they seemed to have not recovered from the horn. Their eyes were red as they stared at her back. Their mouths opened and closed and they looked like they were struggling. It seemed like they wanted to kill their mother? The black dragon's eyes were magma red, the white dragon's eyes were golden, and the green dragon's eyes were emerald green. At this moment, the white dragon and the green dragon's eyes were blood red. It was very strange. Evil creature. Danny shouted and found a silver whip on the ground and lashed it fiercely. I'm going to beat you 2 heartless bastards to death. Have you forgotten about your mother? Oh well, yes. The 2 dragons were in pain. They shrank their heads under their wings and hissed angrily. Hurry up and wake up. Danny ignored them. Seeing that they were still fierce and stubborn, and their eyes hadn't recovered, she couldn't help but increase her strength and continue to whip them. Finally, Danny, who believed that a filial son could be born under a rod, was unlucky. The two little dragons seemed to have reached the limit of their endurance and suddenly stuck their heads out. Boom! The dragon's flame washed its face. Ouch! Danny threw away the whip and sat on the ground. She covered her face and cried. Yura hurriedly took a bucket of seawater from the side of the ship. When he was taking the water, he inadvertently saw a person in the sea. He ran over and poured the water on Danny's head while shouting at Yuluen, "It's Yuluen. Yuluen is not dead yet. He still wants to control the dragons." Hearing this, Whitebeard immediately ran to the side of the ship and looked over. Sure enough, he saw Yuluen floating on the side of the ship. Although his face was black and dirty with blood, he was not burned to death. His mouth opened and closed as if he was chanting a spell. The old man's movements were agile and precise. He used the crutch in his hand as a spear and threw it at Yuluen below. Boom! It hit Crow's Eye's head. His eyes rolled back and he fainted in the sea. "Your Royal Highness, are you okay?" After getting rid of Yuluen, Whitebeard immediately turned back and ran to Danny. However, he was annoyed when he found that Yura had left her alone after pouring a bucket of water on her. He picked up his sword and ran to kill the pirates. Danny sat on the ground. The leather vest and the long-sleeved shirt she wore outside were burned to pieces. Especially above her neck, it was black and wet. Her forehead was also black and there were red shiny blisters on her cheeks. Whitebeard squatted down and carefully looked at her. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. He was not worried about the burns on her face, but because her face was burned by the dragon. She only suffered some superficial injuries. "Are you really the immortal? You can even resist the dragon's flame?" He could not help but ask. During the time when he was a guest at Slag Luo's house, Danny did not barbecue him. Therefore, Whitebeard only heard that she had the bandit name, Immortal. He did not know the real situation. He thought that the rumors were exaggerated, but today he was shocked when he saw it. "Yuluen really didn't die?" Danny asked in return. Perhaps it was because of the magic, the temperature of the dragon's flame was higher. Normal flames could not hurt her, but the dragon's flame could burn her skin. If it was continued for a long time, it could probably burn her to death. The immortal also had a limit. When the three dragons grew up, the temperature of the dragon's flame would increase. She would most likely be burned to a crisp. "I knocked him out. He might drown." The old man helped her up and took off his robe to put it on her shoulders. Danny looked at the red eyes of Little Green and Little White and said, "Let's deal with the pirates first." There were more than 200 pirates on the Serenity. All of them had their tongues cut off, but only 40 of them had their ears blocked by the golden liquid. The other 100 or so had lost their souls to the sound of the horn. Chapter 78. With the addition of Whitebeard, Korra, and the Blood Alliance, the situation on the deck was quickly reversed. Especially the Son of Summer and the joking Yaso, the two paddling ships were far away from the Dragon's Horn and were less affected. 400 to 500 sailors quickly rushed to the deck of the Serenity under the leadership of Beavos. About half an hour later, more than 30% of the pirates were killed or injured. They put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. After the battle subsided, some sailors tried to use pliers to pull out the gold in the ears of the dead pirates. The gold in both ears added up to half a kilogram. It was twisted and shaped like an awl, 7 to 8 centimeters long. It went through the cochlea and went deep into the brain. The end was still wet with white brain fluid. It was horrifying to look at. Danny suspected that if one looked from one ear, one could see the scene on the other side of the head. The whole head was burned by the hot gold liquid. The fiery red sun in the west lazily lay on the sea, leaving only half of its face exposed. The water sparkled and reflected the dazzling golden light. Blackie had completely recovered from the sound of the horn. At this moment he was soaring among the clouds of red clouds, looking very comfortable. A few people stood at the bow of the ship. Danny had already cleaned herself up, but her face was still red and blisters had appeared on it. Ago came over and reported, "Calixi, 14 centaurs died. 4 of them were burned to death by the 2 dragons that lost control. There are still 7 or 8 who are not dead. Alas, they are all brave warriors. Let Blackbeard prepare wooden boats and kerosene for their cremation." Gritting her teeth, she added, Bring out their mounts, feed them a meal and kill them tonight. The dead were all from the 80 roaring warriors. The old, the weak, the women, and the children had been hiding in the cabin and were not affected by the war. 80 roaring warriors and 80 precious draconic horses. But this time, Danny was not going to fool old Watson like she did last time. She was not going to get a grass horse to replace a fine horse. As long as the conditions allowed, Danny was willing to give the highest treatment and honor to those who died for her. Otherwise, who would work for you? Sure enough, when Danny spoke, all the centaurs looked at her with more respect. Adja retreated and Cora stepped forward to report. 2 sailors were burned, but no one was burned to death. This was also normal. After Danny knew that the great wizard Haya would go out to sea to chase after her, she prepared for a naval battle. In this world, the most important naval battle tactic was still boarding. Hence, Danny had the centaurs and the 2 dragons form a shield formation. A hole was dug in the middle of 2 wooden shields the size of a door. The centaurs raised their shields to protect themselves and the dragons while the dragons aimed their mouths at the hole and breathed fire. After spitting fire, the other centaur immediately used the small copper shield on his arm to block the hole. After the little dragon had recovered, he moved the shield away and let them spit fire at the hole. This was a dragon meat flamethrower. The lethality of a flamethrower in close combat needs no further explanation, right? On a narrow ship, it was an absolute killing machine. With a dragon on each side of the ship, no matter how many people rushed over, they would not be afraid. This was originally a lethal biochemical weapon prepared for Haya. If Yuluan was a normal person, the Megalosaurus brand flamethrower would definitely become famous throughout the world. Unfortunately, who would have thought that that guy had a magical weapon like the dragon's horn that was specially used against dragons? Biochemical weapon versus magical weapon, the biochemical weapon was completely defeated. Alright, I digress. Because the 2 dragons and centaurs combined to form the Megalosaurus flamethrower, when the dragons went out of control, the centaurs suffered the most losses. The 4 centaurs who were holding the wooden planks to protect the dragons were all killed. This was also similar to the experience of the flamethrowers. They felt great when they spit fire to burn others, but when their fuel barrels were destroyed they became human torches. 27 of our sailors were killed by the pirates, and another 35 were injured. The casualty is close to 30%. The 34 deaf pirates who boarded the ship were all killed. Beavis also brought people to kill 59 pirates from the Serenity, 53 of which were deaf but not deaf. Cora continued. The corpses of the pirates were wrapped in a layer of linen and thrown into the sea. The sailors. Danny looked at Blackbeard Grohl and asked, "Is there any special custom?" "I will arrange it." Blackbeard sighed. "Alright, Yuluan did not die." Cora said again. "He was burned into a torch by the dragon's flames and he did not die? And he was unconscious in the water for more than half an hour. Does he know magic?" Danny was surprised. "Maybe Taimin has undergone special training." Cora thought for a moment and explained, "Taimin also believes in the Inami. The Inami's priest is called the Drowning Man. Taimin has a popular drowning ceremony. The drowning man would first press the person who participated in the ceremony into the water until he fainted, and then he would press the chest to spit out the water. Maybe Crow's Eye participated in the drowning ceremony, or maybe the Inami is protecting him. How can the drowning man be sure that the person who fainted in the sea can come back to life?" Danny was curious. "Not sure. Many people cannot be saved, so very few people participate in this very ancient ceremony nowadays." Cora said. Danny was speechless. She thought that the drowning man had a special magic method that could help people perform extreme CPR. Who would have thought that it was just a divine punishment? "Bring Yuluan here. I want to ask him about the dragon's horn," she said. Although he is not dead, he has not regained consciousness." Sir Cora glanced at Whitebeard. He was severely burned and he was hit on the head by Aston. He is still unconscious now. "Then, bring me the dragon's horn," she said again. Cora was excited and shouted, "Don't be in a hurry to look at the dragon's horn. Your Highness, guess what we found in the Serenity?" "A magic book?" Danny was also excited. "Yuluan is not only not affected by the dragon's horn, but can also control my dragon through it. I even saw his eyes glow. It was not an illusion." "It was not an illusion." Whitebeard nodded seriously. "I saw it too. Although it was difficult to move, I did not lose my 5 senses." Big Bear shook his head and sighed. "Other than the dragon's horn, I did not find anything like mysterious witchcraft." But I found a dragon egg on the Serenity, and a set of Valeglia's steel armor. Wow, what an unexpected surprise. Danny clapped her hands and laughed. Bring me the dragon egg. Let me see if it is real or fake. Regardless of whether the dragon egg was real or fake, a set of Valeglia's steel armor was priceless. Immediately, 2 centaurs each carried a box forward. Calixi, this is the dragon egg. The centaur handed over a black wooden box the size of a jewelry box. Danny could not wait to take it. Once she opened it, she saw a rusty bronze lump on a soft Meyer fur cushion. Her finger lightly brushed across the fine scales. Danny's face gradually showed an unconcealable joy. Cora saw her expression and quickly asked, "Is it really a perfect dragon egg?" "A bronze dragon." Danny nodded and smiled. "But it seems to have turned into a fossil," Whitebeard said in surprise. "It's just a stone. Listen." Danny bent her finger and knocked on it. Dong dong. It was a crisp sound. "Can a stone really hatch a dragon?" Blackbeard Grohl said in disbelief. Where do you think Calixi's dragon came from?" Chui Luo asked proudly. "Everyone knows that a dragon comes out of a stone." The maid Jichi agreed. Danny put the dragon egg back into the box and said to the centaur maid, "Jichi, put it on my bed. I will hug it to sleep from now on. You are responsible for looking after it." "Yes, Calixi." "How long will it take to hatch a dragon?" Whitebeard asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment. Last time, Danny Rise used a year to gather enough soul essence for 3 eggs to form a new soul. She was more active than the original owner of the body, so it should be faster. "About half a year, no more than 10 months, she said. After Jichi left with the box, Danny did not open the big box containing the armor. Instead, she looked at Chui Luo carefully and said, "Chui Luo, when the dragon horn sounded, other than me, you and your team members were not affected much. Why is that?" "I don't know." The centaur warrior touched the bald top of the moon gate and said blankly, "When the horn sounded, I felt the blood in my body boiling. It was so uncomfortable that I just wanted to vent all my energy." In the previous chaos, there were 24 tall and ferocious pirates, as well as a dozen deaf pirates climbing over the gangplank. If it wasn't for Chui Luo and the other 9 dragon guards frantically resisting, 2 minutes would have been more than enough for them to kill everyone on the deck. "I feel like thousands of wandering souls are tearing at my soul. It is difficult to move. Moreover, they are ghosts from the Inferno Purgatory. My body, from the inside to the outside, from the bone marrow to the skin, is burning inch by inch in the raging flames," Whitebeard said. "It was the same for me." Cora, Blackbeard, and the Blood Brotherhood said in shock. "It was the same for Beavis." Beavis felt. The fat eunuch patted his big head and asked Danny, "Little Queen, how do you feel?" Danny's red blistered cheeks turned even redder. "My blood was boiling and I was full of energy," she said lightly. "That's strange." Beavis murmured. "What's strange?" "She's the mother of dragons. How can she be the same as others?" Cora said and looked at Chui Luo in confusion. "Your team members are all Megalosaurus guards. Is it because you often come into contact with true dragons?" "Eerie Doria, you often sleep in the same room with dragons. How do you feel?" He turned to Danny's maid and asked. "Like you. My whole body feels like it's burning. I can move, but it's like I'm drunk. I can't control my body like usual," Doria said. She was a little better than Cora, but not as free as Chui Luo. "Chui Luo, you must have a problem," Cora said with certainty. "What problem?" Chui Luo looked innocent. "The pirates won't let us go on purpose." "Ah, I remember now," Ellie suddenly shouted and clapped her hands. "I was with the horses in the cabin. Although they were also in a frenzy, they didn't collapse to the ground like us. Horses have 4 legs. They won't collapse even if they're drunk." Beavis waved his hand and said carelessly, "The 7 gods." Cora suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed in realization, "Dragon feces. Megalosaurus guards and draconic horses have eaten dragon dung." Danny's mouth twitched. She asked tentatively, "Chui Luo, did you really eat it? What's the taste? Is it delicious?" "Calixi, there's no special taste." Chui Luo smacked his lips and recalled. "It's astringent, like fire dragon pepper powder. I wasn't used to it at first, but as I ate, I didn't get used to it without dragon essence." "Chili powder? Got used to it?" Danny asked with a straight face. "What do you call dragon essence? Did you eat dragon essence and tiger essence?" "Calixi, how bad is it to eat dragon dung?" Cui Luo said with a frown. You know that it's bad to eat dung, so why do you still eat it? Is it that good? Chapter 79. Looks like we have to try to eat some dragon. Cough cough, dragon essence. Add some dragon essence into our food. Cora rubbed his chin as his eyes wandered. You want to eat too? Danny widened her eyes. Sigh, Your Highness, can't you see? Dragon, cough cough, dragon essence can help people resist the dragon's horn. Maybe it has other uses. Whitebeard said. I'm just afraid. Danny glanced at everyone who was licking their lips in anticipation. I'm just afraid that dragon. Cough cough, that little bit of dragon essence isn't enough for you guys. Feed the dragons more food. Don't let them pee outside. Cora suggested. All right. Danny didn't want to talk about Dragon Daddy anymore. She wouldn't eat it even if she was beaten to death. She opened the mahogany chest that was half a person's height in front of her. A set of black full-body armor inlaid with gold was neatly placed on the fluffy silk. It was black like smoke. The edges of the scales were pure gold. The surface was decorated with spirals, runes and mysterious symbols. She remembered that Yu Luin was wearing this armor before. In order to win her and the others' trust, he left the armor and sword on the Serenity. She picked up the watermelon-sized helmet and tried it on her head. Oh, it was like a size M wearing a size 4XL shirt. It was too big. But it was very light because it was very thin. Valeglia steel had the characteristics of immortality, undeformability, so it didn't need to be thicker like iron armor to increase its defense. At the end of the day, Valeglia steel was also a kind of steel. Steel that was made using magic forging techniques. If it was thinner, it would naturally be lighter. But it was a pity that this was a fierce man's armor. She couldn't wear it. Danny put down the helmet. Her gaze swept across the Blood Brotherhood, Cora, Whitebeard and the others. Some of them seemed to have guessed Danny's thoughts. When Danny looked over, Cora immediately puffed out his chest. Whitebeard put down the walking stick that he had been using and posed with a Lien Per is definitely not old pose. Even the fat eunuch Beworth took a deep breath and tried his best to shrink Methreya Buddha's big belly into Peng Yuyen's lower abdomen. Only a few of the centaurs were still clueless. Who wants this armor? Danny rubbed her nose and asked. I don't want armor. A brave centaur warrior would never hide in armor. Ag was the first to shout. It was as if giving him Valeglia's armor was an insult to him. Centaurs don't wear armor, everyone knows that. Jianghu said. Yes, everyone knows. Ricardo and Cui Luo replied in unison. Never had Yura Mormont loved so much the honest and brave centaurs, and the centaurs everyone knows, than at this moment. Without the Blood Alliance guards who could compete with him, the Queen's Iron Guard for the armor? Sure enough, Danny raised her chin at Cora. Well, sir, this is yours. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Whitebeard extended his hand to stop the knight who was beaming with joy as he ran towards the big chest. I do not deny Sir Yora's bravery, but his loyalty seems to be unreliable. Cora's expression changed drastically. He held the hilt of his sword with his right hand and said coldly, Old man, I reminded you to be careful of your tongue. Did I say anything wrong? Whitebeard was not afraid of him at all. He stared at him sharply and said, Do you dare say that you have never betrayed Her Highness? Swear on the honor of your father and the Mormont family. He is my Queen's Iron Guard and has saved me many times. I believe him. Danny stepped forward and pushed the old man away. She bent down and picked up the armor and handed it to Mormont. If I don't even trust my benefactor who has saved my life many times, then who should I trust? Your Highness, I swear on the honor of my father and the Mormont family that I will protect you with my life. Big Bear's eyes were red, and his hands trembled as he took the helmet that was emitting a black light. Your Highness. Whitebeard stomped his feet. He wanted to say something but did not in the end. No matter what happened in the past, from this moment on, Yura Mormont would definitely be loyal to her. The old man had given her a godly assist. Danny thought proudly. The armor could only be given to Yura. There were 3 blood guards, plus the Megalosaurus guard Quayo. It was not enough to share it all. If she gave it to one of them and not the others, it would only result in a situation of 2 peaches against 3 soldiers. As for Whitebeard, Danny had already guessed his identity. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards, the fearless Barristan Selmy who would never betray the king. Well, when she watched Game of Thrones, Danny knew that there was such a person. but he appeared too little and did not have any outstanding points. He also died in a particularly stupid way. She could not remember his name at all. But after coming to this world and obtaining countless information, Danny understood that his name was Baristan Selmy and the meaning of this name. Let's put it this way. When she was 10 years old, Baristan, who got the bandit title Fearless from Prince Duncan, the first man who broke off his engagement and married Danny's uncle who married Jenny in the city of Barrenstone, was equivalent to Brother Guan of the world of ice and fire. However, this Brother Guan was not loyal to any one person. He was loyal to the royal family and did not prioritize loyalty. He prioritized honor. If the king was replaced by Liu Bei, and honor was replaced by loyalty, Baristan would be Brother Guan. He also had Brother Guan II's martial prowess and strategy. In the Battle of the 9 Copper Coin King 1, Baristan rushed alone into the midst of the members of the Golden Group 2, and successfully killed the last generation of the Black Flame, Ferocious Maris 3, which completely ended the rebellion of the Black Flame 3. P.S. 1. The fifth Black Fire Rebellion that took place more than 40 years ago involved the 7 kingdoms and the 9 free trade city-states. The Black Fire and 8 ambitious families, exiled princes, and great pirates formed the League of 9. They called themselves kings and supported each other. However, some people ridiculed them as kings who were not worth a copper coin. Hence, they were called the King of 9 Copper Coins. The key point was that they failed. 2. The Golden Group, a super-mercenary group established by the illegitimate sons of the Targaryens exiled in the continent of Ursos. They intended to counterattack the Westeros and seize the throne of the direct line of descent. The Golden Group had 10,000 warriors and was known as the #1 mercenary group in the world of ice and fire. 3. The Targaryens' emblem was a red dragon on a black background. The illegitimate sons were black dragons on a red background. Hence, they were collectively known as the Red Dragons and the illegitimate sons as the Black Dragons. This was because a certain generation of Targaryen kings had a screw loose and gave the illegitimate sons the right to inherit the throne. This was the fault of Saint Baelor. His virgins had imprisoned 3 sisters. They could not bear it anymore and went out to steal men. As a result, they produced a bunch of illegitimate sons. Hence, after the infighting of the Dance of the Blood Dragons, that caused the extinction of the dragons, the idiotic Targaryens began the Black Fire Rebellion, that lasted for decades and 7 or 8 generations. The last bit of Targaryen royalty's sanctity disappeared. Naturally, the Targaryens had Veleglia's steel swords and more than one. The bastard sword called Black Fire was the clan sword, but the idiotic king gave it to his illegitimate son. Hence, just like the illegitimate sons of the northern borderlands had the surname Snow, the illegitimate sons of the Targaryens began to gloriously use Black Fire as their surname. Hence, their rebellion was called the Black Fire Rebellion. Baristan was an awesome person. All the knights in the Westeros looked up to him as a role model because he was the last person of the greatest era of knights in the 7 kingdoms. 4. P.S. 4. About half a century before Jaime Lannister became the Kingsguard, there were many true knights in the 7 kingdoms. They were of noble character, superb martial arts, brave and fearless. They valued glory above all else. Especially in this most depraved era of knights. 5. Baristan had extraordinary appeal if one wanted to fight for hegemony in the Westeros. P.S. 5. Ever since Jaime Lannister of the Kingsguard killed the king, the knights had completely lost their former glory. As the representative of the knights, the Kingsguard killed the king, had an affair with the queen, killed the archbishop, was so cowardly that he betrayed his lord Tommen, absconded in the middle of a war hound. Not only was his character lowly, his martial prowess was lacking and he only knew how to flatter. If Baristan knelt down and swore an oath to Dany, his loyalty and contribution would surpass that of Jorah Mormont. Unfortunately, the dignified second brother of the 7 kingdoms actually became a slave of 3 surnames in the Westeros. As a Kingsguard, Baristan Selmy served Dany's grandfather and father. He also served the usurper Robert Theon for 14 years. He even worked for Joffrey the False Theon for a few days. Joffrey II and Mad King Aerys belonged to the Targaryen family, the usurper belonged to Theon Byra and Joffrey belonged to Lannister. A proper slave of 3 surnames. The worst thing was that he was looked down upon by Joffrey and became the first knight to be kicked out of the Kingsguard. After all, the Kingsguard is a lifelong occupation. They spend their entire lives serving the royalty. Similarly, the king should also give them a lifetime of glory. During that period of great knights, There was a period of time when 4 of the 7 Kingsguard of the Targaryen family were bedridden and unable to work. However, even with the madness of the Mad King, he didn't chase them away. Instead, he treated them as ministers of the council and allowed them to enjoy the last glorious days of their lives. The captain of the Kingsguard, was a minister of the council and had the right to sit at the same table as the prime minister. Even though he was in such dire straits that he had to burn Dany's cold stove, Barristan still had his dignity. He wasn't willing to serve someone who didn't have the right to become a king. The main reason he hid his identity was to test Dany Rise's qualifications and to see if she had the noble qualities of a great king. Until now, he hadn't revealed his identity, which meant that Dany still hadn't passed the test. Oh, this old man was probably traumatized by the Mad King Robert and Joffrey, the 3 freakish kings. However, since he wasn't one of them, Dany wouldn't give him the precious steel armor of Valeglia. Great eunuch Bevos was introduced by Illyrio. In Dany's heart, he was even less important than an ordinary centaur warrior. After lunch the next day, Dany was lying on her bed, studying the Valeglia runes on the large horn. A sailor came over and reported to the maid Doria outside the door, "Crow's Ayu Luin is awake." Dany had people set up chairs on the deck at the stern of the ship. 20 centaur warriors stood in 2 rows, but there wasn't a plaque with the words "Mirror of Eminence" hanging above their heads. Mormont, dressed in black armor, brought Yuluen over. "Haha, what a bountiful harvest. Even my armor was found." Yuluen laughed as he sized up the mighty Iron Man Korra. "I was thinking of redeeming myself, but it seems that my treasures have all been stolen by you. TSK, perhaps you had the idea of robbing Valeglia's explorers back then? Just as well I've given you an excuse. You can continue to hide your dark thoughts deep in your hearts." Yuluen looked a little miserable. Most of his hair was burnt away, and his gorgeous silk robe was charred and tattered. His face, arms, chest and other parts of his body were covered in black and red scabs. As he spoke, the scabs on his face were still bleeding. "You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.